Tabby f Eng Aram, gazelle 50 Tabia f Jur, Aram, gazelle 50 Tabern m Fris, 2, people's sword 375 Tabitha f Eng, Aram, gazelle 50 Tadio m Il, Aram, praise 20 Tade m Il, Aram, praise 20 Tade m Fris, 2, people's ruler 375 Tadiv m Nor, Thor's relic 302 Tadio m Span, Aram, praise 20 Tadg m Urs Celt, poet 257 Tadia m Il, Aram. Praise 20 Tidlef m Fris. 2. People's relic 374 Taffy m Welsh Heb. Beloved 46 Taffline f Welsh Heb. Beloved 46 Taganwort m Oger. 2. Day Guard 334 Tago m Span 2. Day 334 Tajo m Span. 2. Day 344 Takaparat m Oger. 2. Day Bright 334 Talitha Kumi f Eng Aram. Damsel Arise Taluch Sim. Celt. Torrent 275 Tam m Scott, Aram. Twin 22 Tamer f Eng Heb Palm 26 Tamas m Hung, Aram. Twin 22 Tamasa m Lat, Aram. Twin 22 Tamasine f Eng Aram. Twin 22 Tamkus m Let, Aram. Twin 22 Tamlin m Scott, Aram. Twin 22 Tammy f Eng Aram. Twin 22 Tamasis m Let, Aram. Twin 22 Tamzin f Eng Aram. Twin 22 Tankar m Jur. 2. Grateful Warrior 371 Tankard m Eng, 2. Grateful Guard 371 Tancred m Eng, 2. Grateful Speech 371 Tancredi Emmet 2. Grateful Speech 371 Taniel ms, Heb Judgment of God 50 Tancred m Jur, 2. Thankful Speech 371 Tan m Let, Lat. Inestimable 142 Tanagai m Brett, Celt. 252 Tanny ms, Heb. Judgment of God 50 Tate, FASS. Cheerful 429 Tavid MS. Heb. Beloved 46 Teague M. Celt. Poet 257 Tierlech M. Gale. 2. Man 386 Tebaldo Emmet 2. People's Valor 374 Tebes M. Swiss Heb. Goodness of the Lord 49 Tekla Effet Jur. Divine Fame 100 Ted M. Eng. 2. Rich Guard Tedor M. Hamburg Gr. Divine Gift 101 Tedrick M. Norman 2. People's Rule 374 Tegan Uvron M. Welsh Celt, Golden Beauty 234 Tater M. Nor 2. Cheerful 429 Telemachus M. Lat, Gr. Distant Battle 75 Telemac MFR, Gr. Distant Battle 75 Temperance F. Eng, Lat Tennis M. Let, Gr. Of Dionysos 70 Tennis M. Let, Lat. Inestimable 142 Tenths M. Let, Gr. Of Dionysos 70 Teobald M. Paul, 2. People's Valor 374 Teobaldo Emmet 2. People's Valor 374 Teodor M. Paul. Slov, Gr. Divine Gift 101 Teodora Effet Gr. Divine Gift 101 Teodorico Emmet 2. People's Ruler 373 Teodoro Effet Gr. Divine Gift 101 Theodosia Effet Russ. Gr. Divine Gift 101 Theodosio Emmet Gr. Divine Gift 101 Teodorico Emmet 2. People's Rule 373 Teophil M. Slav, Gr. Divinely Loved 100 Teophila Effet Gr. Divinely Loved 100 Teophilo Emmet, Gr. Divinely Loved 100 Terence M. Lat. Tender 152 Terentia F. Lat. Tender 152 Tarantilla F. Lat. Tender 152 Terentius M. Lat. Tender 152 Terence M. Jur. Lat. Tender 152 Teresa Effet Span Gr. Carrying Ears of Corn 124 Terracina F. Paul Gr. Carrying Ears of Corn 124 Teresita Effet Span Gr. Carrying Ears of Corn 124 Teresia F. Il Gr. Carrying Ears of Corn 124 Teresia F. Hung Gr. Carrying Ears of Corn 124 Terezi F. Bohm Gr. Carrying Ears of Corn 124 Tereziga F. Paul Gr. Carrying Ears of Corn 124 Terry M. Eng. People's Rule 375 Terza F. Il Gr. Carrying Ears of Corn 124 Tertia M. Lat. 3rd 137 Tertius M. Lat. 3rd 137 Turtilla, 3rd 137 Turtilianus, 137 Tetch M. Ham, Gr. Divine Gift 101 Tunis M. Dutch Lat. Inestimable 142 Tunch F. Dutch Lat. Inestimable 142 Tua M. Est. Gr. Crown 96 Tudor M. Welsh Gr. Divine Gift 101 Tudus F. Welsh Divinely Given 101 Tus M. Hamburg Heb. Goodness of the Lord 49 Thada M. Jur. Aram. Praise 20 Thaddeus M. Eng. Aram. Praise 20 257 Thadage M. Russ. Aram. Praise 20 Thadia M. Port. Aram. Praise 20 Thady M. Aram. Praise 20 Titer Urs 2. Powerful Warrior 425 Thakrod Nor 2. Thankful Speech 371 Thalia F. Eng Gr. Bloom 72 Thangbrand Nor 2. Thankful Sword 371 Theen M. Fr. 2. People's Rule 375 Thekla F. Eng Gr. Divine Fame 100 Thekel FFR Gr. Divine Fame 100 Thedo M. West Friss. Gr. Divine Gift 100 Thekla Fger. Gr. Divine Fame 100 Theobald M. Eng. 2. People's Prince 374 Theobalda Fger. 2. People's Prince 374 Theobaldo M. Port. 2. People's Valor 374 Theobal M. Jur. Gr. Divine Council 100 Theobulaire Fger. Gr. Divine Council 100 Theobulus M. Lat. Gr. Divine Council 100 Theodebald ASS. 373 Theodamer 373 Theodemero 374 Theodisclo Span. 2. People's Pledge 374 Theodolph M. Jur. 2. People's Wolf 374 Theodhard MFR. 2. People's Firmness 375 Theodefredo M. Span. 2. People's Peace 375 Theodore M. Jur. Gr. Divine Gift 101 Theodokar M. Frank. 2. People's Spear 375 Theodora F. Eng Jur. Gr. Divine Gift 101 Theodorata F. Jur. 2. People's Council 373 Theodore M. Eng Fr. Gr. Divine Gift 101 Theodoric M. Frank. 2. People's Rule 373 Theodorico M. Port. 2. People's Rule 373 Theodoro M. Port. Gr. Divine Gift 101 Theodoros M. Gr. Divine Gift 101 Theodorus M. Lat. Gr. Divine Gift 103 Theodos M. Fr. Gr. Divine Gift 103 Theodosia F. Jur. Eng. Gr. Divine Gift 103 Theodosio M. Port. Gr. Divine Gift 103 Theodosius M. Lat. Gr. Divinely Given 103 Theodotos M. Gr. Gr. Divinely Given 103 Theodric Eng. 2. People's Ruler 373 Theodrecker M. Nor. 2. People's Rule 373 Theodule FFR. Gr. God's Servant 103 Theane F. Jur. Gr. Godly 103 Theophanes M. Lat. Gr. Divine Manifestation 212 Theophania F. Jur. Lat. Gr. Divine Manifestation 212 Theophany FFR. Gr. Divine Manifestation 212 Theophano F. N. Jur. Gr. Divine Manifestation 212 Theophil M. Jur. Gr. Divinely Loved 100 Theophila F. Eng. Gr. Divinely Loved 100 Theophile MFR. Gr. Divinely Loved 100 Theophilo M. Port. Gr. God Loved 100 Theophilos M. Gr. Gr. Divinely Loved 100 Theophilus M. Eng. Gr. God Beloved 100 Theotari M. Fin. Gr. Divine Gift 103 Teresa F. Eng. Gr. Carrying Ears of Corn 124 The Reset FFR. Gr. Carrying Ears of Corn 124 Therja F. Jur. Gr. Harvester 124 Thersai F. Jur. Gr. Harvester 124 Theodobaldo M. Span. 2. People's Prince 375 Theodobold M. Frank. 2. People's Prince 374 Theodebert M. Frank. 2. People's Brightness 374 Theodobrand M. Jur. 2. People's Sword 375 Theodefrid M. Goth. 2. People's Peace 375 Theodogile M. Jur. 2. People's Pledge 375 Theodes M. Span. 2. The People 375 Theodhilda F. Frank. 2. People's Heroine 375 Theodolind F. Jur. 2. People's Snake 375 Theodomir M. Frank. 2. People's Fame 375 Theodoin M. Frank. 2. People's Friend 375 Thunes M. Dutchlat. Inestimable 142 Thiadmer M. Friss. 2. People's Fame 375 Thiodelef M. Friss. 2. People's Love 375 Theas M. Eng. Heb. Gift of God 15 Theu MFR. 2. People's Ruler 374 Thebald MFR. 2. People's Prince 374 Thebalt MFR. 2. People's Prince 374 Thebod MFR. 2. People's Prince 374 Thebalt MFR. 2. People's Prince 374 Thierry MFR. 2. People's Ruler 374 Thesely M. Swiss Heb. Gift of God 15 103 Thes M. Elger. Heb. Gift of God 15 Theodolf M. Nor. 2. People's Wolf 375 Thiostan M. Nor. 2. Harsh Warrior 419 Thiostolf M. Nor. 2. Harsh Wolf 419 Thiostwold M. Nor. 2. Harsh Power 419 Thiowu MFR. 2. People's Wolf 375 Thurza F. Jur Heb Pleasantness 38 Th Jodger M. Nor. 2. People's Spear 375 Th Jodhilder F. Nor. 2. People's Heroine 375 Th Jodjom M. Nor. 2. People's Helmet 375 Th Jodleif M. Dan. People's Relic 375 Th Jodolv M. Nor. 2. People's Wolf 375 Th Jodvold M. Nor. 2. People's Power 375 Th Jodvar M. Nor. 2. People's Prudence 375 Thodiv M. Nor. 2. Thor's Relic 332 Tholiv M. Nor. 2. Thor's Relic 332 Toma M. Wall. Aram. Twin 21 Thomas M. Fr. Eng Aram Twin 21 Tamasia F. Jur Aram Twin 22 Thomasin F. Jur Aram Twin 22 Thomasine F. Eng Aram Twin 22 Thor M. Jur 2. The Thunder God 301 Thora F. Nor 2. Thunder 302 Thorold M. Nor 2. Thor's Power 302 Thorulfer M. Nor. 2. Thor's Elf 302 Thorarin M. Nor. 2. Thor's Eagle 302 Thorarna F. Nor. 2. Thor's Eagle 302 Thorbera F. Nor. 2. Thor's She-Bear 302 Thorberg F. Jur. 2. Thor's Protection 302 Thorbert M. Nor. 2. Thor's Splendor 302 Thorbjorg F. Nor. 2. Thor's Protection 302 Thorbjorn M. Nor. 2. Thor's Bear 302 Thorbrand M. Ice. 2. Thor's Sword 302 Thord M. Nor. 2. Thunder 302 Thorer M. Nor. 2. Thor's Warrior 302 Thordes F. Nor. 2. Thor's Household Spirit 308 Thorfinn M. Nor. 2. Thor's White Man 302 Thorfinna F. Nor. 2. Thor's White Woman 302 Thorgard M. Nor. 2. Thor's Guard 302 Thorgotter M. Nor. 2. Thor the Good 302 Thorgerda F. Nor. 2. Thor's Maiden 302 Thorgester M. Nor. 2. Thor's Guest 302 Thorgils M. Nor. 2. Thor's Pledge 302 Thorgisla F. Dan 2. Thor's Pledge 302 Thorgrim M. Ice 2. Thor the Helmeted 302 Thorgunna F. Nor. 2. Thor's War 302 Thorhall M. Nor. 2. Thor's Stone 302 Thorhalla F. Nor. 2. Thor's Stone 302 Thorhilda F. Nor. 2. Thor's Battle Maid 302 Thorhilda F. Jur. 2. Thor's Battle Maid 302 Thorismondo M. Span. 2. Thor's Protection 302 Thorismund M. Goth. 2. Thor's Protection 302 Thorketla F. Nor. 2. Thor's Cauldron 302 Thorkatile M. Nor. 2. Thor's Cauldron 302 Thorkgel M. Nor. 2. Thor's Cauldron 302 Thorlog F. Nor. 2. Thor's Liquor 302 Thorleif M. Nor. 2. Thor's Relic 302 Thorlake M. Nor. 2. Thor's Sport 302 Thormod M. Nor. 2. Thor's Mood 302 Thorold M. Eng. 2. Thor's Power 302 Thorolf M. Jur. 2. Thor's Wolf 302 Thorthia F. M. Gr. Gift of God 102 Thorstein M. Nor. 2. Thor's Jewel 302 Thorolva F. Nor. 2. Thor's Wolf Woman 302 Thorana F. Ice 2. Thor's Free Woman 302 Thorvalder M. Nor. 2. Thor's Power 302 Thorvid M. Nor. Thor's Consecration 302 Thorwald M. Jur. 2. Thor's Power 303 Thrall M. Nor. 2. Surf 331 Thrine F. Jur. Gr. Pure 123 Thrutter F. Nor. 2. Battle Maid of Constancy 319 Thumas MOFR. Aram. Twin 21 Thursday M. Eng. 445 Thurston M. Eng. 2. Thor's Jewel 302 Theogils M. Swede. 2. Thor's Pledge 302 Thyra F. Nor. 2. Belonging to Tyr 306 Theaza F. Eng. Heb Pleasantness 38 Tiaburn M. Friss. 2. People's Sword 375 Teodo M. Friss. 2. People's Ruler 374 Teodelef M. Friss. 2. People's Ruler 374 Teodoric M. Friss. 2. People's Ruler 374 Teodo M. Friss. 2. People's Ruler 374 Teago M. Span. Heb Supplanter 17 Teolef M. Friss. People's Ruler 374 Tiered M. Friss. 2. People's Prince 374 Tyrek M. Friss. 2. People's Ruler 375 Tyrek M. Friss. 2. People's Ruler 374 Tyert M. Friss. 2. People's Prince 374 Tib M. Eng. 2. People's Prince, 374 Tibble M. Eng. 2. People's Prince, 374 Tibella M. Eng. 2. People's Prince, 374 Tibout M. Fr. 2. People's Prince, 374 Tibby F. Scott. Heb Godzo, 35 Tibble M. Eng. 2. People's Prince, 374 Tybelda F. Eng. 2. People's Prince, 374 Tibata F. Eng. People's Prince, 374 Tibout M. Fr. 2. People's Prince, 374 Tide M. Friss. 2. People's Ruler, 374 Tidmer M. Friss. 2. People's Fame, 374 Tido M. Friss. 2. People's Ruler, 374 Tybold M. Jur. 2. People's Prince, 374 Tidmer M. Friss. 2. People's Fame, 375 Tynet FFR GR. Crown 97 Tynan MFR GR. Crown 96 Tynot MFR GR. Crown 96 Tiernan M. Celt Kingly, 258 Teich M. Neth. 2. People's Rule, 375 Tiffany F. Eng GR. Divine Manifestation, 212 Tiga F. Let GR. God's Gift, 101 Tigirnak M. Celt Kingly, 257 Tigo M. Let GR. God's Gift, 102 Tihimil M. Slav. Slav. Silent Love, 445 Tihimir M. Slav. Slav. Silent Peace, 445 Tihislav M. Slav. Slave, Silent Glory, 445 Tyke F. Let GR. God's Gift, 101 Tikla F. Paul, Slav. Goddess of Good Luck, Til F. Eng 2. Mighty Battle Maid, 422 Tilda F. Eng 2. Mighty Battle Maid, 422 Tile M. Neth 2. People's Rule, 373 Til F. Jur 2. Mighty Battle Maid, 422 Tilo M. Friss. 2. People's Rule, 375 Tim M. GR. Fear God, 104 Timophi M. Russ, GR. Fear God, 104 Timosha M. Russ, GR. Fear God, 104 Timoteo Emmet, GR. Fear God, 104 Timothea F. Eng, GR. Fear God, 104 Timothy MFR, GR. Fear God, 104 Timotheos MGR. Fear God, 104 Timotheus MJR. Lat. Fear God, 104 Timothy M. Eng. Lat. Fear God, 104 Timotage M. Paul, GR. Fear God, 104 Timotage M. Slav, GR. Fear God, 104 Tina F. It 2 Man 359 Tyne F. Jur, GR. Christian 105 Tio FS GR. Gift of God 101 Terza F. Eng. Heb Pleasantness 38 Tifween FFR, GR. Divine Manifestation 212 Tit MS. Lat. Safe 136 Tita Emmet. Lat. Safe 136 Tite MFR. Lat. Safe 136 Titianus M. Lat. Safe 136 Tito Effet Lat. Safe 136 Titurius M. Lat. Safe 136 Titus M. Lat. Safe 136 Tivador M. Hung, GR. Divine Gift 101 Tis Let 2. People's Ruler 375 Tiziano Emmet. Lat. Safe 136 T. Jerry M. Russ. 2. People's Ruler 375 T. Jod M. Nor. 2. The People 375 T. Judger M. Nor. 2. People's Spear 375 T. Jodricker M. Nor. 2. People's Ruler 375 T. Jodolv M. Nor. 2. People's Wolf 375 T. Jodwold M. Nor. 2. People's Power 375 T. Jockle F. Russ, GR. Divine Fame 103 Tobis M. Swiss Heb. Goodness of the Lord 49 Tobage M. Russ, Heb. Goodness of the Lord 49 Tobia M. It Jur, Heb. Goodness of the Lord 49 Tobias M. Hung Eng Span, Heb. Goodness of the Lord 49 Tobias M. Paul, Heb. Goodness of the Lord 49 Tobies M. Swiss, Heb. Goodness of the Lord 49 Tobijah M. Russ, Slov, Heb. Goodness of the Lord 49 Toby M. Eng, Heb. Goodness of the Lord 49 Tobises M. Let, Heb. Goodness of the Lord 49 To Do M. Friss. 2. People's Ruler 375 Toter M. Ill, Slov, GR. Divine Gift 101 Toderic M. Slov. 2. People's Ruler 375 Toph M. Neth, GR. Christ Bearer 106 Toffel M. Neth, GR. Christ Bearer 106 Toger Nor. 2. People's Spear 375 Tanet FFR. Lat. Inestimable 142 Toinon FFR. Lat. Inestimable 142 Twardelvach M. Kelt. Tall as a Tower 259 Tok M. Dan Raving 419 Tola F. Ram, Lat. Victor 197 Tolo M. Ram, Lat. Victor 197 Ptolomeo MFR. Heb, son of Furrows 25 Talv M Dan 2, Thor's wolf 302 Tom M Eng Aram, twin 21 Toma M Il Aram, twin 21 Tomelhade M Urs Kelt, 21 Tomas M Span Il Aram, twin 21 Tomasa F Span Aram, twin 21 Thomas M Paul Aram, twin 21 Tome M Span Aram, twin 21 Tomaso Emmet Aram, twin 21 Tonic M Slov Lat, inestimable 142 Tone M Slov Lat, inestimable 142 Tonic M Slov Lat, inestimable 142 Tony M Bav Lat, inestimable 142 Tonieto Emmet Lat, inestimable 142 Tonio Emmet Lat, inestimable 142 Tonasich M Lus Lat, inestimable 142 Tons M Fris Lat, inestimable 142 Tonk M Lus Lat, inestimable 142 Tunnely M Swiss Lat, inestimable 142 Tunnies M Fris Lat, inestimable 142 Tunnio M S Lat, inestimable 142 Tunnies M S Lat, inestimable 142 Tool M Dutch Lat, inestimable 142 Tool Kelt Lordly 258 Tune M Dutch Lat, inestimable 142 Tunch M Dutch Lat, inestimable 142 Torchel M Norman 2, Thor's Cauldron 301 Toribio M Span 2, Thor's Bear 302 Torkel M Dan 2, Thor's Cauldron 302 Torkatile M Nor 2, Thor's Cauldron 302 Torley F Swiss GR, Gift of God 101 Tormaid M Gale 2, Njord's Man 306 Torquato Emmet Lat, wearing a neck chain 164 Torquatus M Lat, wearing a neck chain 164 Torquil M Eng 2, Thor's Pledge or Cauldron 164 302 Toso M Il GR, Divine Gift 302 Tostain M Nor 2, Thor's Stone 302 Tostig M Eng 2, Harsh Day 419 Tostein MFR 2, Thor's Stone 302 Totilla M Lat 2, Battle Leader 302 Tot M Jur 2, People 374 Tots M Let GR, Fear God 104 Tausaint MFR Lat, All Saints 219 Tovi M Swiss Heb, Beloved 47 Tovli M Swiss Heb, Beloved 47 Tracy F Eng GR, Carrying Ears of Corn 124 Trahern M Welsh Lat, 164 Trajano Emmet Lat, 164 Trajanus Lat, 164 Trottle F Bav 2 Spear Maid 368 Trogot M Jur, Trust God 468 Trenel M Bav GR, Pure 123 Treshan F Ham GR, Harvester 124 Truehold M Jur, Faithful 456 Tri F Swiss GR, Pure 123 Triley F Swiss GR, Pure 123 Trine F Swiss GR, Pure 123 Trinely F Swiss GR, Pure 123 Trinet F French GR, Pure 123 Trino FS GR, Pure 123 Tristan MFR, Kelt, Harold 274 Tristano Emmet, Kelt, Harold 274 Tristram M Eng, Kelt, Harold 275 Trix F Eng, Lat Blesser 184 Trod F Eng Nor, Constant Battle Maid 319 Trophim M Russ, GR, Nourishing 94 Trophimus M Lat, GR, Nourishing 94 Troth F Eng 2, Constant Battle Maid 319 Trudchen F Jur 2, Spear Maid 368 Trude F Jur, Let 2, Spear Maid 368 Trudel F N Lands 2, Spear Maid 368 Trudge F Neth 2, Spear Maid 368 Truda FS 2, Spear Maid 368 Trudo FS 2, Spear Maid 368 TRWSD M Sim, Kelt, Proclaimer 275 Trig M Nor, 2, True 319 Trigv M Nor, 2, True 421 Trin F Dutch GR, Ure 123 Trifina, F Eng GR Dainty 94 Trifon MGR Dainty 94 Trifosa F Eng GR Dainty 94 Tristam M Eng, Kelt, Harold 275 Sasson F Fris GR, Christian 105 Tuathel M Urs Kelt, Lordly 258 Toolflaith F Urs Kelt, Noble Lady 258 Tudor M Welsh GR, Divine Gift 101 Tugendreich M Jur, 2, Virtue Rich, Tullia Effet Lat, Spout of Blood 130 Tullius M Lat, Spout of Blood 130 Tullus M Lat, Spout of Blood 130 Tunstall M Eng, 2. Thor's wolf 302 tungsten M. Eng. 2. Thor's stone 302 chuomas M. Fin. Aram. Twin 21 tersatile MAS. 2. Thor's kettle 302 turger M. Eng. 2. Thor's spear 302 turketal M. Eng. 2. Thor's kettle 302 turlazg Emer. Kelt. Tower like 259 Tverdimir M. Slav. Firm peace 442 Tverdislav M. Slav. Firm glory 442 Tverdko M. Slav. Firm 442 Twater M. Hung. Gr. Divine gift 101 Tybal F. Eng 2 People's Prince 374 Tybala F. Eng 2 People's Prince 374 Tybalt M. Eng 2 People's Prince 374 Tycho M. Lat 2 Raging 419 Tyadimer M. Friss 2 People's Fame 374 Tyke M. Dan 2 Raging 419 Tig M. Dan 2 Raging 419 Timelence M. Slav Gr. Fear God 104 Tino M. Lus Lat Healthy 153 Tyre M. Dan 2 Divine 306 T. Ziaso M. Friss Gr. Christian 105 U. Uedelbrecht M. Oger 2 Nobly Bright 409 Uedalrich M. Oger 2 Noble Ruler 410 ULC F. Urs Kelt Proud 224 Ubald M. Ger 2 Mind Prince 354 Ubalda MFR 2 Mind Prince 354 Ubaldo Emmet 2 Mind Prince 354 Uberto M. Span It 2 Mind Bright 354 Uck M. Prov 2 Mind 353 Uchted M. Eng 2 Mind Council 353 Ucko M. Friss 2 Noble Rule 412 Uda F. Ger 2 Rich 378 Udeland M. Ger 2 Noble Country 412 Udelrich M. Ger 2 Noble Ruler 409 Udelreich F. Ger 2 Noble Ruler 409 Udelreich FFR 2 Noble Ruler 409 Udolfo M. Idel 2 Noble Wolf 409 Udv M. Nor 2 Rich War 378 Uli M. Swiss 2 Noble Ruler 412 Uffo M. Ger 2 Wild Boar 337 Uggery Emmet 2 Holy 402 Yugo Emmet 2 Mind 353 Ugolino Emmet 2 Mind 353 Ugon M. Il 2 Mind 353 Ugon Emmet 2 Mind 353 Ugato Emmet 2 Mind 353 Aguchayani M. Idel 2 Mind 353 Ugs M. Ofr 2 Mind 353 Eustian M. Gale 2 Mind 353 Uladislaus M. Lat Slav Ruling Glory 442 Uland M. Ger 2 Noble Country 412 Albrecht M. Ger 2 Noble Splendor 410 Aldrich M. Let 2 Noble Ruler 409 Ulrich M. Friss 2 Noble Ruler 409 Ulf M. Nor 2 Wolf 336 Ulfak M. Eng 2 Tall Wolf 336 Ulfar M. Nor 2 Wolf Warrior 336 Ulfaner M. Eng 2 Wolf 336 Ulford M. Ger 2 Noble Peace 410 Ulfilas M. Lat 2 Wolf 336 Ulfried M. Ger 2 Noble Peace 410 Ulfric M. Eng 2 Wolf Ruler 336 Ulfhedin M. Ice 2 Wolf Fury 336 Ulfherdir M. Ice 2 Wolf Guard 336 Ulik MFR 2 Mind Reward 75 Ulasio Emmet Gr Hater 75 Ulis MFR Gr Hater 75 Ulfleader M. Ice Wolf Warrior 336 Ulk FM Friss 2 Noble Rule 410 Ul M. Nor 2 Will 314 Ulla F. Nor 2 Will 314 Uller M. Nor 2 314 Ulfilas M. Lat 2 Wolf 336 Ulrich M. Bohm FR 2 Noble Ruler 409 Ulrica F. Eng Ram 2 Noble Ruler 409 Ulrich M. Ger 2 Noble Ruler 409 Ulrico M. Idel 2 Noble Ruler 409 Ulri M. Slav 2 Noble Ruler 409 Ulrich M. Friss 2 Noble Ruler 409 Ulrica F. Russ 2 Noble Rule 409 Ulrich F. Ger 2 Noble Rule 409 Ulrich FFR 2 Noble Rule 409 Ulrich M. Paul 2 Noble Rule 409 Ulrica F. Paul 2 Noble Rule 409 Ulv M. Nor 2 Wolf 336 Ulva F. Nor 2 Wolf 336 Ulfhildur F. Nor 2 Wolf Battle Maid 336 Ulysses M. Lat Gr Hater 75 Una F. Urs Kelt famine 254 unkai f ers Celt, contentious 224 undine f jur, lat of the waves unna f ice 2, woman 307 uali f Swiss 2, noble ruler 411 ut f jur 2, rich 378 uppo m jur 2, wild boar 337 upravda m Slav. Uprightness 444 Urania, Feng, gr. Heavenly 72 Urani FFR gr. Heavenly 72 Uranius M lat, gr. Heavenly 72 Urban MFR, lat. Of the town 202 Urban M jur, Eng. Lat of the town 202 Urbana F jur lat. Of the town 202 Urbano Emit. Lat. Of the town 202 Urbanus M lat. Of the town 202 Urgel M span. 2. Holy 403 Araka F span. 2. Council of War 394 Urian M Welsh gr. Heavenly 72 Uric M Eng. 2. Noble ruler 409 Ursa F Slav. Lat. Bear 199 Urshel F jur lat. Bear 199 Urshla F Swiss lat. Bear 199 Ursel F Eng. Lat. Bear 199 Ursello M Ram. Lat. Bear 199 Ursilo Emit. Lat. Bear 199 Ursin M Fr. Lat. Bear 199 Ursino Emit. Lat. Bear 199 Ursli Feng. Lat. Bear 199 Ursola F span. Lat. Bear 199 Ursula F Rus. Lat. Bear 199 Ursula F jur. Eng. Lat. Bear 199 Ursul F Fr. Lat. Bear 199 Ursus M lat. Bear 199 Ursin M Paul. Bear 199 Ursula F Paul. Lat. Bear 199 F Lith, gr. Gift of God 102 Irvin M Rus. Lat of the town 202 Uda F jur 2. Rich 378 Uther M Welsh Celt. Terrible 267 Uts M jur 2. Noble ruler 409 Uzziah M Eng. Heb. Might of the Lord 9. 5. Václav M Bohm. Slav. Crown Glory 441 Václav M Bohm. Paul, Slav. Crown Glory 441 Václav M Bohm. Slav. Crown Glory 441 Val M Eng lat. Healthy 153 Valbjorg F Nor 2. Slaughter Protection 316 Valborg F Swede. 2. Slaughter Protection 316 Valberg F Swede. 2. Slaughter Protection 317 Vald M Nor. 2. Power 424 Valdemar MFR. 2. Powerful Fame 315 Valdis F Nor 2. Spirit of Slaughter 317 Valdis M lat. 2. Power 215 Valericus M lat. 2. Slaughter Spear 316 Valic M Bohm. Lat. Healthy 153 Valent Emmet. Lat. Healthy 153 Valentim M Port. Lat. Healthy 153 Valentin MFR. Lat. Healthy 153 Valentina. Effet lat. Healthy 153 Valentine M Eng lat. Healthy 153 Valentine FFR lat. Healthy 153 Valentino. Emmet lat. Healthy 153 Valentinus. M lat. Healthy 153 Valentin M Paul. Lat. Healthy 153 Valer M Jur lat. Healthy 152 Valaskita F span. 2. Slaughter 317 Valor MFR. Lat. Healthy 152 Valeria Effet Jur lat. Healthy 152 Valerianus M lat. Healthy 152 Valerie FFR Jur lat. Healthy 152 Valerian MFR lat. Healthy 152 Valerij M Rus. Lat. Healthy 152 Valerio Emmet. Lat. Healthy 152 Valerius M lat. Healthy 152 Valerie MFR. 2. Slaughter Ruler 317 Valska F Slav, Slav. Ruling Glory 441 Valgard M Nor 2. Foreign Spear 316 Valgjur M Ice 2. Foreign Spear 316 Valgjurda M Ice 2. Foreign Guard 316 Valhari M Frank 2. Slaughter Host 316 Valia M Span 2. Slaughter 316 Valmont FFR 2. Slaughter Protection 316 Valbergiz F Jur 2. Slaughter Protection or Powerful Protection 317 Valtheof M Nor 2. Foreign Thief 316 Valtred F Nor 2. Slaughter Maid 317 Vanjusha Dutch Grace of God 45 Vanka M Rus Heb. Grace of God 45 Vanny Emmet. Heb. Grace of God 45 Vanora F Scott Celt. White Wave 270 Vara F Ill. Gr. Stranger 117 Varphalomai M Rus. Aram. Son of Furrows 25 Varinka F. Rus Gr. Stranger 117 Varnava M. Rus Aram. Son of Consolation 24 Vartholomai M. Wall Aram. Son of Furrows 25 Varvara F. Rus Gr. Stranger 117 Vashka M. Rus Gr. Kingly 57 Vashti F. Eng, Pers, 57 Vassalage M. Il, Gr. Royal 112 Vaso M. Il, Gr. Royal 112 Vassalage M. Rus Gr. Royal 112 Vasja M. Rus Gr. Royal 112 Vaska M. Rus Gr. Royal 112 Vatroslav M. Slav, Slav. Fiery Glory 441 Vobert MFR 2. Bright Slaughter 317 Voberg FFR 2. Slaughter Protection 317 Vodru FFR 2. Slaughter Maid 317 Votrud FFR 2. Slaughter Maid 317 Vavrinek M. Bohm. Lat. Laurel 174 Vavazinek M. Paul. Lat. Laurel 174 Vebjorn M. Nor 2. Sacred Bear 320 Vebrand M. Nor 2. Sacred Sword 320 Vedis F. Nor 2. Sacred Sprite 320 Vedorm M. Nor 2. Sacred Snake 321 Vegger M. Nor 2. Sacred Spear 321 Vedhelm M. Nor 2. Sacred Helmet 321 Vedhild F. Nor 2. Sacred Battle Maid 321 Vefili F. Il, Kelt White Wave 270 Veka Bulg. Great Glory 441 Viked M. Bav 2. Living 198 Vadal M. Bav 2. Living 198 Vekislav M. Slav. Eternal Glory 441 Vekislava F. Slav. Eternal Glory 441 Velida F2. Wise Woman 441 Velislav F. M. Bulg Slav. Great Glory 441 Velika F. Bulg Slav. Great 441 Velimir M. Bulg Slav. Great Peace 441 Venceslav M. Slav Slav. Crown Glory 441 Benedict M. Rus. Lat. Blessed 184 Venetia F. Eng Kelt. Blessed 184 Venice F. Eng Kelt. Blessed 184 Ventura M. It. Lat. Well met 185 Venus M. Lat. Fair Venceslaus M. Jur. Slav. Crown Glory 441 Venceslav M. Rus. Slav. Crown Glory 441 Vera F. Serv. Slav. Faith 449 Verban M. Slav. Lat. Of the city 202 Vercingetorix M. Lat. Kelt. Chief of 100 Heads 237 Varana Jur. 2. Sacred Wisdom 331 Varana F. Jur. Lat. Gr. True Picture 207 Varenchen F. Jur. Lat. Gr. True Picture 227 Varanund M. Nor. 2. Guardian Protector 377 Vergasilinus M. Lat. Kelt. Man of the Banner 236 Vermudo M. Span. Bears Protection 339 Vernulfo M. Span. 2. Bearwolf 339 Vera F. Il. Slav. Faith 449 Veronica F. It Eng Lat. Gr. True Image 207 Veronik F. Jur. Lat. Gr. True Picture 207 Veronique FFR. Lat. Gr. True Picture 207 Vers M. Lat. Bor 337 Vestin M. Nor. Sacred Stone 321 Vestislav M. Bohm. Slav. Crown Glory 441 Veslide M. Nor 2. Western Wanderer 432 Vetalide M. Nor 2. Winter Wanderer 432 Veva F. Il. Kelt. White Wave 270 Veve F. Bav Kelt. White Wave 270 Vevena F. Scott Kelt. Melodious Woman 224 Victoire FFR Lat. Victorious 197 Victor M. Jur FR Eng Lat. Conqueror 197 Victoria F. Eng Lat. Conqueror 197 Victory F. Jur Lat. Victorious 197 Victorine FFR Lat. Victorious 197 Vid M. Bohm. Lat. Life 320 Vita M. Hung. Lat. Life 198 320 Vita F. Eng. Heb, Beloved 320 Vigbrand M. Jur. 2. War Sword 418 Vigilius M. Lat. 2. Warring 418 Vigfus M. Jur. 2. War Eagerness 418 Vigherd MAS. 2. War Firmness 418 Viglaf MAS. 2. War Relic 418 Viglake M. Nor. 2. War Sport 418 Victor M. Slav Lat. Conqueror 197 Vikentage M. Rus Lat. Conqueror 197 Viking M. Nor 2. Bay Inhabitant 432 Vilbjorg F. Nor 2. Resolute Protection 314 Vilum M. Bohm 2. Resolute Helmet 314 Vilom M. Paul 2. Resolute Helmet 314 Viljelm M. Rus. 2. Resolute helmet, 314 Vilgerd M. Nor, 2. Resolute protection, 314 Wilhelm Slav, Hung, 2. Resolute helmet, 314 Wilhelmine F. Swede, 2. Resolute helmet, 314 Viljalm M. Nor, 2. Resolute helmet, 314 Villabaldo M. Port, 2. Resolute prince, 314 Vincenc M. Bohm, Lat. Conquering, 197 Vincencio M. Span, Lat. Conquering, 197 Vincents M. Jur, Lat. Conquering, 197 Vincent M. Eng, Fr, Lat. Conquering, 197 Vincent M. Port, Lat. Conquering, 197 Vincenti M. Paul, Lat. Conquering, 197 Vincents M. Jur, Lat. Conquering, 197 Vincenzio M. It, Lat. Conquering, 197 Vincigera M. It, Lat. 2. Conquering war, 197 Vincislo M. It Slav Crown Glory, 441 Vinx M. Hung, Lat. Conquering, 197 Viola, F. It Lat Violet 206 Violante, F. Span Lat Violet 206 Violet F. Scott Lat Violet 206 Violet F. Fr Lat Violet 206 Virgimaris, M. Lat Celt, Great Dark Man, 237 Virgil M. Eng Lat. Flourishing, 153 Virgil M. Fr. Lat. Flourishing, 153 Virgilio M. It Lat. Flourishing, 153 Virgilius M. Lat. Flourishing, 153 Virginia F. It Eng Lat. Flourishing, 153 Virginie F. Fr. Lat. Flourishing, 153 Virginio M. It Lat. Flourishing, 153 Virginius M. Lat. Flourishing, 153 Viriathus M. Lat. Celt. Man of Fire, 237 Virides F. It Lat. Green, 206 Vishtaspa M. Pers Zend. Possessor of Horses Vita M. Russ Bohm, Lat. Living, 197 VJTA M. Bohm, Lat. Living, 197 Vital MFR Jur, Lat. Of Life, 197 Vital Emmet, Lat. Of Life, 197 Vitaliana F. Jur, Lat. Of Life, 197 Vitalianus M. Lat. Of Life, 197 Vitalage M. Russ, Lat. Of Life, 197 Vitalis M. Lat. Of Life, 197 Vitger M. Ice, 2. Wise Man, 321 Vitter Emmet, Lat. Conqueror, 197 Vittoria F. It Lat. Conqueror, 197 Vitus M. Lat. Living, 197 Vivia F. Lat. Lively, 197 Vivian M. Feng, Lat. Lively, 198 Viviana F. It Lat. Lively, 198 Viviano F. It Lat. Lively, 198 Vivian MFR, Lat. Lively, 198 Vivienne FFR, Lat. Lively, 198 Vigira F. Russ, Slav. Faith, 439 Vladimir M. Russ, Slav. Ruling the World, 442 Vladislav M. Serv, Slav. Ruling the World, 442 Vladislav M. Russ, Slav. Ruling the World, 442 Vladivaj M. Russ, Slav. Ruling the Army, 442 Vladislav M. Paul, Slav. Ruling the World, 442 Vladislavka F. Paul, Slav. Ruling the World, 442 Vlaho M. Hung, Lat. Babbler 159 Vlas M. Russ, Lat. Babbler 159 Vlasage M. Russ, Lat. Babbler 159 Vodsach M. Paul, Slav. Warrior 441 Vojtek M. Bohm, Slav. Warrior 441 Vojte M. Slav, Slav. Warrior 441 Wolfgango M. It 2. Wolf's Progress 336 Volker M. Jur, 2. People's Guard 371 Volkmer M. Jur, 2. People's Fame 371 Volgard M. Jur, 2. People's Guard 371 Volgvard M. Jur, 2. People's Guard 371 Volodia M. Russ, Slav. Ruling the World 442 Volodinka M. Russ, Slav. Ruling the World 442 Volander M. Nor 2. Artful. 313 Vortigern M. Eng, Celt. Great King 238 Vortia F. Lus Gr. Gift of God 102 Vratislav M. Slav, Slav. Brilliant Fame 441 Vreed F. Urs Gr. Pearl 123 Vreneli F. Swab, Lat. Gr. True Image 207 Vselev M. Slav, Slav. All Glory 442 Vsevolod M. Slav, Slav. All Ruler 442 Vuk M. Slav, Slav. Wolf 336 Vukmil M. Slav, Slav. Wolf Love 335 Vukmir M. Slav, Slav. Wolf Peace 335 Vuxlev M. Slav, Slav. Wolf Glory 335 Wolfger M.A.S. 2. Wolf Spear 335 Wolfher, MAS2, Wolf Warrior 335 Wolfhilde, FMAS2, Wolf Battle Maid 335 Wolfmer, MAS2, Wolf Fame 335 Wolfnot, MAS2, Wolf Violence 335 Wolfston, MAS2, Wolf Stone 335 Vi F Friss, Wisdom 107 Vispslav M Slav, Slav, Highest Glory 442 Vivian Feng, Lat Living 198, W. Wabel M Bav, Aram, Son of Furrows 25 Wabasha M Red Indian Red Leaf Wabam M Bav, Aram, Son of Furrows 25 Waitkis M Lith, Slav, Warrior Walla M Span 2, Slaughter 311 Wallahuri M Frank 2, Slaughter Host 317 Wallamund M Frank 2, Slaughter Protection 317 Wallaric M Frank 2, Slaughter King 317 Wallaram M Frank 2, Slaughter Raven 317 Walber FS 2, Slaughter Protection 317 425 Walbert Mger 2, Power Bright 317 425 Waldberga Feng 2, Powerful Protection 317 425 Waldemar M Angger 2, Powerful Fame 425 Waldhuri M Frank 2, Powerful Warrior 425 Waldel M Bav 2, Will Bold 315 Waldo M Frank 2, Power 425 315 Waldobert Mger 2, Power Bright 425 Waldrich Mger 2, Powerful Rule 425 Whalen M Eng 2, Foreign Thief 316 Whalerin M Flem 2, or Lat, Healthy 152 Walfred Mger 2, Powerful Peace 316 Wallench M Lith, Lat, Healthy 152 Walmer Mger 2, Slaughter Fame 316 Walpert Mger 2, Slaughter Bright 311 Walpole F Bav 2, Powerful Protection 311 428 Walpora F Lus 2, Slaughter Protection 316 Walperd F Flem 2, Slaughter Protection 311 425 Walberg F Ger 2, Slaughter Protection 311 Walram Mger 2, Slaughter Raven 316 Walston M Eng 2, Slaughter Stone 311 Walter M Eng 2, Powerful Warrior 425 Waltfrid M Oger 2, Powerful Peace 425 Waltheof M Eng 2, Foreign Thief 316 Walther Mger 2, Powerful Warrior 425 Waltier MOFR 2, Powerful Warrior 425 Waltinch M Let, Lat, Healthy 151 Waltel M Bav 2, Powerful Warrior 425 Walwyn M Eng Kelt, Hawk of Battle 272 Wamba M Span 2, Belly 427 Wanders F Scott Kelt White Wave 270 Warrand Mger 2, Protecting 420 Warmund Mger 2, Protecting Guard 420 Warner M Eng 2, Protecting Warrior 420 Warno Mger 2, Protecting 420 Warnfrid Mger 2, Protecting Peace 420 Warnibold Mger 2, Protecting Prince 420 Warren M Eng 2, Protecting Friend 420 Wastel M Bav Gr. Venerable 111 Watt M Eng 2, Powerful Warrior 425 Wadajamet M Red Indian Eagle's Nest, Water M Eng 2, Powerful Warrior 425 Waters M Let 2, Powerful Warrior 425 Wattier M OFR 2, Powerful Warrior 425 Wattleys M Swiss 2, Powerful Warrior 425 Wattles M Eng 2, Powerful Warrior 425 Wadi 425 Woin M Eng Kelt, Hawk of Battle 272 Wall M Bav, Aram, Son of Furrows 25 Wayland M Eng 2, Artful 313 Weigel M Friss 2, Warring 418 Wealthyoff MAS 2, Foreign Thief 316 Welf Mger 2, Wolf 335 Welfhard Mger 2, Wolf Strong 335 Wenceslaus M Eng Slav Crown Glory 441 Wendell FMger 2, Wandering Wendella Fger 2, Wandering Wendelgard FMger 2, Wandering Guard Wendelger Mger 2, Wandering Spear Wendelin Mger 2, Wanderer Wendeline Fger 2, Wanderer Wenifried F Eng Kelt White Wave 270 Wendy's Mlet Slav, Ruling Glory 441 Wenzel Mger Slav, Crown Glory 441 Werberga F Eng 2, Powerful Protection 420 Werlins Mlet 2, Adventuring Life 433 Werner Emger 2. Protecting Army 420 Wernhard Emger 2. Protecting Firmly 420 Wernher Emger 2. Protecting Army 420 Wedu M Fin 2. Peace Ruler 296 Wedaka M Fin 2. Peace Ruler 296 Wiart M Friss 2. War Firmness 418 Wicco M Friss 2. War Bright 418 Wido Emoger 2. Life 321 Wig MAS 2. War 418 Wigand Emger 2. Warring 418 Wigbald Emger 2. War Prince 418 Wigbert Emger 2. War Bright 418 Wigberga Efger 2. War Protection 418 Wige Emger 2. Warring 418 Wighard Emger 2. War Firm 418 Wighelm Emger 2. War Helmet 418 Wigher Emger 2. Warrior 418 Wiglaf Efger 2. War Relic 418 Wigland Efger 2. War Snake 418 Wigman Emger 2. War Man 418 Wigmer Emger 2. War Fame 418 Wigram Emger 2. War Raven 418 Wits Emlet Lat. Life 320 Wyke Eflet Gr. Wisdom 107 Wilbrand Emger 2. Willing Sword 314 Wilfred Emeng 2. Resolute Peace 314 Wilfrith Emeng 2. Resolute Peace 314 Wilfrey Emeng 2. Resolute Peace 314 Wilhelm M Swissger 2. Helmet of Resolution 315 Wilhelmina F Eng 2. Helmet of Resolution 315 Wilhelmine Fger 2. Helmet of Resolution 315 Willip M Friss Gr. Horselover 79 Willips M Let Gr. Horselover 79 Will M Eng 2. Helmet of Resolution 315 Willom MOFR 2. Helmet of Resolution 315 Will M Swiss 2. Helmet of Resolution 315 Willibald M Dutch 2. Resolute Prince 314 Willihad Mger 2. Resolute Battle 314 Wilhelmi MFR 2. Helmet of Resolution 314 Willen M Lus Netherlands 2. Helmet of Resolution 314 Willemin F Dutch 2. Helmet of Resolution 314 Willem F Dutch 2. Helmet of Resolution 314 William M Eng 2. Helmet of Resolution 315 Williamina F Eng 2. Helmet of Resolution 315 Willibald Mger 2. Resolute Prince 314 Willibert Mger 2. Bright Will 314 Willibroord MAS 2. 314 Williberg Fger 2. Resolute Protection 314 Willie M Scott 2. Helmet of Resolution 315 Willigiz Mger 2. Pledge of Resolution 314 Willihard Mger 2. Willing Firmness 314 Willihari Mger 2. Resolute Warrior 314 Willihild F Frank 2. Resolute Battle Maid 314 Willihold MAS 2. Resolute Power 314 Willimer Mger 2. Resolute Fame 314 Williram Mger 2. Willing Raven 314 Willirat Mger 2. Willing Resolute Council 314 Willirik Mger 2. Willing Resolute Ruler 314 Willow M Friss 2. Willing Helmet 314 Willy Wolf Mger 2. Willing Wolf 314 Willy Emeng 2. Helmet of Resolution 315 Wilmer Mger 2. Willing Fame 314 Wilmot F Eng 2. Helmet of Resolution 316 Wilmod Mger 2. Resolute Mood 315 Wilmot M Eng 2. Resolute Mood 314 Wilrich Mger 2. Resolute Ruler 314 Wiltrud Fger 2. Resolute Battle Maid 314 Winfred Emeng 2. Friend of Peace 427 Winfrith MAS 2. Friend of Peace 427 Wingelach M Brett Kelt. White 270 Winger Mger 2. Friend of War 427 Winnibald MAS 2. Friend of Valor 427 Winifred F Eng Kelt White Stream 270 Winmer Mger 2. Friend of Fame 427 Winrad Mger 2. Friends Council 427 Winrich Mger 2. Friend of Rule 427 Winnie F Kelt. Famine 70 Whippert Mger 2. War Bright 418 Whippled Mger 2. War Prince 418 Wiremo M Mary 2. Will Helmet 315 Wisdom F Eng 421 Wishard Mger 2. Wise Strength 321 Whitger Mger 2. Wood Spear 321 Wittiza M Span 2. Wood Dweller 321 Whittled Emger, 2. Wood Power 321 Whitolf Emger, 2. Wood Wolf 321, 325 Whitram Emger, 2. Forest Raven 321 Whittekind Emger, 2. Forest Dweller 321 Wittich Emger, 2. Wood Dweller 321 Wittig Emger, 2. Wood Dweller 321 W. Latimer M. Paul, Slav. Ruling Peace 442 W. Laddies M. Let, Slav. Ruling Glory 442 W. Ladislav M. Paul, Slav. Ruling Glory 442 Walbrecht Emger, 2. Wolf Brightness 335 Wolder M. Dutch, 2. Powerful Warrior 425 Wolf Emger, 2. Wolf 335 Wolfer Emger, 2. Wolf Army 335 Wolfgang Emger, Wolf's Progress 335 Wolfhart Emger, 2. Wolf's Firmness 335 Wolfmer Emger, 2. Wolf Fame 335 Wolfred Emger, 2. Wolf's Advice 335 Wolfram Emger, 2. Wolf Raven 335 Wolfrich Emger, 2. Wolf Ruler 335 Wouter M. Dutch, 2. Powerful Warrior 425 Ursola F. Bohm, Lat. Bear 199 Ridrix M. Let, 2. Peace Ruler 296 Rizzies M. Let, 2. Peace Ruler 296 Wolfston M.A.S., 2. Wolfstone 335 Wursla F. Luss, Lat. Bear 199 Wya Emger, 2. Warring 418 Wygard M. Friss, 2. Warring 418. Footnote 2. This, one of the English missionary nun princesses in Germany, is the patroness of the celebrated Walpurgisnacht. She died at Heidenheim, and her rite feast is on the 25th of February, but being translated to Kritzstadt on the 1st of May and minced into numerous relics, the latter day was also hers, and strangely became connected with the witches' Sabbath. 10. Xanthippe FGR. Yellow Horse 78 Xavier M. Span, Arab. Bright 299 Xavier MFR, Arab. Bright 299 Zavary F. Span, Arab. Bright 299 Zaveric M. Wall, Arab. Bright 299 Zavirio Emmet, Arab. Bright 299 Zavary M. Paul, Arab. Bright 299 Xenia F. Russ, GR. Hospitality 93 Xerxes M. Eng, Pers. Venerable King Ximon M. Span. 330 Ximna F. Span, 330 Zimin M. Span, Heb, Obedient 17 Zist MFR, Lat. 6th 138. Y. Yago M. Span, Heb, Supplanter 17 Yatmund M. Dan 2. Happy Protection 378 Yeston M. Welsh Lat. Just 192 Ungvar M. Nor 2. Ing's Warrior 325 Ungv M. Nor 2. 325 Unner M. Welsh Lat. Honorable 190 Yolland F. Prov, Lat. Violet 206 Yolette FFR, Lat. Violet 206 Yorworth M. Welsh 2. Happy Guard 378 Usable F. Span, Heb. God's Oath 35 Usya M. Fr, Heb. Salvation of the Lord 48 Usyult FFR Celt, Spectacle 275 Usand FFR Celt, Spectacle 275 Usult Feng, Celt. Spectacle 275 Ewings MFR, Celt. Young Warrior 273 Ivane M. Brett, Celt. Young Warrior 273 Ivan M. 2. Archer 326 Iwane M. Welsh Celt. Young Warrior 273. Zechariah's M. Span, Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zechariah Emmet Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zach M. Eng, Bav Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zechariah M. Jur Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zechariah M. Eng, Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zechariah's M. Port, Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zachary M. Fr, Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zachary M. Eng, Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zacharias M. Paul, Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zeshe M. Fr, Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zashio Emmet Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zashers M. Bav Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zasheres M. Bav Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zashes M. Bav Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zashio M. Port, Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zacchaeus M. Eng Jur, Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zayde FFR. 458 Zechariah's M. Est, Heb. Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zachalina F. Russ, Heb, Supplanter 18 Zacharias M. Hung, Heb, Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zacchaeus M. Hung, Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zaccho M. Ill, Heb, Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zan M. Danzig Gr. Christian 105 Zan M. Gr. Heb, Supplanter 17 Zanata F. Russ, Heb. Grace of the Lord 46 Zaquio M. Span, Heb, Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zara F. Arab Heb Princess 13 Zasso M. Friss, Gr. Christian 105 Zebulun M. Eng, Heb, Dwelling Zechariah M. Eng, Heb, Remembrance of the Lord 51 Zedekiah M. Eng, Heb, Justice of the Lord 49 Zedina F. Gerlat, of Sidon 200 Zenab F. Arab, Father's Ornament 62 Zelimir M. Slav, Wishing Peace. Zeland, Conquering Snake 347 Zelislav M. Slav, Wishing Glory Zenida F. Russ, Gr. Daughter of Zeus 62 Zenaid FFR Gr. Daughter of Zeus 62 Zenovieva F. Russ Celt White Wave 270 Zeno MGR. From Zeus 62 Zenobia F. Lat, Aram. Father's Ornament 62 Zenobi FFR. Arab. Father's Ornament 62 Zenobio M. Milan, Gr. From Zeus 62 Zenobius M. Lat. 62 Zenon MGR Gr. From Zeus 62 Zenovia F. Russ, Arab. Father's Ornament 62 Zenovia F. Russ, Slav, Goddess of Hunting 440 Zents F. Bav, Lat, Increasing 198 Zents M. Bav, Lat, Conquering 197 Zenzel M. Bav, Lat, Conquering 197 Zenzel F. Bav, Lat, Increasing 198 Zephaniah M. Eng, Heb, Protected of the Lord 50 Zephyrine FFR. Gr. Like the Zephyr Zera M. Eng, Heb, Rising of Light 51 Zerdasht M. Pers Zend. Gold Star 57 437 Zerubabel M. Eng, Heb, Born at Babel Zesk Slav 2, Free 300 Zezalija F. Russ Lat Blind 144 Zikmund M. Bohm 2, Conquering Protection 358 Zilia F. Fen Lat, 145 Ziliola F. Fen, Lat, 145 Zilla F. Eng, Heb. Shadow 11 Zinvra F. Fen, Kelt, White Wave 270 Ziroslav M. Acorn Glory, Zivan M. Slav, Living 198 Zivana F. Living 198 Zizi F. Russ, Arab, Father's Ornament 62 Zilata F. Slav Slav, Gold 445 Zilatana F. Slav Slav, Gold 445 Zilataber M. Slav, Slav, Gold 445 Zilak M. Slav, Slav, Gold 445 Zilatoj M. Slav, Slav, Gold Love 445 Zilateljub M. Slav, Slav, Gold Love 445 Zlatislav M. Slav, Slav, Gold Love 445 Zlatost M. Russ, Slav, Goldmouth 445 Zoe FFR Gr, Life 11 Zofia F. Paul Gr, Wisdom 107 Zoya F. Russ, Gr, Life 11 Zomles M. Let, Heb, Asked of God 20 Zon FFR Gr. Carrying Ears of Corn 124 Zora F. Ill, Slav, Dawn 437 Zorana F. Ill, Slav Dawn 437 Zor F. Ill, Heb Princess 14 Zorica F. Slav, Dawn 437 Zoroslava F. Ill Slav, Dawn of Glory 437 Zoroaster M. Eng, Pers, Golden Star 57 437 Zosa F. Swiss Heb, Lily 50 Zosel F. Swiss Heb, Lily 50 Zoja F. Paul. Gr. Wisdom 107 Ziga M. Hung, 2. Conquering Protection 356 Zigmund M. Hung, 2. Conquering Protection 356 Zoffly F. Hung Gr. Wisdom 107 Zoph F. Hung Gr. Wisdom 107 Zusane F. Let, Heb, Lily 50 Zusanna F. Hung Heb, Lily 50 Zwetlana F. Russ, Slav, Star 437 Zygmunt M. Paul, Heb. Conquering Protection 358. Footnote 3. Every form of every name given in the index is not to be found in the text, but in all cases where a reference is given, the history, as far as ascertainable, of the leading portion of the original name will be found. History of Christian Names. Introductory chapter. The spirit of nomenclature. Much has been written upon the surname, a comparatively modern invention, while the individual, or, as we term it, the Christian name, has barely received, here and there, a casual notice from English authors, and has seldom been treated of collectively or comparatively. Yet there is much that is extremely curious and suggestive in the rise and signification of the appellations of men and women, their universal or partial popularity, the alterations by which they have been adapted to different languages, their familiar abbreviations, the patronymics formed from them, and the places or articles called from them. In fact, we shall find the history, the religion, and the character of a nation stamped upon the individuals in the names which they bear. It is to Christian names, properly so called, that our attention will chiefly be directed. Other names, not acknowledged at any time as baptismal, or only given so exceptionally as not to deserve notice, are here omitted, or only treated of when their analogy is needed to illustrate the history of a true Christian name. The original proper names of men and women arose. First, from some circumstance connected with the birth, such as Esau hairy, Jacob taking by the heel, Agrippa born with the feet foremost. Secondly, from the complexion, e.g., Edom red, Flavius and Fulvius yellow, Don brown, Ruhad red, Boyd yellow, Blanche fair. Thirdly, from the qualities desired for the child, such as David, meaning beloved, the Persian Espamidas and Greek Philippos, both lovers of horses, the Celtic Eachade, a horseman, the Teutonic Egifu, happy gift, the Slavonic Piarzemisl, the thoughtful. Fourthly, from an animal, Deborah the bee, Jonah, Columba, Galubica, the dove, Zeb, Lycos, Lupus, Ulf, Yuck, all signifying that strangely popular wild beast the wolf. Fifthly, from a weapon, as the Teuton Gar a spear. Sixthly, from a jewel, Motmahal in Persian, pearl of the harem, the Greek margarite, a pearl in Greek, the Teutonic stein, a stone or jewel in Teutonic. Seventhly, religious names dedicating the child to the divinity, such as Ishmael, herd of God, Elijah, God the Lord, and among idolaters Artemidorus, gift of Artemis, Jovianus belonging to Jupiter, Brigid, the Irish goddess of smiths and poets, Thorgils, Thor's pledge. To these we may add a few names of flowers, chiefly borne by women, and always indicating a poetical nation, such as Susanna, Lilias, Rhoda, Rose, and the Slavonic Smiljana, the amaranth, a description of name never found among the unimaginative Romans. Also a few indicating a time of deep sorrow and distress, when the child was born, such as Beriah, son of evil, named when it went ill with his father Ephraim, Jabez, sorrow, Ichabod, the glory is departed. These being of ill omen, never prevailed among the joyous Greeks, but among the quick-feeling Celts we find Una, famine, and Ida, thirsty names recording, no doubt, times of sorrow. Also Posthumus and Tristan, though not originally bearing the meaning since attributed to them, and Dolores, a name of Spanish Roman Catholic growth, have all been applied to express the mournful circumstances of some child of misery, baptized in tears. Natural defects have likewise furnished names, such as Balbus, the stammerer, the Irish Doran, the sullen, and Unkai, the contentious. These are most common among the Romans, owing to their habit of continuing a father's name, however acquired, to the son. And the Romans likewise stand almost alone in their strange and uncomplimentary fashion of giving individual names from numbers, one in which they have not been imitated, except now and then, where the number of a family has become so remarkable as to be deemed worthy of commemoration in the names of the younger children. There is, however, said to be a family in Michigan where the sons are called 1, 2, 3 stickaway, and the daughters 1st, 2nd, 3rd stickaway. The invention of original names usually takes place in the early stages of a people's history, for a preference soon arises for established names, already borne by kindred, and as the spoken tongue drifts away from the primitive form, the proper name becomes a mere appellative with the original meaning forgotten, and often with a new one incorrectly applied to it. The names in popular use almost always belong to a more ancient language than that spoken by the owners, or else they are imported from some other nation and adapted to the mouths of those who use them. Flexibility of speech is only acquired at a very early age, and persons who have never spoken any other than their mother tongue have no power to catch foreign sounds and either distort them or assimilate them to words of their own. The ear catches the word imperfectly, the lips pronounce it after their own fashion, and the first writer who hears it sets it down to the best of his ability, to be read, as it may chance, by others, ignorant of the sound the letters were meant to represent, and thus striking out absolute novelties. Even where it travels by the medium of writing, the letters of one language are so inadequate to express the sounds of another, that great changes take place in pronunciation, even while the spelling remains unaltered, and these become visible in the popular contractions. Thus, a foreign conquest, or the fusion of one nation into another, while introducing two orders of names to the same country, and in breaking up and intermixing their original forms of speech, yet leaves untouched the names belonging to the old language, though the spoken tongue goes on living, growing, and altering. The Hebrew is an instance of this process. It was a living tongue up to the Babylonish captivity and constantly formed new names from the ordinary speech of the people. But when the Jews returned, they spoke the Aramean dialect. The Old Hebrew was dead. They still called their children by mangled and contracted Hebraisms, inherited from their forefathers, but were in general not aware of their meaning, and were willing to give them Greek terminations to suit the literary taste of the East. That there was no vigor to throw out new names is attested by the very scanty number of Aramean derivation. Yet it is these corrupted Hebrew names, marred by Aramean pronunciation, by Greek writing, and by the speech of every country, that are the most universally loved and honored in every Christian land. Greek may be said to have never died, and it has, from first to last, been the most vigorous of all languages in creating and spreading names, which are almost all easily explicable. Hellas, though frequently conquered, has by its glorious literature, both pagan and Christian, gained wide dominion for its language, and even the present vernacular of the peasant and sailor is not so decayed, but that they can comprehend a line of Homer or a verse of St. John. Thus there is a long list of Greek names ever new, with comparatively few importations from other tongues, and for the most part conveying their meaning and augury. On the contrary, before Latin was born, the dialects that had produced Latin names were decaying, and those who, by inheritance, bore the scanty stock that came down to them were often at a loss for their meaning. Nor in general is it so much the names actually borne by ancient Romans, as appellations formed out of the Latin language, that have been the Latin contribution to Christian nomenclature. The universal victors chiefly spread Roman names by adopting the conquered as their clients, and conferring their own nomina when they bestowed the right of citizenship. Celtic still lives in its corners of the world, and its old names have for the most part continued in use, but usually each with a name by the side from some more fashionable tongue, supposed to translate it to the civilized ear. For instance, Tag, which means in Erse a poet, is called in English speech Teague or Thady, and then further transformed into the Aramean Thaddeus praise, or the Greek Timothy honor God, with an utter loss of the true association. The Teutonic names are taken from the elder branches of the Teuton languages, before they became commingled in different degrees with the later progeny of Latin and with one another. We here use the word Teutonic because it is the most convenient term by which to express the class of languages spoken by the great Germanic family, though we are aware that it is not absolutely correct as a class appellation, including the whole. Iceland and Scandinavia use their ancient tongue, but slightly altered, and there may be found the true forms and interpretations of the greater number of the appellations in common use. Modern German continues the Old High German, but it is no safe guide to the meaning of names which belong to a much earlier form than that in which we now see it, and it has only created a few modern ones of its own. Anglo-Saxon explains most of its own names, but it cannot be safely trusted without comparison with the other branches. It was a language deteriorated by the Norman conquest, just as the Norse of the invaders had been previously smothered by their conquest of Neustria, and the English which grew up among them used more of the High Dutch names adopted by the Normans in France than of its own Anglo-Saxon ones, and only after the Reformation was there an attempt, and that not a very successful one, at the fabrication of native English names. France kept Dutch names and clipped them, while High Dutch minced Latin. Lombardy, too, used the old heroic names of the fair-haired barbarians, even while its speech was constant to the flowing Latin. And Spain has much more of the nomenclature than of the tongue of her Goths. The Slavonic has corrupted itself, but become Christian, and has sent a few names of great leaders into the general stock of nomenclature, which has been formed by contributions from these 6 original branches, with a few chance additions from other quarters. Each nation had a stock of its own at first, but as tribes became mixed, their names were interchanged and varied by the pronunciation of those who adopted them. And when Christianity produced real union, making the saint of one country the glory and example of the entire church. The names of the holy and the great became a universal link, and a token of the brotherhood established from land to land. It was not at first, however, that this fusion of names commenced. The first Christians were Jews, with Hebrew, Aramean, Greek, or Latin names of their own, and their converts already bore Greek or Latin appellations, which were seldom altered. In the case of the Romans, children almost necessarily succeeded to family names, and the Greeks alone could at first exercise any choice, forming words of Christian meaning for their children or adopting those of their revered instructors in the faith. And afterwards, persons using the Latin tongue, but not encumbered with the numerous names of a citizen, followed their example. The Teutons, when converted, were baptized by the names they already bore, and gave the like to their children. Nor does it seem to have been till the older forms of the languages were expiring that the introduction of old saintly names became by any means frequent. When names were mere appellations, not descriptions, a favorite character was sought for in the legends of the saints, and the child was dedicated to, or placed under the protection of, the patron whose name he bore. The theory was that the festival in the calendar on which the birth took place established the claim of the infant to the care of the patron, and thus fixed the name, an idea which still prevails in the Greek Church. But it was more usual to select a favorite patron, and instead of keeping the child's birthday, to feast him upon the holy day of the saint, a custom still observed in Roman Catholic countries. The system of patron saints was greatly established by the veneration of relics. It was the presence of a supposed fragment of the body that was imagined to secure the protection of the saint to country, to city, to village, or family. And often the translation of a relic can be traced as the cause of the nationality of a name, as the Diego of Spain, the Andreas of Flanders, the Marco of Venice, the Adrianus of Holland, the Radegond of Poitiers, the Anne of Prague. Or the prominence of a fresh doctrine is shown in nomenclature, as by the outburst of scripture names in all Calvinist countries, so that in French pedigrees, Huguenotism may be traced by the Isaacs and other patriarchal apparitions in the genealogy, and Puritanism has in England produced the quaint Old Testament appellations to be found in every parish register. On the other hand, the increasing devotion to the Blessed Virgin is indicated by the exaggerated use of Mary in Roman Catholic lands, the epithets coupled with it showing the peculiar phases of the homage paid to her, and almost gauging the amount of superstition in the country. Religion has thus been in general the primary guide to individual nomenclature, and next in order must be ranked the family feeling that renders Christian names almost hereditary. In many places where primitive customs are kept up, it was an almost compulsory token of respect to call the eldest son after his paternal grandfather. This has indeed been almost universal. The ancient Greeks always did so unless the grandfather were alive, in which case the child was thought to take his place by bearing his name and thus to bring death upon him. In Scotland and in the north of England, the paternal grandfather and grandmother have namesakes in the eldest son and daughter. Then comes the turn of the grandparents on the mother's side, then of the parents themselves, after which fancy may step in. In Germany, the same practice prevails as regards the two eldest, and likewise in the south of France, where the child, whatever its sex, bears the grandfather's name, thus accounting for various uncouth feminines. But though thus christened, the two eldest children are never so called, but always by the diminutive of their surname. However, distinguished, or wealthy, or beloved godparents interfered with these regular successions, and in this manner queens have been the great conductors of female names, bestowing them on their nobility, from whom they spread to the commonalty. Literature requires considerable cultivation before it spreads many names. It gave some in the latter days of Greece, and more after the old hereditary customs of Rome were broken up. Then, during the Dark Ages, its influence was lost, except at Byzantium. And only when the chivalrous romance became fashionable did a few poetic knights and dames call their children after the heroes of the Round Table or the paladins of Charlemagne. And then it must have been in defiance of the whole system of patron saints, until the convenient plan of double names, first discovered by the Germans and French, accomplished the union of fancy and dedication, or complement. The revival of learning in the 15th century, however, filled Italy with classical names, some of which spread into France and a few into Germany. But as a general rule in modern times, France, England, and America have been the countries whose nomenclature has been most affected by literature. France, especially so, the prevalence of different tastes and favorite novels being visible from the 15th century downwards, through its Arcadian, its Augustan, its infidel, its revolutionary periods. While England, since the Reformation, has slightly partaken of all these tastes in turn, but with her own hereditary fashions and religious influences mingling with them, and America exaggerates every variety in her mixed population. Part 1. Chapter 1. Hebrew Nomenclature. Hebrew, the sacred language, and the medium of all our earliest knowledge of the world and of man, furnishes almost all of the first names known to us, which are in general, verbs, substantives, or adjectives from that tongue, suggested either by inspiration or by some of the natural motives observed in the former chapter. The minute history of the naming of the 12 patriarchs furnish the best illustrations of the presaging spirit of early nomenclature. Reuben, behold a son, cries the mother in her first pride. Simeon, he that heareth, because he had heard her prayer. Levi, a joining in the trust that her husband would be joined with her. Judah prays in praise of him who had given these 4 sons, and Judah, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise, is repeated by Jacob. Dan, a judge, is so called by his adoptive mother because her cause is judged, and Dan shall judge his people, is his father's blessing. Naphtali commemorates Leah's wrestling with her sister. Gad is one of the troop round Leah, and a troop shall overcome him, saith Jacob. Asher is blessed, and Moses cries, let Asher be blessed. Issachar is higher, and Zebulun a dwelling, because Leah hoped her husband would dwell with her, and his promise from his father is that he shall dwell. Rachel cannot name her long-desired firstborn without a craving that God would add to her another son, and thus Joseph means an addition. And when that second child was given, and she felt that it was at the cost of her own life, she mourned over him as Benoni, son of my sorrow. But his father with more hopeful augury called him, probably at his circumcision, Benjamin, son of my right hand. The earlier names were very simple, such as Leah, weary, Adah, ornament. But about the time of the going into Egypt, compound words were employed, family names began to grow traditional, and several of Egyptian etymology were acquired. The Aramaic became the Jewish vernacular, and so continued after the return from Babylon, nor has it ceased to prevail, under the name of Syriac, among a considerable portion of the natives of the East. Moreover, the Greek invasion of the East, and the establishment of the Macedonian dynasties of Egypt and Syria, rendered the Grecian the language of foreign relations and of literature, and caused it to be understood by all who pretended to polite education, or meddled with politics and commerce. The Septuagint, or Alexandrian version of the Scriptures, was used in private by the Grecized Jews, and was the form in which their sacred books became known to those of foreign nations who took interest in them. The Roman conquest, in like manner, brought in a certain amount of influence from the Latin language, though not to the same extent, since all cultivated Romans were by this time instructed in Greek as part of their education, and even those of inferior rank used it as the medium of communication with the people of the East. Thus, in the time of the Gospel history, the learned alone entered into the full import of the old Hebrew names, nor were new ones invented to suit the occasion, with a very few exceptions, and these few were formed from the vernacular Aramean. The custom was to recur to the old family names belonging to ancestors or kindred, and in the account of the circumcision of Saint John the Baptist, we see that a deviation from this practice excited wonder. Tradition and change of language had, however, greatly marred these old Hebraisms. Jehudah, J pronounced Y, known of God, had after the captivity lost its significance in the form of Jaddua, then was Grecized as letter 1F31 omega delta alpha epsilon, Hiadi, and was Latinized as Jadius. These corrupted ancient appellations were the favorites, but imitation and complement caused some Greek ones and even some Latin ones to be adopted, some persons using their national name at home and bearing another for their external relations, such as John or Mark, Saul or Paul. The persons most revered by Christians, and who have had the most influence on nomenclature, thus bore either corrupt Hebrew, or else Aramean, Greek, or Latin names, which all have been handed down to us through the medium of Greek authorship, afterwards translated into Latin, and thence carried by word of mouth into every Christian land, and taking shape from the prevalent pronunciation there. Eastern Christians have gone directly to the Greek, but the Western Church used nothing but the Vulgate translated from the Septuagint and from the original New Testament. Thus the Old Testament personages, as well as those of the Gospel, were known to medieval Europe, and are so still to the greater part of the continent in their Greco-Latin shape. But King James I caused his translators to go back to the fountainhead, using the original Hebrew and Greek, and only applying to the Septuagint and Vulgate as means of elucidation, not as authorities. In consequence, many of the Old Testament names assumed their original shape, as far as it could be expressed by English letters, but these were mostly those but slightly known to the world, not those of the principal characters, since the translators were instructed not to make needless alterations such as should make the objects of ancient veneration appear in a form beyond recognition. Therefore it is that some English Old Testament names are unlike those of other nations. Those who were at work on the New Testament, however, left the ancient names, their occurring as they found them in the Greek, and thus arose the disparity we remark in the title given to the same individual, Noah or No, Korah or Kor, Uzziah or Ozias. For the most part, Old Testament names, as such, have had little prevalence excepting under the influence of Calvinism. The Roman Catholic Church neglected them because they did not convey patronage, and Lutheranism has not greatly adopted them, but they were almost a badge of the Huguenot party in France. And in England, about the latter part of the reign of Elizabeth, a passion for the most extraordinary and unusual scripture names prevailed, for which the genealogist must have carefully searched. William Ellisle, in 1623, complains of some devising new names with apish imitation of the Hebrew, and in effect there are few of these that do not give an impression of sectarianism or Puritanism. In England and America, the more obscure and peculiar ones are chiefly adopted by the lower classes. In Ireland, several prevail for another cause, namely, their supposed resemblance to the native Erse appellations that were long proscribed by the conquerors. Those that were borne by the remnant of faithful Jews, who were the stock on which the Christian church was grafted, have gone out into all lands, infinitely modified by the changes they have undergone in their transit from one people to another. Chapter 2. Patriarchal Names. Sect 1-on-1, Adam. The oldest of all proper names comes from a word signifying red, and refers to the red earth, Adama, out of which the first man was taken, reminding us that dust we are, and unto dust shall we return. Some say that it should be translated likeness, and that it comes from the same root as Adama, red earth, because red earth is always alike, wherever found. In this case, the first man would have been called from his likeness to his creator, but the other explanation is preferable, especially as the same adjective, pronounced with a change in the vowel sound, so as to make it Edom, was the surname of Asa. Harry, on account both of the ruddiness of his complexion and of the red lentil pottage for which he sold his birthright. No Israelites or Jews appear to have been called after our first father, and the first time Adam comes to light again is among the Celtic Christians of Ireland and Scotland. It is not improbable that it was first adopted according to a frequent Gaelic fashion, as the ecclesiastical name most resembling the native one of Ede or fire. But however this may be, there was in the 7th century a distinguished abbot of Yonge, called in the dog Latin of the time, Adamnanus or Dwarf Adam, and best known as Adamnan. Though not recognized by the Roman calendar, he was regarded as a saint in his own country, but his name has been much corrupted. At Skreen in Ireland, where he founded a church, he is styled Saint Onan. At Raphoe he is patron, as Saint Anan. In Londonderry he is Saint Onan. But in Scotland, Adam has become a national Christian name. The family who most affected it were the Gay Gordons. Eddie is the Scottish contraction. The feminine Adamina has been a recent Scottish invention. In Germany and the neighboring countries, there prevails an idea that Adam is always long-lived, and if the first infant of a family dies, the life of its successor is secured by calling it either Adam or Eve. In consequence, it has various contractions and alterations. In Lower Lusatia it is Hademk in familiar speech. The Swiss abbreviation is Audley. The Esthonian Adu or Odo, the Letisu was Adams. With its contraction, Ade, it seems to have been very common at Cambrai through the Middle Ages. The mother of all living received from the lips of Adam a name signifying life, sounding in the original like Chava, as it began with a rough aspirate. It was not copied by any of her daughters for a long time, and when first the Alexandrian Jews came on it in their translation, they rendered it by Zoe, life, in order to show the connection of the name with the prophecy. But afterwards in the course of the narrative, they merely made it Eva, or in Latin the Heva or Eva, which English has changed into Eve. The Eva of Ireland and Scotland, and the Aveline or Eveline of the Normans, were probably only imitations of the old Celtic names Eibhian and Aoife, and will therefore be considered among the Celtic class. Eve has been seldom used in England, though old parish registers occasionally show a pair of twins christened Adam and Eve. The same notion of securing a child's life that has spread the use of Adam in Germany and its vicinity has had the same effect upon his wife, so that Eva is common in both Germany and Scandinavia. Russia has Evvorjeva, though not often as a name in use. The Letts as U or Uosh. The Lithuanians as Jua or Jewel, the first letter of course pronounced like Y. And in Lusatia her namesakes are called Hejba or Hejbka. The murdered son of Adam is called by a Hebrew word meaning breath, vapor, or transitoriness, and as some think may have been so termed in remembrance of his short life. The sound of the original word was more like Hebel, but through the Greek we receive it as Abel. It is not absolutely a modern Puritan name, for an Abel existed in Essex in the time of Henry Roman III, and all is known in Russia, but it is generally given direct from the Bible, as are also Seth appointed and Enoch dedicated. Ada ornament, the wife of Lamech, is often supposed to be the origin of our English Ada, but this last is the hereditary Latinized form of Eid rich, and is the same as the German Ida. Zilla, or Shadow, the other wife of Lamech, is a gypsy name. Section 2, Abai. Common to both the Semitic and Indo-European tongues, and traceable through all their branches, is the parental title first uttered by the infant. Abba, Abai, Abba, Ata among the Slavonians and again among the Goths. Adhere among the Irish, the pater of Greece, fondly called at home Papa, and Appies the pater of Rome, the German Vader and our own father. Il Babbo in Italy and Daddy in English cottages. In the East, a parent is more usually called the father of his son than by his own name. This, however, is probably a late affectation, not applying to the time when the greatest of the patriarchs received his original name of Abram, father of height or elevation, which was changed by divine appointment into Abraham, father of a multitude, foretelling the numerous and enduring offspring that have descended from him, and even to the present hour revere his name. No one, however, seems to have presumed to copy it as long as the Israelites dwelt in their own land, and the first resuscitations of it appear to have been among the Christians of the patriarch's native land, Mesopotamia, towards the end of the 4th century, when a hermit called Abraham, living near Edessa, obtained a place in the Coptic, Greek, and Roman calendars. And about the same time, another Abraham was among the martyrs who were put to death by the fire-worshipping zeal of the Sassanid dynasty in Persia. 2 other Mesopotamian SS. Abraham lived in the next century and died, one at Constantinople, the other in Auvergne, whither in some unaccountable manner he had been carried between foul winds and man-stealing barbarians when on a journey to visit the solitaries in Egypt. As one of the patrons of Clermont, this Abraham must have been the means of diffusing namesakes in France, especially on the side towards the Low Countries. Abraham often occurs in the registers of Cambrai, and in compliance with the fashion of adapting the name of the father to the daughter, Abra was there formed, though apparently not earlier than 1644. Indeed, the Netherlands and Holland are the only countries where this patriarchal name is really national, generally shortened into Abram and Bram, and the Dutch settlers carried it into America, where it is generally called either Bram or Abai. Many other scripture names bear this prefix, but it would be contrary to our plan to dwell upon those that have not been in subsequent use or are devoid of peculiar interest. Abigail, father of joy, strikes us as inappropriate to a woman, till we remember that the Eastern nations use this expression for an abstract quality, and that the title would stand for joyfulness. Her ready courtesy to David seems to have recommended her to the earliest readers of the English Bible, for Abigail occurs in registers as early as 1573 and was for many years very frequent. Abigail Masham's backstair influence over Queen Anne has been generally supposed to have rendered it a sobriquet for a lady's maid. But Mr. Bardsley, in his Curiosities of Puritan Nomenclature, shows it to have been the name of the waiting gentlewoman in Beaumont's comedy, The Scornful Lady, played in 1616. And in a play of Killigrew's, some 30 years later, the term Abigail is used for a waiting maid, when the backstair influence and supposed arts of Abigail Masham in the bedchamber of Queen Anne gave it a sudden fall. Abigail turned into a cant term for a lady's maid, and thenceforth has been seldom heard even in a cottage. Counter to his name was the course of the Father of Peace. He is Abishalom, or Absalom in the narrative of his life, a history that one would have thought entailed eternal discredit on the name. But it seems that in the earlier Christian times of Denmark, as well as in some other countries, a fashion prevailed, especially among the clergy, of supplementing the native name with one of scriptural or ecclesiastical sound. And thus, about the middle of the 12th century, Absalom was adopted by a distinguished Danish bishop as the synonym of what Professor Munch conjectures to have been his own name of a slack, reward of the gods, though Danish tradition has contracted it into Axel. This last is a national Danish name, and it seems as if Absalom had been popularly supposed to be the Latin for Axel, since, in a Latin letter of 1443, Olaf Axelson is turned into Olaus Absalinus. Before quitting this prefix ob, it seems to be the place to remark upon a name coming to us through the Tartar stock of languages, from the same source ob. Ada, father, the source of Adalic, father-like or paternal, is to the present day a title among the Uzbeks of Bokhara. Thence that region of the Huns, the scourge of God, who spread terror to the gates of Rome, would have been called Italic among his own people, and thus historians have written his name of terror Attila. In the tales of the Nibelungen, the great Hun, whom Kriemhild marries after the death of Siegfried, and at whose court the general slaughter takes place, is called Etzel in the German poem, Atli in the Northern saga, and this has generally been regarded as identifying him with Attila and fixing the date of the poem. But the monarch of the Huns is hospitable and civilized, with few features in common with the savage of Roman history. And if Italic were a permanent regal title among the Huns, the chieftain may have been any other of the royal dynasty. His occurrence in that favorite poem, sung alike by all the Teutonic race, has rendered Atli very common from early times in the north as well as Etzel in Germany. The Lombards took it to Italy, where it turned into Exilino, and in the person of the fierce mountain lord, Exilino di Romagna, became as fearful as Attila had ever been to the Romans. The verb to fight or to rule furnished both the names of the wife of Abraham. Sarai, quarrelsome, was thus converted into Sarah, the princess. If we may judge from the example of the bride of Tobias, the daughters of Sarah were occasionally called by her name, and Zara has been, with what correctness I know not, used as an Eastern name. Sarah now and then occurs in England, as with Sarah Beauchamp, Temp. ed. But I suspect that she as well as Sarota de Multon, who lived in the former reign, were alterations of some of the derivatives of the Teutonic prefix sig, victory, as the masculine Sahar or Serlo certainly came from Saituri. Sarah was never commonly used till after the Reformation, when it began to grow very popular with its contraction Sally, and at the same time it was adopted as the equivalent for no less than 3 Irish names, Sadb, pronounced Soive, Sorcha bright, and Saraid excellent. The 2 first are still in use, but Highlanders make a still stranger use of Sarah, which they use to translate their native more great, perhaps in consequence of its meaning. Elsewhere the name is occasionally used without the H that our biblical translators gave it. It is not, however, very popular, though the French have used it enough to make it Sarat. In Illyria its diminutive is Sarika, in Lithuania it is Zor. When the first glad tidings of the child of promise were announced, Sarah laughed for very joy and wonder, and laughter, Yischak, became the name of her son. Known in Greek as letter 1F30, sigma alpha letter 1F70 kappa, in Latin, and to the European world as Isaac. It was not revived among the early Jews, but like Abraham, it was used by the Eastern Christians, and Saint Isaac, bishop of Beit Seleucia, was put to death with other Christian martyrs by Sapor Roman II. Of Persia. Another Eastern Isaac was a hermit at Spoleto in the 6th century, and Isaac has always been a favorite name in the Greek Church. Several of the family of Comnenus, both at Constantinople and Trebizond, rendered Isaac a royal name, and Isaac or Isaac, whose feast falls on the 30th of May, is the patron of the cathedral at Petersburg. The name is frequently used in Russia and the other Greco-Slavonic countries, though not much varied. It had not much favor in the West, though it appears once in Domesday Book and occurs in the Cambrai registers. Mr. Bardsley thinks that it, with some other patriarchal names, became familiar through mystery plays. But its chief popularity was after the Reformation, when it is continually to be found among the Huguenots, and it seems to have passed from them to other French families, since it is sometimes found in pedigrees, and the noted de Sacy, a grandson of the Arnauld family, was thus christened long after his forefathers had conformed to the Roman Catholic Church. With us, Isaac, as our ancestors spelt it, is just so prevalent among us as to have a recognized contraction, Ike or Ike. Isaac's wife was called from rabak, to bind. The word ribka meant a cord with a noose, and probably was given as conveying the firmness of the marriage bond. The Septuagint and Latin gave Rebecca, the authorized version Rebecca, and both spellings are adopted by those bearing the name, who are generally called Becky. Here too should be mentioned the faithful nurse of Rebecca, who was so lamented that the tree beneath which she was buried was known as the Oak of Weeping. Her name of Deborah came from a verb meaning to hum or buzz and signify to be, or, in after times, eloquent. Deborah found no favor as a name except among English Puritans, and has acquired a certain amount of absurdity from various literary associations, which prevent Deb from being used except by the peasantry. Of Rebecca's 2 daughters-in-law, Rachel signified a ewe. Dante made Elantica Rachel, with her beautiful eyes, the type of heavenly contemplation, ever gazing at the mirror that reflected heavenly glory. But her name was not popular, although the Manx princess, otherwise called Africa, assumed it upon her marriage with Sumold, Lord of the Isles, somewhere about the 11th century. But Puritan days loved the sound of the word, and that sweet saint who sat by Russell's side has given it a place in many an English family. Polish Jews call it Rahel, in which form it was borne by the metaphysical lady who became the wife of Varnhagen von Ense. English, German, Bavarian, Matthias Matthias Matthees Matthees Matthewma Matt Mathis Heis Matthijs Hiesel Math Swiss, Swedish, Danish, Matthias 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 Thys Mats Mads Thiesli Friesland, French, Italian, Matthijs Matthew Matteo Heisma Se Mafi His Fio Mattia Spanish, Russian, Polish, Matteo Matve Matthews Matve Masiai Masik Mattias Hungarian, Slovak, Estonian, Mattias Matives Matties Mate Tevs Mats Matija. Rachel's less beloved and less favored sister had a name that came from laua, hanging upon, dependence, or, as in her case it is explained, weariness, Lee in French Lee, in Italian Leah, under which title Dante makes her the emblem of active and fruitful, as is her sister of meditative, love. It was from the same word that she named her 3rd son Levi, when she hoped that her husband would be more closely united or dependent on her. Levi's name was carried on into the Gospel times, and belonged to the publican who was called from the receipt of custom to become an apostle and an evangelist. His Aramean name was, however, that by which he calls himself in his own narrative, or more correctly speaking, by its Grecized form. The Old Hebrew Mataniah, gift of the Lord, was probably the origin of both the names that we have in the Greek Testament as mu alpha tau theta alpha letter 1 fd6, omicron, sigma, and mu alpha tau theta iota alpha sigma. Matthias and Matthias, as the Latin renders them. Some, however, make the first mean a faithful man, but it is not possible to distinguish between the various forms that have risen out of the two among persons who, probably, had no idea that the apostle who supplied the place of Judas was a different person from the evangelist. The Emperor Charles V was born on St. Matthias Day, and the text, "The lot fell on Matthias," was regarded as a good augury, whence Matthias came into favor in Austria and its dependencies. The name has been more popular in Germany and its dependencies. Matteo heads the Milanese Visconti, who who were mostly named after the evangelists. Apostolic names are particularly common in Bavaria, probably from the once frequent representations of the mystery of the Passion. In Germany, SS. Matthew and Matthias have produced the surnames Matthees, Mades, Thies, and Thiessen, Latinized after a queer scholarly fashion into Theseus. Section 3. Jacob. The twin sons of Isaac and Rebekah were called from the circumstances of their birth, Esau, the hairy, and Jacob, the latter word being derived from Acherb, the heel, because in the words of the prophet, he took his brother by the heel in the womb. This, the action of tripping up, confirmed the mother's faith in the previous prediction that the elder should serve the younger, and thus that the younger should supplant the elder. Is he not rightly named Jacob, for he hath supplanted me these 2 times, was accordingly the cry of Esau. By the time of the return from Babylon, we find 2, if not 3 persons mentioned as bearing the name of Jacob, and that this was meant for Jacob is shown by its etymology. As it likewise means the supplanter, by its likeness in sound to Jacob, the form still current among the Arabs, and by the fact that the Jacob, who in the book of Nehemiah stands up with Ezra to read the law to the people, is in the book of Esdras, written originally in Greek, called letter 1F30 alpha cap omicron beta omicron sigma, Jacobos. So frequent was this Jacobos among the returned Jews that it occurs in the royal genealogy in St. Matthew's Gospel, and was borne by 2 of the 12 apostles, by him called the Great, who was the first to be martyred, and by him termed the Less, who ruled the church at Jerusalem. It is the great apostle, the son of Zebedee, who is the saint, in whose honor most of those bearing this name in Europe have been christened. A belief arose that he had preached the gospel in Spain before his martyrdom at Jerusalem, and though there was no doubt that the holy city was the place of his death, yet it was declared that his relics were brought to Galicia in a marble ship without oar or sail, which arrived at the port of Aria Flava, since called Patron. A little farther inland arose what was at first termed in Latin the shrine of Sanctus Jacobus Apostolis. Men's tongues quickly turned this into Sancto Jacobo Apostolo, and thence, confounding the title with the place, arrived at Santo Jaco de Compostela or Santiago de Compostela. A further legend arose that in the Battle of Clavijo with the Moors, the spirits of the Christian Spaniards were revived by the sight of Santiago mounted on a white steed, waving a white banner and leading them on to victory. Thenceforth Santiago became their war cry, and the saint was installed as a champion of Christendom. Subsequently, no less than 3 Spanish orders of knighthood were instituted in his honor, and his shrine became one of the most universal places of pilgrimage in Europe, more especially as the most marvelous fables of miracles were forged thereat. His saintly title had become so incorporated with his name that his votaries were in some perplexity where to separate them, and in Castile his votaries were christened Tiago or Diego. Even as early as the 10th century, the Cid's father was Don Diego de Bivar, and he himself Don Rodrigo Diaz de Bivar, Diaz being the patronymic. In 1207, Maria, Queen of Aragon, considering her infant son and heir to have been granted at the especial intercession of the 12 apostles, resolved to baptize him after one of their number, and impartially to decide between them by naming 12 tapers after the apostles, and calling the child after him, whose candle burnt longest. Southey has comically described the queen's agitations until the victorious candle proved to be that of the great saint of Galicia, whom Aragonese tongues called James. The child thus christened became the glory of his kingdom, and was known as El Conquistador, leaving James to be honorably borne by kings of Aragon, Majorca, and Sicily as long as his family remained distinct. Jacopo Apostolo was the Italian version of the name, whence they made their various Jacopo, Jacopo, Giacomo, Como, Iachimo, and Iego according to their various dialects. Germany recurred to the original Jacob, but the French coming home with their own variety talked of Jaic Apostle, and named their children Jacques, or fondled them as Jacot and Jacominot. The great church of Saint Jacques at Liege spread the love of the name in Flanders, as is testified by Jacob von Ardevelt, the brewer of Ghent. And so universal throughout France was it, that Jacques Bonhomme became the nickname of the peasantry, and was fearfully commemorated in the Jacquerie, the insurrection of which English chroniclers supposed James Goodman to have been the leader. It must have been when English and French were mingled together in the camps of the Black Prince and Henry V that Jack and Jock became confounded together. Henry V called the wild Jacqueline of Hainault Dame Jack. She, like his other Flemish sister-in-law, Jacquette of Luxembourg, must have been named in honor of the Saint of Liege. Edward Roman VI, S-nurse, whom Holbein drew by the sobriquet of Mother Jack, was perhaps a Jacquette. Iacolin and Jacquemin are also found in old registers, but this feminine never took root anywhere but in France, where Jacobea also occurs. James had found its way to Scotland ere the birth of the Black Douglas, and was already a national name before it was given to the second son of Robert Roman III, in accordance with a vow of the Queen. This James was brought to the throne by the murder of his brother David, Duke of Rothesay, and thus was the first of the royal Stuarts, by whom it was invariably borne till the sixth of the line hoped to avert the destiny of his race by choosing for his sons more auspicious names. James and Jamie thus became great favourites in Scotland and came to England with the Stuarts. The name had indeed been previously used, as by the brave Lord James Audley under Edward Roman III, but not so frequently, and the Old English form was actually Jeames. Norden dedicates his survey of Cornwall to James I as Jeames, and Archbishop Laud so spells the word in his correspondence. In fact, Jemmy and Jim are the natural offsprings of Jeames, as the word was pronounced in the best society till the end of the last century. Then the gentry spoke according to the spelling. Jeames held his ground among the lower classes, and finally, thanks to Jeames's diary, has become one of the stock terms of conventional wit. And in modern times, Jacobina and Jamesona were coined for female wear. The Highlanders call the name Hamish, the Irish Sumuis. In fact, its variations are almost beyond enumeration. In Italy, the full name has the three varieties, Giacomo, Jacopo, Jacob, so no wonder the abbreviations are Capo and Lapo. Due honor is paid in the Greek and Slavonic Church to both the veritable apostles, but not to the mythical Santiago de Compostela, whom we have traced as the root of all the Jameses of the West. The great Jacobos, who appeared at the Council of Nicaea, and gloriously defended the city of Nisibis, handed on the apostolic name in the East, and it has almost as many Greek and Slavonian variations as Latin and Teutonic ones. English, Scotch, Erse, Gaelic, Dutch, Jacob James, Sumuis, Hamish, Jacob James, Jamie, Jop Jem, Jimmy, French, German, Swiss, Italian, Spanish, Jacob, Jacob, Jacopo, Jacobo, Jacques, Jackalbop, Iachimo, Santiago, Jacot, Jockal, Bav, Jock, Jacob, Diego, Jacaminot, Goggle, Jog, Capo, Yego, Jagli, Lapo, Jago, Jacobolo, Jame, Portuguese, Russian, Polish, Let. Jame, Jakov, Jakob, Jacobs, Jasha, Cuba, Jeka, Jashinka, Cub, Jezis, Cubishu. The Russian name day is the 30th of April, either for the sake of Saint James the Less, whose eve it is, or for that of a namesake who perished in Numidia in the time of Valerian, and whose feast falls on that day. Jakov gets called Jasha and Jashinka, and his feminine Jakovina and Zaklina. The Illyrians twist the masculine into Jakovica, and the Lithuanians into Jeka or Kubinch. Footnote 4. Books consulted: Max Muller's Lectures on Language, Proper Names of Scripture, Smith's Dictionary of the Bible. Footnote 5. Smith's Dictionary, Michaelis, Person and Nomen. Footnote 6. Books consulted: Proper Names of the Bible, Lebeau's Histoire du Basse Empire, O'Donovan on Irish Proper Names, Michaelis, Person and Named. Footnote 7. Smith's Dictionary of the Bible, Southey's Poems, Jamison's Sacred and Legendary Art, Butler, Michaelis, Pott, Brand's Popular Antiquities. Section 4. Simon. Of the 12 sons of Jacob, 4 only have names of sufficient interest to deserve individual notice, and among these, the first requiring notice is Simeon, from Shammah to here. Simeon's name passed on to numerous Jews, and was very common in the Gospel times, no less than 5 personages being so called, namely, the aged man in the temple, the son of Jonas, the other apostle called the Zealot or the Canaanite, and the leper, besides the tanner of Joppa, and the magician whose attempt to purchase spiritual gifts has given the title of simony to sins of the same nature. By this time, however, the Hebrew Simeon had been confounded with the Greek sigma letter 1 FD6 mu omega nu, Simon, snub-nosed. Saint James, in his discourse at Jerusalem, called Saint Peter Simeon, and it would thus seem likely that this was used as their true national name, and that Simon was a Grecism used in intercourse with strangers or in writing. The anchorite who took that strangest freak of fanaticism, the perching himself for life upon a column, is called both Simeon and Simon Stylites, but the latter form has generally been the prevalent one, and has belonged to numerous saints in both the Eastern and Western Church. The Greek Church has both Saint Simeon on the 3rd of February and Saint S. Simon on the 10th of May, and the Russian contractions are S. Semen and S. Senka. The West, too, had sundry Simons of its own, besides those common to all Christendom. We had a monastic Saint Simon Stock, and though the Christian name is now uncommon, it has left us many varieties of surnames, as Simmons, Simpkins, Simpson, Simcoe, Sykes, etc., the spelling but slightly varied. It was more used among the French peasantry and acquired the feminine Simonette. The Italian Simone was not unfrequent and has made the surname Simoncelli. The Portuguese had Sima, the Spaniards Zimin, and the Slavonians have the odd varieties of the Polish Szymon, the Illyrian Simage, the Lusatian Shymance. It is the same word Shammah that named the first of the prophets of Israel. Asked of God is the import of Samuel, a name so endeared by the beautiful history of the call to the child in the temple that it could not be quite forgotten. A Samuel, native of Palestine, who perished in the persecution of Maximian, obtained a martyr's place in the calendar, and his name has been a favorite in the Eastern Church as Samuel, Samoilo in Russia, Skamel in Lusatia, Zomlis in Lithuania. The reading of the Holy Scriptures was, however, no doubt, the cause of its use here and in Switzerland, since we scarcely find it before the Reformation, though now Samuel is common in Switzerland and Sam here. Footnote 8. Proper names of the Bible, Butler, lowers English surnames Michaelis Piet. Section 5, Judah. In her exultation at having borne so many promising sons, Lee called her fourth Jehudah, he will be praised, meaning brought forward by her husband Jacob when, in his deathbed blessing of his sons, he exclaimed, Judah, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise. Thus, too, it has been with the individual name of Judah. Unused before the captivity, it was revived again after it, and carried to the highest fame and popularity by the brave Maccabee, who newly founded Judea and restored it for a time to freedom and honor. His surname is by some derived from a word meaning the hammerer, by others from Maccabi, formed by initial letters of the motto on his standard. Who among the gods is like unto thee, O Lord? Judas Maccabeus, early as was his death, and imperfect as was the deliverance of his country when he was slain, was one of the chief heroes of the world, and occupied a far larger space in the imagination of our medieval ancestors than he does in ours. Not only were the books of Maccabees considered as of equal authority with the canonical scriptures, but before 1240, a French metrical romance had recounted his exploits, and by Chaucer's time Judas Maccabeus was ranked among the 9 worthies, the subject of many a ballad and chapbook. But his name has never occurred. Frequent, indeed, it was among his own countrymen after his time, but of them was that man who rendered it forever accursed. Another apostle bore the same name, but this did not suffice to redeem it, though altered into Jude to mark the distinction. The saint had, however, 2 Aramean names, Lebbeus, supposed to mean hardy, or else from the town of Leba, and Thaddeus, which is satisfactorily explained as an Aramean form of the same word praise, Grecized and Latinized of course before it came to us. It is not, however, popular. Italy has indeed used it a good deal as Taddeo, and Spain knows it as Taddeo, but though Ireland swarms with Thades, who write themselves Thaddeus, this is only as a supposed English version of their ancient Erse, Tadg, a poet. The Slavonic nations use it more than the West. It is a favorite Polish name, and the Russians call it Fadli, and the Illyrians Tadia. No name has been so altered as Judah. It is Hadiah after the captivity, and Abiud, or rather Abjud, in St. Luke's genealogy. The feminine form of the name, Jehudith or Judith, belonged primarily to the Hittite wife of Esau, who was a grief of heart to Rebekah, but its fame is owing to the heroine of Bethulia, whose name is, however, said rather to mean a Jewess than to be exactly the feminine of Judah. Indeed, some commentators, bewildered by the difficulties of chronology, have supposed the history to be a mere allegory in which she represents the Jewish nation. However, on the uncritical mind of the 8th or 9th century, her story made a deep impression, and a poem was in circulation in Europe recording her adventurous deed, and mentioning among the treasures of Holofernes' tent a mosquito net, whence the learned argue that the narrative must have been derived from some Eastern source independent of the apocryphal book. At any rate, hers was the first name not belonging to their own language that was borne by Teutonic ladies, and long preceded that of any saint. Perhaps it was supposed to be the equivalent of the German Juth from Ganth, war. At any rate, Juditha, Jutha, or Jutta was in high favor at the court of the Carling Kaisers, and came to England with the stepmother, who gave the first impulse to our great Alfred's love of learning. Her subsequent marriage took it to Flanders, and we had it back again with the niece of William the Conqueror, the wicked wife of Waltheof, and afterwards of Simon de St. Lys. Her uncle cites her as a witness to a charter by the familiar abbreviation of Jug, which was long used as the regular contraction, though Judy has since become more usual and is exceedingly common in Ireland. Even French families gave their daughters the name of Judith, which belonged to the gentle Comtesse de Bonneval. The Breton form is Juzith, and the Swiss ruthlessly turn it into Dith, but across the Alps it comes forth more gracefully as Giudita, and the Poles make it Jitka, the Hungarians, Juxi or Jutka. On the authority of Eusebius, we venture to add a third to those who bore the name of Judah in the Apostolic College, namely, him whom we know by the Aramaic and Greek epithets Thomas and Didymus, both meaning a twin. Tradition declares that his fellow twin was a sister called Lygia. India is believed to have been the region of his labors and of his death. The Christians there were called after him. And when, in the 16th century, the Portuguese attained their object of reaching India by sea, they thought they discovered his tomb at Meliapur, transported the relics to Goa, and created San Thomas or Tome into their patron saint. Long ere this, however, in every part of Europe had Thomas been revived with other apostolic names, but its great prominence was derived from the murdered Archbishop Becket or St. Thomas of Canterbury. His shrine at Canterbury was the English Compostela, visited by foreign as well as native pilgrims, and the greater proportion of churches so termed were under the invocation of the archbishop instead of the apostle, although it is only by charter or by wake day that the dedication can be traced since Henry Roman VIII did his utmost to decanonize and destroy all memorials of the bold prelate whom he would most certainly have beheaded instead of assassinating. In Italy, a martyr for ecclesiastical prerogatives was certain to be in high repute. Carvings, glass paintings, and even needlework still bear his history and figure, always denoted by the clean cutting off of his scalp above the tonsure, and Tommaso flourishes greatly as a Christian name. The Italians, as usual, abbreviating by the omission of the first syllable instead of the last, so that where we say Tom, they say Maso, and thence Masaccio, as we call one of their earliest great painters. Tommaso Agnello was the true name which, contracted into Masaniello, was the wonder of the day at Naples, and made the Spanish power their totter on its throne. The feminine Thomasine, Tamzine, and Tammy are comparatively recent inventions. They were frequent in the 17th century and then went out of fashion. English, Scotch, French, Thomas Thomas, Thomas Tom, Tam Thumas Fem, Thomasine Tamlini, Tamzine Spanish, Italian, Russian, Tomas Tommaso Foma Tom Maso Fem, Femata Fem, Tomasa Masaccio Masaccio German, Polish, Lower Lusatian, Toma Tamas Damaz Fem, Tamasia Damask Lithuanian, Hungarian, Finland, Tamkis Tamas Chuomas Tamasis Dumas. Thomas is the accepted equivalent for the Irish Tomelhade, Tomeltach, and Twartelvach, tall as a tower. Section 6, Joseph. When, after long waiting and hoping, a son was at length granted to Rachel, she called him Joseph from a word signifying an addition, because she hoped that yet another child would be added to her family. Joseph, beloved and honored as he was for his own beautiful character and eventful history, has perhaps at the present day the greater number of direct namesakes among the Arabs, who still are frequently called Yusuf. Only 2 Josephs occur again in the scripture before the captivity in Babylon, but afterwards they were exceedingly numerous, and in the gospel history 2 remarkable characters are so named, as well as 3 others whom we know by the Grecized form of the name as Hoseas, i.e. a 4th brother of the royal family of James, Simon, and Jude. He who was usually called by his surname of Barnabas, and he who was also called Barsabas, whose lot was cast with that of Matthias. The Latinized form we know as the name of the historian Flavius Josephus. Legend loved to narrate that Joseph of Arimathea brought the gospel to England, and that his staff was the Christmas-flowering thorn of Glastonbury. Nay, that he carried thither the sangreal and the holy lance, the mystic objects of the adventures of the Round Table. Yet, in spite of the reputation of this holy man, and of the universal reverence for the just man of Nazareth, Joseph was scarcely used as a name in Europe, till in 1621 a festival day was fixed by the Pope in honor of Saint Joseph, the husband of the Blessed Virgin. Therewith an enthusiasm broke forth in Roman Catholic Europe for the name. All the world in Italy began to call itself Giuseppe or Giosfo, or for short, Peppo and Beppo have swarmed ever since in every village. Spain delighted in Joseph or Jose, and the more devout in Jose Maria, with Pepe or Pepito for the contraction. Pepita for the Josepha, who, of course, arose at the same time, these becoming the most common of all peninsular names. Not to be behindhand in devotion, the Emperor Leopold christened his son Joseph, and thus recommended it to all his subjects. And perhaps the Tyrol is the greatest of all the strongholds of the Josephs, the name being there called by its last syllable in all endearing varieties, Sep, Sepril, and Si, while the Swiss, on the other side, have Sip and Sipli. Maria Josepha was a daughter of Maria Theresa, and these two are seldom separated in Germany, Italy, or France. But as Maria forms part of the name of every Roman Catholic woman, and of most men, the second name is the one for use. Marie Joseph Rose was the Christian name of her, whom we know and pity as the Empress Josephine, and to whom it is owing that France was once full of young ladies usually called Fifine or Finette, while the rougher damsels of Lucerne are content to be boppy in familiar life. The Slavonians use the varieties Josko and Joska. The Lets turn the name into Jaskais or Jeps. It is in fact broken into as many odd contractions as it can possibly undergo. It is Joseph or Osep in Russia. England, having freed herself from Roman Catholic influence before this mighty crop of Joseph sprang up, merely regarded the name as one of the scripture names chiefly used by Puritans, although Joseph Addison has given it distinction in literature. And their Jo is of uncertain origin, as it is as often the contraction of Josiah or Joshua as of Joseph. In some parts of England, Joseph and Mary are considered appropriate to twins. Josephine is with us a mere introduction from the French. Joseph, or Hoseas, as he was called since, coming from Cyprus. He was one of the Hellenistic Jews, is best known to us under his surname of Barnabas, which St. Luke explains from the Aramaic as Upsilon letter 1F31 Omicron Sigma Pi Alpha Rho Alpha Kappa Lambda Eta Sigma Epsilon Omicron Sigma, Uios Paraklesios, the son of comfort, a word which bears different interpretations, since comfort may be either exhortation or consolation. And it is in the latter sense that Saint Chrysostom and our translators have understood the word, though there are many who prefer the other meaning. Barnabas has not been a very common name, though, with an apostle for its origin, it could not fail to be everywhere known, but it was never royal, and the only historical character so called, Bernabo Visconti, was enough to give any name an evil odor. We make it Barnaby when we do use it. The Irish call it Barney and confuse it with Brian, and the Russians call it Varnava. One Barnabas Hutchinson, proctor of the chapter of Durham, who died in 1633, is thus commemorated in his epitaph. Under this thorn tree lies honest Barnaby. Joseph had named his 2 sons Manasseh, forgetting, because he said, God hath made me forget all my toil, and Ephraim 2-fold increase. The first was early adopted by the Israelites. We find it belonging to the son of Hezekiah, and to the father of Judith, and, to our amazement, to a medieval knight, whose friends may perhaps have brought it from the Crusades. 2 early bishops of Cambrai bore the name of Manasses, and there is one among the undertenants in Doomsday Book. In Ireland, the name of Manus, a corruption of Magnus derived from the Northmen who invented it, is turned into Manasses. Ephraim, like other patriarchal names, lived on in Mesopotamia. And Saint Ephraim of Edessa, who lived in the beginning of the 4th century, is esteemed as a doctor of the Church, and is the name-saint of numerous Russians, who keep his day on the 28th of January, though the Roman Church marks it in July. Footnote 9. Kitto's Biblical Cyclopedia, Trollope's Greek Testament Michaelis. Footnote 10. Proper names of the Bible, Michaelis, O'Donovan's Irish names. Section 7, Benjamin. When the long-desired addition, the second son, was given to Rachel, and in the words of Jacob, she died by him when there was but a little way to come to Ephrath. She called the infant who had cost her life Ben-Oni, son of my sorrow. But this was changed by his father into Benjamin, son of my right hand, i.e. prosperous. In spite of rare Ben Jonson, Benjamin is an essentially Puritan and Jewish name. Such a feminine as Benjamina has even been perpetrated. Oddly enough, the Bretons call Benjamin Benoni. Benoni, the child of sorrow, and Ichabod, the glory is departed, were so frequent among the Puritans of the time of James I that Mr. Bardsley thinks that they could not have been so much allusions to family distress as to the afflictions of the Puritan sect. Benoni occurs in the rate of 6 to 1 compared with Benjamin in the registers of the period. Afterwards the place of Ben was taken by the Syriac Bar, the earliest instance being that of old Barzillai, the Gileadite, whose name signified the son of iron. It seems as though under the Herodian kingdom, the custom was coming in that forms the first surnames, that of calling the son by his patronymic almost in preference to his own individual appellation, and thus arose some of the double titles that confuse us as to the identity of the earlier saints. Thus, the Israelite without guile is first introduced as Nathanael, the same as the ancient Nathaniel, captain of the tribe of Issachar, and meaning the gift of God, being compounded of the divine word and Nathan, a gift. Nathan was the name of the prophet who rebuked David, and of the son whose descendants seem to have taken the place of the royal line. Elnathan occurs as father to the wife of one of the kings, and Jonathan has exactly the same meaning, the gift of God. In the list of apostles, Nathanael is called by his patronymic Bartholomeos, as it stands in the Greek, and Ptolemaeos is referred to Talmai, furrows, which occurs in the list of the sons of Chaanach, and also as belonging to the king of Geshur, Absalom's grandfather. In the uncertainty whether it was really the apostle, Nathanael was left unused until those English took it up, by whom it was made into Nat. The other form, though not popular, is of all nations, and from its unwieldy length has endless contractions, perhaps the larger number being German, since it is most common in that central Teutonic land. English, German, Dutch, Swiss, Bartholomew Bartholomaus Bartelmers, Bartelm Bart, Bertel Bartley, Bartley Barthol, Bat Muse, Bartel de Bavarian, French, Danish, Spanish, Bartlomer Bartholomew Bartholomews Bartolomé, Bartel Bartolomé, Bartel Bartolo, Wal Ptolomeu Bardo, Wabel Wabam, Portuguese, Italian, Russian, Polish. Bartolomeu Bartolomeo, Varfolomai Bartolomier, Bartolomeo Bortolo Bardek, Bortolo Mio, Illyrian. Lusatian, Esthonian, Lithuanian, Bartuo Bartolic, Partel Baltras, Bardio Bardo, Pert, Baltramgus, Jernage, Batrem, Vratilamet. Section 8, Job. We must not quit the patriarchal names without mentioning that of Job. This mysterious person is stated in the margin of the Alexandrian version to have originally borne the name of Jobab, which means shouting, and a tradition of the Jews, adopted by some of the Christian fathers, makes him the same as the Jobab, prince of Edom, mentioned in the genealogy in the 33rd chapter of Genesis, a supposition according with his evident position as a great desert sheik, as well as with the early date of his history. Job, however, as he is called throughout his book, is explained by some to mean persecuted, by others a penitent, and it is evident from a passage in the Quran that this was the way that Muhammad understood it. The tradition of his sufferings lived on among the Arabs, who have many stories about Ayub or Ayub, as they pronounce the name still common among them, and their nickname for the patient camel is Abi Ayub, father of Job. Job, probably from their Eastern connections, is a name used by the Russians and has belonged to one of their patriarchs. Otherwise, it is a very infrequent name even in England. Job's 3 daughters, Jemima, Kezia, and Karenhapuch, are explained to mean a dove, kasha, and a horn of stibium. This latter is the paint with which Eastern ladies were wont to enhance the beauty of their eyelashes, and it is curious to find this little artifice so ancient and so highly esteemed as to give the very name to the fair daughter of the restored patriarch, perhaps because her eyes were too lovely to need any such adornment. Hers has never been a popular name, only being given sometimes to follow up those of her sisters. Kezia is a good deal used in England and belonged to a sister of Wesley, who was called Kissy, but Jemima is by far the most general of the three. The Hebrew interpretation of Jemima makes it a day, but the Arabic word for a dove resembles it more closely, and critics, therefore, prefer to consider it as the Arab feminine version of that which the Israelites had among them as Jonah, a dove. This belonged to the prophet of Nineveh. It is not usual in Europe, but strangely enough the Lithuanians use it as Johnsasis and the Lapps as Jonka. What strange fancy can have made Mehetabel, the wife of one of the princes of Edom, leave her 4 syllables to be popular in England? Many village registers all over the country show it. Was it a remnant of the East in Cornwall, or did Puritans choose it for its meaning, God is beneficent? It was at Jarrow as early as 1578. Tamar, a palm tree, it may here be mentioned, has continued common among Eastern Christians, especially since a distinguished Armenian queen was so called. Now and then very great lovers of biblical names in England give it, and likewise Dinah judgment. Footnote 11. Smith's Dictionary of the Bible, Kiddo's Biblical Cyclopedia, Proper Names of the Bible. Chapter 3. Israelite Names. Sect 1-on-1, Moses and Aaron. At the time of the Exodus, the Israelites had become a nation, and their names, though still formed from a living language, were becoming more hereditary and conventional than those of the patriarchal times. That of Moses himself, interpreted by the scripture as meaning drawn out of the water, belongs rather to the Egyptian than to the Hebrew language. It probably came from the Coptic mo, water, and usha, saved, though the Hebrew masha also presents a ready derivation, the great lawgiver. It has never been forgotten in the East, where the Arabs in the desert point out Jebel Mousa, the rock of Moses, whence they say the water flowed, and Wadi Mousa, the veil of Moses. Mousa is a frequent name among the Arabs to this day, and among the gallant Moors of Granada, none stands so prominently forward in the noble rivalry of Abencerrages and Zegris as does the champion Musa. Moses was unused by the Jews while they continued a nation, but has been very common in their dispersion, and in Poland has come to be pronounced Moses. The frequent Jewish surname Moss is taken from one of these continental corruptions of the name of the great lawgiver. In Ireland, the name Magshish has been adopted by the inhabitants as an imitation of Moses, but no form of Moses is used elsewhere, except as a direct scripture name. The name of Thermuthes has been found on a tombstone, given apparently in honor of Pharaoh's daughter, whom Josephus thus denominates. Aaron's name is in like manner considered to be Egyptian, and the meaning is very doubtful, though it is commonly explained as a high mountain. Aaron seems to have been assumed as a name by some of our old British Christians, or else it was accepted as an equivalent for something Celtic, for Aaron and Julius were among our very few British martyrs under Diocletian's persecution, and a later Aaron was an abbot in Brittany, but it has never been a name in use. The sister of Moses and Aaron, who led the songs of the Israelites when they saw their enemies dead upon the seashore, was the first owner of that name, which was to be the most highly honored among those of women. Yet it is a name respecting which there is great contention. Gesenius derives it from Mary stubbornness, with the addition of the third person plural so as to make it mean their rebellion. Other commentators refer it to the word mara bitterness, and thence the bitter gum myrrh, the same term that was applied to the brackish springs in the desert, and to which the desolate widow of Bethlehem declared her right, when she cried, "Call me not Naomi pleasant, call me Mara bitter." This is on the whole the most satisfactory derivation, but in the Middle Ages it was explained as myrrh of the sea, lady of the sea, or star of the sea, the likeness to the Latin, Celtic, and Teutonic mar being probably the guide. Star of the sea is the favorite explanation among Roman Catholics as the loftiest and most poetical, and it is referred to in many of their hymns and other devotional compositions. Miriam does not seem to have been repeated until after the captivity, when it took the Greek forms of Mariam and Mariamne and became very frequent among Jewish women, probably in the expectation of the new deliverance from the bondage that galled them like that of Egypt of old. It was the name of the Ismonian princess in whom the brave Maccabean line was extinguished by Herod the Great. It belonged to 3 if not to 4 of the women of the Gospel. And we find it again marking the miserable being who is cited as having fulfilled the most terrible of all the woes denounced by Moses upon the daughters of Jerusalem. The name of Miriam continued in the East, but was very slow in creeping into the Western Church, though not only the Blessed Virgin herself had borne it, but 2 very popular saints, namely, the Magdalene and the Penitent of Egypt, whose legends were both current at a very early period. The first Maria whom I can find of undoubted Western birth was a Spanish maiden, who was martyred by the Moors at Cordova in 851. Michaelis tells us that the old Spanish name of Araca is the same as Maria, but this can hardly be true. It seems to have been the devotion of the Crusaders that first brought Maria into Europe, for we find the first instances about the middle of the 12th century all at once. Maria of Antioch, a Crusader's daughter who married the Emperor Manuel Comnenus. Her daughter, Maria Comnena, married to the Marquis of Montferrat. Marie, the daughter of Louis Roman VII. Of France and our Aner of Guyenne, named probably during their Crusaders' fervor. Then Marie, the translator of the Breton legends for Henry Roman III. Marie, the nun daughter of Edward I, and at the same time Marie all over the Western world. Probably the addition of the German diminutive Chen, in French on, formed the name of. A bonny fine maid of noble degree, Maid Marian called by name. Very soon had her fame travelled abroad, for in 1332 the play of Robin et Marian was performed by the students of Angers, one of them appearing as a Philette de Guisset. The origin of marionettes, puppets disguised to play the part of Maid Marian, is thus explained. They may, however, have received their name from the habit of calling small images of the Blessed Virgin marionettes or marionettes. Several streets of Old Paris, in which were such images, were called Rue des Mariettes, or later, Rue des Marionnettes. All puppets there came to be called marionettes and marmosets, and 2 streets of Paris were down to the last century called Rue des Marmosets. Henry Etienne says, "Never did the Egyptians take such cruel vengeance for the murder of their cats, as has been wreaked in our days on those who had mutilated some marmoset or marionette." Even the bauble of a licensed fool was a marotte, from the little head at its point, and the supernatural dolls of sorcerers, in the form of toads or apes, were described as marionettes in an account of a trial for witchcraft in 1600. The term marmoset passed to the daintiest and most elegant of the monkey tribe, by which it is now monopolized. Marion became a common name in France and contracted into Manon, and expanded into marionette, as in a poem of the 13th century where Marion is thus addressed. And in Scotland, where Maid Marian fair as ivory bone, likewise figured in rustic pageantry, she took a stronger hold than anywhere else, is in common life yclept many, and has escaped her usual fate of confusion with Marian. With us, the Blessed Virgin's name, having come through the French, was spelt in their fashion till the translation of the Bible made our national Mary familiar. Mary Roman II was the first of our queens who dropped the I. The chief contractions and endearments are as follows: English, French, Italian, Spanish. Maria Marie Maria Maria Mary Marian Marietta Marinha Marian Manon Mariuccia Mariquinhas Mal Mayan Mariquita Molly Mariette Maritorns Polly Maillard Malkin Cambrai Mox Machina May Celtic, Swedish, Bavarian, Swiss. Mare W Maria Marie Marie Moisey Manx Maria Mariel Merily Mari Marital Maga Mary Maili Meril Mija Marlmili Metal Zmiel Dutch, Russian, Polish, Illyrian. Maria's Marija Mary Maria Marik Maka Marija Marika Mike Masha Marinia Milika Mashinka Lusatian, Esthonian, Lapland, Hungarian. Mara Mary Marja Maria Marusha Mai Mari Maya Marka. Our Latin Maria is a late introduction, brought in by that taste which in the last century made everything feminine end with an A. It is only during the last 3 centuries that Maria has reigned supreme in Roman Catholic countries, marking the exaggerated devotion paid to the original. Indeed, the Italian proverb, answering to the needle in a bottle of hay, is Cercar Maria in Ravenna, so numerous are the Marias there. Even in Ireland there were few Marys till comparatively recent times, but now the more that in some parts of the island was translated by Sarah is changed into Mary. Since Marys have been thus multiplied, the attributes of the first Mary have been adopted into the Christian name and used to distinguish their bearer. The earliest and best of these was the Italian Maria Annunziata or Annunziata, contracted into Nunziata, and followed up in Spain by Maria Annunziata, and in France by Marie Annoncade. Soon there followed Maria Assunta, in honor of her supposed assumption bodily into glory, but this never flourished beyond Italy, Spain, and her colonies. France has Marie des Anges, at least as a conventual appellation. As in Spain, the Vaders of the merciful interceding patroness is called Maria de Mercedes, and she whose parents were mindful of the 7 sorrows supposed to have pierced the heart of the Holy Mother would choose for their child Maria de Dolors. There was a legend that Santiago had seen a vision of the Blessed Virgin standing on a pillar of jasper, and bidding him found at Zaragoza the church, thence called Nuestra Senora del Pilar. Whence, in Spain at least, Pilar has become a female name, as Guadalupe has likewise in honor of a miraculous image of Saint Mary, preserved in the Church of the Mountain once covered with hermitages. Moreover, a district in Mexico, formerly called Tlaltelolco, contained a temple to a favorite goddess of the Aztec race. After the Spanish conquest, the same site became the scene of a vision of Nuestra Senora, who appeared to a Christian Indian and intimated that a church was there to be built in her honor. As a token of the reality of the vision, roses burst forth on the bare rock of the Tepeyac, and it further appeared impressed with a miraculous painting, which has been the great subject of adoration from the Mexicans ever since. Guadalupe, a free translation into Spanish of the native name of Tlaltelolco, has been ever since a favorite name with the damsels of Mexico, and is even adopted by such of the other sects as regard the shrine with special veneration. Maria del Encarnacion is also Spanish. An English gypsy woman lately said Carnation was her daughter's name and had been her grandmother's. Was it from this source? As Queen of Heaven, Maria has votaries, called in Italy Regina or Riene. The latter was frequent in early times at Florence. In France we find Rieni and Rienette, and Regina is a favorite in some parts of Germany, where it has been confused with the derivatives of the old Teutonic Rajan, council. Since the promulgation of the new dogma, young ladies in Spain have been called Maria de la Conception, in Italy, Concetta. Surely the superstition of these races is recorded in their names. The custom of adding Maria to a man's name seems to have begun in Italy about 1360, and now most individuals in Italy, and probably likewise in Spain, as well as in the more devout French families, bear the name of Maria. And the old Latin Marius and Virginius, though entirely unconnected except by the sound, have been pressed into the service, and made to do duty as Mario and Virginio in her honor. Perhaps the Jews had in some degree adopted the Roman fashion of similar names in a family, since the sister of the Blessed Virgin bears the same as her own, and there is a great similarity between those of the sisters of Bethany, which both probably come from Mara bitter, although some deduce Martha from the Aramean Mar, a lord, which we often hear as the title of Syrian bishops, as Mar Elias and C. Even the earliest writers on the Gospels were at a loss whether to identify the meek contemplative Mary of Bethany by the woman that was a sinner, who is recorded as performing the same act of devotion, and with Mary Magdalene, once possessed by 7 devils and afterwards first witness of the resurrection. While inquiry was cautious, legend was bold, and threw the 3 into one without the slightest doubt, going on undoubtingly to narrate the vain and sinful career of Mary Magdalene, describing her luxury, her robes, and in especial her embroidered gloves and flowing hair, and all the efforts of Martha to convert her, until her final repentance. The story proceeded to relate how the whole family set out on a mission to Provence, where Martha, by holding up the cross, demolished a terrific dragon, and Mary, after having aided in converting the country, retired to a frightful desert with a skull for her only companion. It is this legendary Magdalene whom painters love to portray in all her disheveled grief. The word itself is believed to be a mere adjective of place, meaning that she came from Magdala, which, in its turn, means a tower or castle, and is represented by the little village of Megdal, on the lake of Tiberias, so that her proper designation would be Mary of Magdala, i.e., of the tower, probably to distinguish her from Mary of Bethany with whom she is confounded. It is curious to observe how infinitely more popular her name has been than her sister, i.e. accepting the medieval belief that they were sisters. The Marfa of Russia is of course like the English Martha, Maddie, Patty, the true housewifely Martha, independent of the legend of the dragon, and has there been a royal name occurring frequently among the daughters of the earlier Tsars. And the Martha used in Ireland is only as an equivalent for the native Urs Mebhet, Meve, or Mab, once a great Irish princess, who has since become the queen of the fairies. Martha used also to be used for more. But the Marth and Marthan of the south of France, and the rarer Marta of Italy and Spain, were all from the provincial dragon slayer. And as to the popularity of Magdalene, the contractions in the following table will best prove it. English, German, Swiss, Danish. Magdalene, 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 Maudlin, Madeline, Malin, Mon, Lean, Lely, Magli, Madeline, Lenchen, Molly, Italian. French, Polish, Servian. Madalna, Magdalene, Magdalena, Mandalina, Mazaline, Old Magduja, Manda, Spanish. Madeline, Magdoja, Magdalena, Maidlin, Mad, Maidlina, Lusatian. Esthonian. Ung, Lettish. Madalnus, Madly, Magdalena, Madaln, Marlena. My Magdalna, Madeleine, Marlinka, Smail, Mad, Madalnka. The penitent Mary of Egypt has had her special vaderses. Maria Aegyptiaca was a princess of Oettingen in 1666. Footnote 12. Proper names of the Bible, Liddell and Scott's Greek Lexicon, Butler's Lives of the Saints, Dean Stanley. Footnote 13. Marriott occurs in a Cornish register as a feminine in 1666. Footnote 14. Smith's Dictionary of the Bible, Michaelis, Jameson's Legends of the Madonna, Sacred and Legendary Art, Roman Saro del Cid Wharton's History of Poetry, Grimm, Deutsche Mythology, O'Donovan on Irish Names, Festivals and Their Household Words, Christian Remembrancer, MME. Calderon de la Borca, Mexico. Section 2, Elisheba and C. The names of the wife and son of Aaron bring us to a style of nomenclature that was very frequent among the Israelites at the period of the Exodus, and had begun even earlier. This was the habit of making the name contain a dedication to the deity, by beginning or ending it with a word of divine signification. The divine title known to man before the special revelation to Moses in the burning bush was the Hebrew word El, in the plural Elohim, which corresponds to our term deity or Godhead. It was by a derivative from this word that Jacob called the spot where he beheld the angels, Beit El, the house of God, and again the place where he built an altar, El Elo, Israel, the God of Israel, as indeed his own name of Israel meant prevailing with God. This termination is to be found in the names of several of his grandsons, but we will only in the present section review the class of names where it serves as a prefix. The first of all of these is Eliezer, God of Help, the name of Abraham's steward who went to bring home Rebekah, and again of the second son of Moses. A very slight change, indicated in our version by the change of the vowels, made it Eleazar, or God will help, the name of Aaron's eldest surviving son, the second high priest. Both continued frequent among the Jews before the captivity, and after it the distinction between them was not observed, though Eleazar was in high repute as having belonged to the venerable martyr in the Antiochian persecution, as well as to the brave Maccabee, who perished under the weight of the elephant he had stabbed. In the Gospels, Eleazar has become Lazarus, and in this form is bestowed upon the beggar of the parable, as well as on him who was raised from the dead. It is curious to observe the countries where it has been in use. The true old form once comes to light in the earlier Middle Age as Saint Elziar, the Comte de Saint Sabrin, who became a devotee of Saint Francis and has had a scanty supply of local namesakes. The beggar's name has been frequently adopted in Spain as Lazaro or Lazarillo. Italy has many a Lazaro. Poland shows Lazars, Russia, Lasar, Illyria, Lazo, and Lays. Aaron's wife was Elisheba, meaning God hath sworn, i.e. an appeal to his covenant. It recurred again in the priestly family in the Gospel period, and had become, in its Greek form, epsilon lambda iota sigma alpha beta epsilon tau, in Latin, Elizabeth. The mother of the Baptist was not canonized in the West, though I believe she was so in the East, for there arose her first historical namesake, the Muscovite princess Elisaveta, the daughter of Jaroslav, and the object of the romantic love of that splendid poet and sea king, Harald Hardrede, of Norway, who sung 19 songs of his own composition in her praise on his way to her from Constantinople and won her hand by feats of prowess. Although she soon died, her name remained in the northern peninsula and figures in many a popular tale and Danish ballad as Elspin, Lisbeth, or Helsa. It was the Slavonic nations, however, who first brought it into use, and from them it crept into Germany and thence to the Low Countries. Elizabeth of Hainault, on her marriage with Philippe Auguste, seems to have been the first to suffer the transmutation into Isabel, the French being the nation of all others who delighted to bring everything into conformity with their own pronunciation. The royal name thus introduced became popular among the crown vassals, and Isabel of Angoulême, betrothed to Hugues de Lusignan, but married to King John, brought Isabel to England, whence her daughter, the wife of Friedrich Roman II, conveyed Isabella to Germany and Sicily. Meantime, the lovely character of Elizabeth of Hungary, or Erzsébet as she is called in her native country, earned saintly honors and caused the genuine form to be extremely popular in all parts of Germany. Her namesake great-niece was, however, in Aragon turned into Isabel, and when married into Portugal, received the surname of de la Paz because of her gentle, peacemaking nature. She was canonized, and Isabel, or Usable, as it is now the fashion to spell it in Spain, has ever since been the chief feminine royal name in the peninsula, and was rendered especially glorious and beloved by Isabel the Catholic. In the French royal family, it was much used during the Middle Ages, and sent us no fewer than 2 specimens, namely, the she-wolf of France and the child queen of Richard Roman II. But though used by the Plantagenets and their nobility, it took no hold of the English taste. And it was only across the Scottish border that Isabel or Ispel, probably learned from French allies, became popular, insomuch that its contraction Tibby has been from time immemorial one of the commonest of all peasant names in the lowlands. The wicked and selfish wife of Charles Roman VI of France was always called Isabeau, probably from some forgotten Bavarian contraction, but she brought her appellation into disrepute, and it has since her time become much more infrequent in France. The fine old English ballad that makes Pretty Bessie, the granddaughter of Simon de Montfort, is premature in its nomenclature. For the first Bess on record is Elizabeth Woodville, whose mother, Jacquetta of Luxembourg, no doubt imported it from Flanders. Shakespeare always makes Edward Roman IV call her Bess, and her daughter Elizabeth of York is the Lady Bessie of the curious verses recording the political courtship of Henry of Richmond. Thence came the name of Good Queen Bess, the most popular and homely of all borne by English women, so that, while in the last century a third at least of the court damsels were addressed as Lady Betty, it so abounded in villages that the old riddle arose out of the contractions. During the anti-Spanish alliance between England and France, Edward Roman VI was sponsor to a child of Henry Roman II, who received the Tudor name of Elizabeth, but could not become the wife of Philip Roman II, without turning into Isabel. Indeed, the Italian Elisabetta Farnese, a determined personage, was the only lady who seems to have avoided this transformation. Poetry did not improve our Queen Elizabeth by making her into Eliza, a form which, however, became so prevalent in England during the early part of the present century, that Eliza and Elizabeth are sometimes to be found in the same family. No name has so many varieties of contraction, as will be seen by the ensuing list, where, in deference to modern usage, Elizabeth is placed separately from Isabella. English, Scotch, German, Bavarian, Swiss. Elizabeth, 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 Lissy, Elspeth, Eliza, Elspeth, Elise, Lyserl, Betha, Bessie, Elspy, Lies, Beba, Betsy, Bessie, Lishan, Bebely, Betty, Lizzie, Elsabet, Lizzie, Elspeth, Libby, Bettine, Lisa, Bet, Ilse, Danish, French, Italian, Russian, Polish. Elizabeth, Elizabeth, Elisabetta, Jelisaveta, Elsbieta, Elspin, Elise, Elissa, Lisa, Elsbietka, Helsa, Babet, Beta, Lysinka, Babette, Bettina, Babichin, Lystina, Servian, Slovak, Esthonian, Hungarian, Lusatian, Jelisavta, Lisbeta, Elo, Erzebet, Hilsbeta, Jelisavka, Lisa, Elts, Ursi, Hilza, Lisa, Lizica, Lizo, Ursak, Hilziska, Ors, Lisa, Warsaik, Liska, Beta. Lies and Lysette are sometimes taken as contractions of Elizabeth, but they properly belong to Louise. English, Scotch, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Isabella, Isabel, Isabel, Asabel, Isabel, Isabel, Isbel, Isabel, Bella, Isabelhina, Bel Tibi, Nib, Ibat, Vib. Scotland and Spain are the countries of Isabel, England and Germany of Elizabeth. The noblest prophet of the kingdom of Israel was called by two Hebrew words, meaning God the Lord, a sound most like what is represented by the letters Eliyahu, the same in effect as that of the young man who reproved Job and his friends, though, in his case, the Hebrew points have led to his being called in our Bible Elihu, while we know the prophet as Elijah, the translators probably intending us to pronounce the J like an I. The Greek translators had long before formed letter 1F20 lambda iota alpha sigma, the Elias of the New Testament. When the Empress Helena visited Palestine, she built a church on Mount Carmel, around which arose a cluster of hermitages, and thus the great prophet and his miracles became known both to east and west. When the Crusaders visited the Mount of Carmel frowning above Acre, and beheld the church and the hermits around it, marked the spot where the great prophet had prayed, and the brook where he slew the idolaters, no wonder they became devoted to his name, and Heli became very frequent, especially among the Normans. Heli de la Fleche was the protector of Duke Robert's young son, William Clito, and Heli and Ely were long in use in France, as Elis must once have been in England, to judge by the surnames it has left. Elias is still very common in the Netherlands. The Order of Carmelites claim to have been founded by the prophet himself, but when the Latins inundated Palestine, it first came into notice and became known all over the West. It was placed under the invocation of Saint Mary, who is thus called in Italy the Madonna di Carmela or di Carmine, and in consequence, the two names of Carmela and Carmine took root among the Italian ladies, by whom they are still used. The meaning of Carmel, as applied to the mountain, is vineyard or fruitful field. Elisha's name meant God of salvation. It becomes Eliseus in the New Testament, but has been very seldom repeated, though it is possible that the frequent Elis of the Middle Ages may spring from it. Here, too, it may be best to mention the prophetic name by which the humanity of the Messiah was revealed to Isaiah, Emmanuel, God with us, meaning with, and being the pronoun. The Greeks appear to have been the first to take up this as a Christian name, and Manuel Comnenos made it known in Europe. The Italians probably caught it from them as Manivello, and the Spaniards and Portuguese were much addicted to giving it, especially after the reign of Dom Manuel, one of the best kings of the noble house of Aviz. Manolita is a feminine in use in the peninsula. When used as a masculine, as it is occasionally in England and France, the first letter is generally changed to E. Footnote 15. Proper names of the Bible, Michaelis, Grimm, Deutsche Mythology. Section 4, Joshua and C. A still more sacred personal divine name was revealed to Moses upon Mount Horeb, the name that proclaimed the eternal self-existence of him who gave the mission to the oppressed Israelites. The meaning of that name we know, in its simple and ineffable majesty. The pronunciation we do not know, for the most learned doubt whether that the usual substitute for it may not be a mistake. The Jews themselves feared to pronounce it commonly in reading their scriptures, and substituted for it Adonai, that which is indicated by the Lord, in capital letters in our Bibles, while the French try to give something of the original import by using the word L'Eternel. And thus the tradition of the true sound has been hidden from man, and all that is known is that the three consonants employed in it were J, or rather YVH. Yet, though this holy name was only indicated in reading, it was very frequent in combination in the names of the Israelites, being the commencement of almost all those that with us begin with G or Jo, the termination of all those with Aya. Nay, the use of the name in this manner has received the highest sanction, since it was by inspiration that Moses added to Hoshea, salvation, the syllable that made it Jehoshiah or Joshua, the Lord my salvation, fitly marking out the warrior, who, by divine assistance, should save Israel and place them safely in the promised land. That name of the captain of the salvation of Israel seems to have been untouched again till the return from the captivity, when probably some unconscious inspiration directed it to be given to the restorer of the Jews, that typical personage, the high priest, in whom we find it altered into Jeshua. And the Greeks soon made it into the form in which it appears as belonging to the author of the book of Ecclesiasticus, and which, when owned by the apostate high priest under Antiochus Epiphanes, was made by him from Jesus into Jason to suit the taste of the Greek rulers. It had become common among the Jews. It was the current name for the ancient Joshua, when it was assumed by him who alone had a right to it. A feast in honor of that name, to which every knee shall bow, has been marked by the Western Church, and it is probably in consequence of this that the Spanish Americans actually have adopted this as one of their Christian names, a profanation whence all the rest of Christendom has shrunk. There too a and Ida are added to it to make it feminine. In the unfortunate son and grandson of the good Josiah, yielded to the Lord, we see some curious changes of name. The son was called both Eliakim and Jehoiakim, in which the verb meant will establish or judge. The only difference was in the divine name that preceded it. This miserable prince died during the first siege of Jerusalem, and his son Jehoiachin, appointed of the Lord, reigned for 3 months till the city was taken, and he was carried away to Babylon. The above-mentioned seems to have been his proper name, but he was commonly called Jeconiah, and Jeremiah denounces his punishment without the prefix, as this man Coniah. After the death of Nebuchadnezzar, Jehoiachin was brought out of prison and lived in some degree of ease and favor at Babylon. And by Greek authors, a sort of compromise was made between his name and his father S, and he becomes sometimes Jeconias and sometimes Josim. There was an early tradition that Joachim had been the name of the father of the Blessed Virgin, but her private history did not assume any great prominence till about 1500, and in consequence, the names of her parents are far less often used before than after that era. Her mother's name, as we shall see, had a history of its own, and was earlier in general use than that of her father, which scarcely came into England at all, and was better known to us when Murat ascended the throne of Naples than at any other time. Being, however, found in the apocryphal Gospels, it was in use in the Greek Church, and is therefore to be found in Russia. Its forms are German, Bavarian, Frisian, Swiss, Joachim Joachim Heim Joacheli Joachim Joachim Achim Chim Spanish, French, Italian, Danish, Joachim Joachim Joachimo Joachim Joachim Joachino Joachim Joa Giovacchino Russian, Polish, Let, Illyrian, Joachim Jachim Juzzes Achim Achim Joachim's Jassim. The Germans, French, and Portuguese have the feminine Joachim, Joachima, or, in Illyrian, Asima. The Book of Judges has not furnished many names to collective Europe. Caleb, the faithful spy, who alone finally accompanied Joshua into the land of promise out of all the 600,000 who had come out of Egypt, had a name meaning a dog, seldom copied except by the Puritan taste, and only meeting in one language a personal name of similar signification, namely, the Irish Cu, Jen, Con. Caleb's daughter Achsah, probably from the shortness and pretty sound of her name, which means a tinkling ornament for the ankle, has a good many namesakes in remote village schools, where it is apt to be spelt Axa. Tirzah, Pleasantness, was one of those 5 daughters of Zelophehad, whose heirship occupies 2 chapters of the Book of Numbers. She probably was the origin of Tirzah, the name of Abel's wife in Gessner's Idyll of the Death of Abel, a great favorite among the lower classes in England, whence Thirza has become rather a favorite in English cottages. Gideon, a feller or destroyer, seems by his martial exploits to have obtained some admirers among the Huguenots of the civil wars of France, for Gadion was in some small use among them. The name of the mighty Nazarene, whose strength was in his hair, is not clearly explained. Skimskan seems best to represent the Hebrew sound, but the Greek had made it sigma alpha mu psi sigmo megan u, and our translation, Samson. Some translate it splendid son, others as the diminutive of son. The Greek Church and her British daughter did not forget the mighty man of valor, and Samson was an early Welsh bishop and saint, from whom this became a monastic appellation, as in the instance of Mr. Carlyle's favorite Abbot Samson. The French still call it Simson, which is perhaps more like the original, and our Simpson and Simpkins may thus be derived from it, when they do not come from Simon, which was much more frequent. The name of the gentle and faithful Ruth has never been satisfactorily explained. Some make it mean trembling, others derive it from a word meaning to join together, and others from Reuth, beauty, which is perhaps the best account of it. In spite of the touching sweetness of her history, Ruth's name has never been in vogue, except under the influence of our English version of the Bible. Perhaps this may be the fittest place to mention the prevalence of names taken from the river Jordan during the period of pilgrimages. The Jordan itself is named from jard, to descend. And perhaps no river does descend more rapidly throughout its entire course than does this most noted stream. From its rise in the range of Libanus to its fall in the Dead Sea, the lowest water in the world. To bathe in the Jordan was one of the objects of pilgrims, and flasks of its water were brought home to be used at baptisms, as was done for the present family of royal children. It was probably this custom that led to the adoption of Jordan as a baptismal name, and it is to be supposed that it was a fashion of the Normans, since it certainly prevailed in countries that they had occupied. In Calabria, Count Giordano Lancia was the friend of the unfortunate Manfred of Sicily, and recognized his corpse. Jourdain was used in France, though in what districts I do not know, and Jordan was at one time recognized in England. Jordan de Thornhill died in 1200, Jordan de Daldon was at the Battle of Lewes in 1264, and two namesakes of his are mentioned in the pedigree of his family. Jordan de Exeter was the founder of a family in Chaanach, who became so thoroughly Hibernicized that, after a few generations, they adopted the surname of Mac Jordan. Galileo de Galilei probably took both his names from Galilee, which comes from Galil, a circle. Bethlehem Gabber will seem to the mind as an instance of Bethlehem, the place of bread, having furnished Christian names for the sake of its associations, and Nazarene has also been used in Germany. Footnote 16. Dr. Pusey's Commentary on the Prophets, Kiddo's Biblical Dictionary, Jameson's Legends of the Madonna, Michaelis. Section 5. Names from Chaanach. Perhaps no word has given rise to a more curious class of derivatives than this from the Hebrew Chaanach, with the aspirate at each end, signifying favor or mercy or grace. To us it first becomes known in the form of Hannah, the mother of Samuel, and it was also used with the divine syllable in the masculine as Hananiel, Hanani, Hananiah, or Jehohanan, shortened into Johanan. Exactly the same names were current among the Phoenicians, only we have received them through a Greek or Latin medium. Anna, the companion sister of Dido, was no doubt Hannah, and becoming known to the Romans through the worship paid to her and Elisheba by the Carthaginians, was, from similarity of sound, confused by them with their Italian goddess, Anna Perina, the presiding deity of the circling year, Annus. Virgil, by and by, wove the traditions of the foundation of Carthage and the death of Dido into the adventures of Aeneas, and a further fancy arose among the Romans that after the self-destruction of Dido, Anna had actually pursued the faithless Trojan to Italy, and there drowned herself in the river Numicius, where she became a presiding nymph as Anna Perina. A fine instance of the Romans' habit of spoiling their own mythology and that of everyone else. Oddly enough, an Anna has arisen in Ireland by somewhat the same process. The river Liffey is there said to owe its name to Liffey, the daughter of the chief of the Firbolg race being there drowned. In Erse, the word for river was Amhain, the same as our Avon, but on English tongues Amhain Liffey became Anna Liffey and was supposed to be the lady's name. Another version declared that it was Liffey, the horse of Herman the Milesian, who there perished. Hanno, so often occurring in the Punic Wars, was another version of the Hebrew Hanan, and the far-famed Hannibal himself answered exactly to the Hananiah or Johanan of the Holy Land, saying that it was the grace of Baal that unhappily he besought by his very appellation. The Greeks called him Anibas, and the Romans wavered between Annibal and Hannibal as the designation of their great enemy. In the latter times of Rome, when the hereditary praenomina were discarded, Annibal and Annibalianus were given among the grand sounds that mocked their feeble wearers, and Annibale lingered on in Italy, so as to be known to us in the person of Annibale Carracci. It is a more curious fact, however, that Hannibal has always been a favorite with the peasantry of Cornwall. From the first dawn of parish registers, Hannibal is of constant occurrence, much too early, even in that intelligent county, to be a mere gleaning from books, and the West Country surname of Honeyball must surely be from the same source. A few other Eastern names, though none of them as frequent or as clearly traced as the present, have remained in use in this remote county, and ought to be allowed due weight in favor of the supposed influence of the Phoenician traders over the races that supplied them with tin and lead. The usual changes were at work upon the Jewish names Hannah and Hananiah. Greek had made the first Anna, the second Ananias or Annas. Indeed, Hannah is only known, as such, to the readers of the English version of the Bible, from whom the Irish have taken it to represent their native Ain, joy. All the rest of Europe calls her, as well as the aged prophetess in the temple, Anne. The apocryphal Gospels, which gave an account of the childhood of the Blessed Virgin, called her mother Anna, though from what tradition is not known. Saint Anna was a favorite with the Byzantines from very early times. The Emperor Justinian built a church to her in 550, and in 710 her relics were there enshrined. From that time forward, Greek damsels, and all those of the adjoining nations who looked to Constantinople as their head, were apt to be christened Anna. In 988, a daughter of the Emperor Basil married and converted Vladimir, Grand Prince of Muscovy, whence date all the numerous Russian Annas, with their pretty changes of endearment. The granddaughter of this lady, Anne of Muscovy, sister of Harold Hardrada's Elisheba, carried her name to France, where it grew and flourished. Saint Anne became the patron saint of Prague, where a prodigious festival is yearly holden in her honor, and great are the rejoicings of all the females who hear her name, and who are not a few. It was from Prague that the Bohemian princess, Anne of Luxembourg, brought it to England, and gave it to her name-child, Anne Mortimer, by whom it was carried to the House of York, then to the Howards, from them to Anne Boleyn, and thereby became an almost party word in England. Abroad it had a fresh access of popularity from a supposed appearance of the saint to 2 children at Auray, in Brittany, and not only was the Breton heiress, twice Queen of France, so named, but she transferred the name to her godsons, among whom the most notable was the fierce constable, Anne de Montmorency. Her Italian goddaughter, Anna d'Este, brought it back to the House of Guise, and shortly after a decree from Rome, in 1584, made the name more popular still by rendering the feast obligatory, and thenceforth arose the fashion of giving the names of the Blessed Virgin and her mother in combination, as Anne-Marie or Marian. This is usually the source of the Marian, Mariana, or Manna, so often found on the continent. In England, Marian is generally only a corruption of Marian, and Anna Maria is an imitation of the Italian. Hardly susceptible of abbreviation, no name has undergone more varieties of endearment, some forms almost being treated like independent names, such as the Annot of Scotland, an imitation of the French Annette, showing the old connection between France and Scotland. And in the present day, there has arisen a fashion of christening Annie, probably from some confusion as to the spelling of Anne or Anne. All these Annes can distinctly be traced from the Byzantine devotion to the mother of the Blessed Virgin spreading westwards, and at Rome magnified by Mariolatry. There are, however, what seem like forms of Anne in the West before the adoption of the name from Russia and Bohemia, Welsh Angharad, far from shame, which is treated as Anne's equivalent. The Scottish Annabel and Annabella are likewise too early to come from Saint Anne, and are probably either from Ain, joy, a favorite name in early Gaelic times, or from the Teutonic Arnhilda, eagle heroine. Annabella by no means is to be explained to mean fair Anna, as is generally supposed. Bellus did, indeed, signify handsome in Latin and became the beau and belle of French, but the habit of putting it at the end of a name, by way of ornament, was not invented till the late period of 7-leagued names of literature. Annis, or Anisia, is a separate name with a saint in the Greek calendar, and was used in England from the Norman Conquest down at least to 1690. Mr. Bardsley thinks, however, that this was really Agnes, and certainly the unfortunate Scotchwoman who was supposed to have raised the tempest before the wedding of James Roman VI, is called indifferently Agnes or Annie's Simpson. English, Scotch, French, Spanish, Italian, Hannah, Hannah, Anna, Annette, Anita, Annika, Nanny, Nanette, Nana, Nan, Annot, Nanoan, Ninetta, Nancy, Ninon, Nanny, Ninette, Nishon, Nillen, German, Dutch, Danish, Swiss, Bavarian, Anna, and Anshin, Anch, Annika, Annalie, Anerl, Notch, Nannerl, Anachit, Nanali, Bohemian, Russian, Servian, Lusatian, Let. Anna, and Ansika, Aninka, Anushka, Hannah, Anush, Anka, Anjuska, Anada, Hanziska, Anjutka, Annika, Hansika, Anushka, Aniksika, Denka, Lithuanian, Hungarian, Polish, Ain, Ans, Anna, Pani, Anna, Anik, Nanny, Panna, Anuja. Letter 1F30, Mega Alpha Nu Alpha, or letter 1F30 Alpha Nu Eta Sigma. For the masculine, letter 1F30, mega alpha nu alpha for the feminine, were already frequent among the natives of Judea, though they appear not to have been used in the family of Zacharias when he was commanded so to call his son. The evangelist, who was surnamed Mark, and Joanna, the wife of Herod's steward, both had received their names independently, and thus Joanne's became a most universal baptismal name, given from the first in the East and at Rome. There were many noted bishops so called in the 4th century, the earliest time when men began to be baptized in memory of departed saints, rather than by the old Roman names. The first whose name is preserved is Joannes of Egypt, one of the hermits of the Thebaid. The next is the great deacon of Antioch, and patron of Constantinople, Joannes Chrysostomos, John of the Golden Mouth, whose Greek surname, given him for his eloquence, has caused him to be best known as Saint Chrysostom, and has perpetuated in Italy Grisostomo, in Spain Chrysostomo, whilst the Slavonian nations translate the name and make it Zlatoust. At Constantinople, the Patriarch Saint Joannes the Silent; at Rome, the martyr Pope Saint Johannes I; at Alexandria, the beneficent Patriarch Saint Joannes the Almoner, all renewed the popularity of their name. The last mentioned was originally the patron of the order of Hospitallers, though when these Franks were living at enmity to the Greek Church, they discarded him in favor of the Baptist. Each of the 2 scriptural saints had 2 holidays, the Baptist on the day of his nativity and of his decollation, the evangelist on the 27th of December, as well as on the 6th of May, in remembrance of his confession in the cauldron of boiling oil. Thus the festivals were so numerous that children had an extra chance of the name, which the Italians called Giovanni, or for short Vanni, and the French Jehan. It was still so infrequent at the time of the Norman conquest that among the undertenants in Domesday Book, to 68 Williams, 48 Roberts, and 28 Walters, there are only 10 Johns, but it was flourishing in the Eastern Church, where one of the Comneni was called, some say from his beauty, others from the reverse, Caljones or handsome John, a form which was adopted bodily by his descendants, the Comneni of Trebizond. It had come into Ireland at first as Mauleoin, shaveling, or disciple of John, the Baptist sharing with St. Patrick the patronage of the island. But Sean or Sioin soon prevailed in Ireland, as did Ian in Scotland. But not till the Crusades did French or English adopt it to any great extent, or the English begin to anglicize it in general by contracting the word and writing it John. The misfortunes of the English Lackland and of the French captive of Poictiers caused a superstition that theirs was an ill-omened royal name, and when John Stuart came to the Scottish throne, he termed himself Robert Roman III, without, however, averting the doom of his still more unhappy surname. It did not fare amiss with any Castilian Juan or Portuguese Joe. And in Bohemia, a new saint arose called Johanko von Nepomuk, the empress's confessor, who was thrown from the bridge of Prague by the insane Emperor Wenzel for refusing to betray her secrets. As Saint Nepomucene, he had a few local namesakes who get called Mucky or Muckle. The original word is said to mean helpless. Double names, perhaps, originated in the desire to indicate the individual patron, where there were many saints of similar name, and thus the votaries of the Baptist were christened Gian Battista or Jean Baptiste, but only called by the second Greek title, most common in Italy, least so in England. English, French, Spanish, Italian, Swiss, Polish, Baptist, Baptiste, Bautista, Battista, Bish, Baptista, Batiste, Bishley. The Illyrians, using the word for Christianizing instead of that for baptizing, make the namesakes of the Baptist Kirstitely. It was probably in honor of Saint John the Evangelist's guardianship of the Blessed Virgin that her name became commonly joined with his. Giovanni Maria Visconti of Milan appears in the 5th century, and Juan Maria and Jean Marie soon followed in Spain and France. Johann was the correct German form, usually contracted into Hans, and it was the same in Sweden, where Johann I in 1483 was known as King Hans, and in Norway, Hans and Jens, though both abbreviations of Johann, are used as distinct names and have formed the patronymics Hansen and Jensen, the first of which has become an English surname. Ivan the Terrible, Tsar of Muscovy, was the first prince there so called, though the name is frequent among all ranks, and the sons and daughters are called Ivanovich and Ivanovna. Rare as patronymic surnames are in France, This universal name has there produced Johannot, while the contraction is Ginot, answering to the Spanish Juanito and the patronymic Juanes. Jan is very frequent in Brittany, where the diminutive is Chaanach. Jock is the recognized Scottish abbreviation, and it would seem to have been the older English one according to the warning to Jockey of Norfolk at Bosworth. Jack sounds much as if the French Jacques had been his true parent, but sweet Jack Falstaff, old Jack Falstaff, has made it alienable from John. Though Joanna was a holy woman of the gospel, her name did not come into favor so early as the male form, and it is likely that it was adopted rather in honor of one of the St. Johns than of herself, since she is not canonized. And to the 30 feasts of the St. Johns, in the Roman calendar, there are only 2 in honor of Joannas, and these very late ones, when the name was rather slipping out of fashion. Its use seems to have begun all at once, in the 12th century, in the south of France and Navarre, whence ladies called Juana in Spanish, Jehan or Jean in France, came forth and married into all the royal families of the time. Our first princess so called was daughter to Henry Roman II, and married into Sicily, and almost every king had a daughter Joan, or Joan, as they preferred spelling it. Joan Makepeace was the name given to the daughter of Edward Roman II, when the long war with the Bruces was partly pacified by her marriage, and Joan Beaufort was the maiden romantically beloved by the captive James I the Scots, however, usually called the name Jean, and adopted Janet from the French Jeanette, like Annot from Annette. The various forms and contractions are infinite. English, Scotch, Welsh, Breton, Gaelic, John, Jan, Ian, Johnny, Jenkin, Janik, Jack, Jenkin, Urs, German, Danish, Dutch, Belgian, Sean, Johans, Johan, Jan, Jehan, Ian, Hans, Jant, Jan, Hanschen, Jens, Hans, Hanniken, Jantot, Henka, Bavarian, Swiss, French, Spanish, Portuguese. Johan, Jean, Juan, Hansel, Jean, Juanito, Joninho, Hansley, Jehan, Old, Jonico, Hasley, Joazinho, Italian, Modern Greek, Russian, Polish, Bohemian, Giovanni, Goat, Omegalphin, Unuita, Sigma, Ivan, Gianni, Jans, Vanya, Janek, Gians, Vanka, Giovanali, Giankos, Ivan, Jushka, Janino, Janakes, Vanjushka, Vanni, Joanulos, Vanjucha, Nanny, Nanos, Janazo, Slavonic, Illyrian, Let, Lithuanian, Esthonian. Javan, Janis, Jonas, Johan, Ivan, Javica, Jenk, Ankas, Hannes, Janes, JVO, and Jonkas, Ants, Javeka, Ansis, Jonkuddy, Javik, Encelis, Enskis, Hungarian. Lap, Janos, Joffin, Jani, Jofa. Jessie, though now a separate name, is said to be short for Janet. Queen Joans have been more uniformly unfortunate than their male counterparts. Twice did a Giovanna reign in Naples in disgrace and misery, and the royalty of poor Juana la Loca in Castile was but one long melancholy madness. There have, however, been 2 heroines, so-called Jean of Flanders, or Janedic la Flamme, as the Bretons call her, the heroine of Henbon, and the much more noble Jean la Pucelle of Orleans. The 2 saints were Jean de Valois, daughter of Louis I, and discarded wife of Louis Roman XII, and foundress of the Annonsiades, and Jean Francois de Chantal, the disciple of Saint Francois de Sales. Johanna is a favorite with the German peasantry, and is contracted into Han. It was not till the Tudor period, as Camden states, that Jane came into use, when Jane Seymour at once rendered it so fashionable that it became the courtly title, and Joan had already in Shakespeare's time descended to the cottage and kitchen. English, Scotch, German, Dutch, French, Johanna, Gentina, Jean, Joanna, Jean, Han, Janot, Jehan, Joan, Jeannie, Jant, Jeanette, Jane, Jenny, Jeanette, and Joan, Janet, Jenny, Jessie, Gail, Janet, Janetta, Sionade, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, Russian, Polish, Juana, Giovanna, Ivana, Joanna, Juanita, Johanina, Giovanina, Zaneta, Hanuja, Aniuska, Anuja, Slovak, Illyrian, Bulgarian, Lusatian. Giovanna, Ivana, Ivanku, Henka, Janesica, Giovanna, Ivansica, Javka, Ivka. Section 6, David. The man after God's own heart was well named from the verb to love David, still called Deod in the East. It was delta alpha upsilon letter 1F76 delta in the Septuagint, delta alpha beta letter 1F76 delta, and delta alpha upsilon epsilon letter 1F76 delta in the New Testament, and the Vulgate made it the name well known to us. The Eastern Church, in which the ancient scriptural names were in greater honor than in the West, seems to have adopted David among her names long before it was revived among the Jews, who never seem to have used it since the days of their dispersion. It has always been common among the Armenians and Georgians. David is frequent in Russia, in honor of a saint who has his feast on the 29th of July, and in Slavonic it is shortened into Dako, in Esthonia it is Taved, in Lusatia, Dabko. The influence of Eastern Christianity is traceable in the adoption of David in the Celtic Church. Early in the 6th century, a Welshman of princely birth, like almost all Welsh saints, by name David or Dafydd, lived in such sanctity at his bishopric of Menevia that it has ever since been known as St. David's, the principal Welsh see having been there transplanted from Caerleon in his time. Dewi was the vernacular alteration of his name, and the Church of Llandewi Brevi commemorates a synod held by him against the Pelagians. Dafod or Davy thus grew popular in Wales, and when Ap Davy ceased to be the distinction of the sons of David, Davy, Davis, and Davies became the surname, Taffy the contraction, and Taffline or Vita the feminine. The Celtic bishop was revered likewise in Scotland, and his name was conferred upon the third son of Malcolm Seymour, the best sovereign whom Scotland ever possessed, and whom she deservedly canonized, although his Protestant descendant James Roman VI called him a sore saint to the crown because of his large donations of land to the clergy, at that time the only orderly subjects in the country. Affection and honor for the royal saint filled the lowlands with Davids, and this has continued a distinctively Scottish name. The anglicizing Irish took David as the synonym of Dathai, far-darting, and Diomede a freeman, and the Danes made it serve for Dagfinn day white. Footnote 17. Proper names of the Bible: Rhys, Welsh saints; Jones, Welsh sketches; O'Donovan, Irish names; 7 champions of Christendom. Section 7, Salem. It is remarkable to observe how the longing for peace is expressed in the names of almost every nation. The warlike Roman may be an exception, but the Greek had his Irenaeus, the German his Friedrich, the Celt his Simath, the slave his Lubomirski, testifying that even in the midst of war there was a longing after peace and rest. And above all would this be the case with the Hebrew, to whom sitting safely and at peace, beneath his own vine and his own fig tree, was the summit of earthly content. Shalem, peace. By the prophet king it was bestowed upon the 2 sons to whom he looked for the continuance of his throne, and the continuance of the promises of peace, Absalom, father of peace, and afterwards with a truer presage, Salomo or Solomon, the peaceful. Long before his time, however, Welsh and Breton saints had been called Solomon, as well as one early Armorican prince, and likewise an idiot boy who lived under a tree at Ore, only quitting it when in want of food, to wander through the villages muttering "Salam hungry," the only words, except Ave Maria, that he could pronounce. When he died, the neighbors, thinking him as soulless as a dog, buried him under his tree. But according to the legend, their contempt was rebuked by a beauteous lily springing from his grave, and bearing on every leaf the words Ave Maria. Certain it is that an exquisite church was there erected, containing the shrine of Salon the Simple, who thus became a popular saint of Brittany, ensuring tender reverence for those who, if mindless, were likewise sinless, and obtaining a few namesakes. Salomon and Salomon are the French and Italian forms, and Solomon is so frequent among the Jews as to have become a surname. Russia and Poland both use it, and have given it the feminines S. Solomonija and Salomia. But Shalem had already formed a true feminine name of its own, well known in Arabic literature as Sulaima, Selma, or Selima. But returning to the high associations whence the names of Christians should take their source, we find Salome honored indeed as one of the women first at the sepulchre. And it is surprising that thus recommended, her name should not have been more frequent. It sometimes does occur in England, and Salome is known in France, but it is nowhere really popular except in Switzerland, where, oddly enough, Salomle is the form for the unmarried, and Salome is restricted to the wife. In Denmark, similarity of sound led Solomon to be chosen as the ecclesiastical name, so to speak, of persons whose genuine appellation was Salmond, or Son's Protection. Perhaps it was in consequence that the Lord Mayor of London, of 1216, obtained the name of Solomon de Basing. The county of Cornwall much later shows a Saloma. It is a question whether Lemuel be another name for Solomon. It means to God, or dedicated to God, and was a favorite at one time with Puritan mothers. Swift made it famous, but Lemuel Gulliver was by no means an improbable North Country name, and Lemuel is not wholly disused even now. Footnote 18. Proper names of the Bible, Sylvester Dernier's Bretons. Section 8, later Israelite names. By the time the kingdom was established, most of the Israelite names were becoming repetitions of former ones, and comparatively few fresh ones come to light, though there are a few sufficiently used to be worth cursorily noting down. Hezekiah meant strength of the Lord, and in the Greek became Ezekias. Ezekiel is like it, meaning God will strengthen. The great prophet who was the chief glory of Hezekiah's reign was Isaiah, the salvation of the Lord, made by Greek translators into Esias, and thence called by Old French and English Essaya or Essay. The Russians, who have all the old prophetic names, have Isya. But it is not easy to account for the choice of Usya Letrist as the name of the child of Tristram and Usyult in the romance that carried on their history to another generation, unless we suppose that Usya was supposed to be the masculine of Usyult, the one being Hebrew, and meaning as above, the other Celtic, and meaning a site. Contemporary with Hezekiah, and persecuted by the Assyrian monarch when he returned to Nineveh after the miraculous destruction of his host, was the blind Israelite of the captivity whose name is explained to have been probably Tobijah, the goodness of the Lord, a name occurring again in the prophet Zechariah and belonging afterwards to one of the Samaritan persecutors. Probably in Greek came the variation of the names of the father and son. Perhaps the latter was once meant for Tobides, the son of Tobias. The marvelous element in the Book of Tobit gained for it much popularity. Scenes from it appeared in art. Thus Tobias had a diffusion in the later Middle Ages much greater than the names of his contemporaries of far more certain history, and in Ireland Toby has enjoyed the honor, together with Thaddeus and Timothy, of figuring as an equivalent for Tadg, a poet. English, French, Swiss, Hamburg, Italian, Russian, Tobias Toby Tobies Twos Tobia Tobijah, Tobit Tebes, Tobij, Toby Tebos of Baali. Hephzibah, my delight is in her, was the wife of Hezekiah, and it may have been in allusion to her that Isaiah spoke of the land being called Hephzibah. It has been rather a favorite name in America, where it gets turned into Hepsi. As Judah sinned more and more and her fate drew on, Jeremiah stood forth as her leading prophet. His name meant exalted of the Lord, and became Jeremias in the Greek, Jeremy in vernacular English. As the name of some of the early Eastern saints, it has had a partial, irregular sort of use in the West, and is adopted direct from the prophet in the Greco-Slavonic churches. The French, struck by the mournful strain of the prophet, use Jeremy to express a lamentation, and the English are rather too ready to follow their example. Jeremy is considered as another variety of equivalent for the Gaelic diamade, and this has led to the frequency of Jerry among families of Irish connection. In Switzerland, Jeremias is contracted into Mays or Mais. In Russia, it is Jeremijah, but nowhere has it been so illustrious in modern times as in the person of our own Jeremy Taylor. The king whom Jeremiah saw led into captivity was Zedekiah, justice of the Lord. The prophet of the captivity, Daniel, bore in his name an amplification of that of Dan, a judge. The termination signified God the judge, and the alias Belteshazzar, imposed upon him by the Chaldean monarch, is considered to translate and heathenize the name, making Bel the judge. It is observable that Daniel never calls himself thus, though he gives these heathen titles to his three companions. Daniel has always flourished as a name in the East. Daniel and Verda, a rose, were martyred by Shapur in 344. Another Daniel was crazy enough to succeed Simeon Stylites on his pillar, and thus the Armenian, Montenegrin, and Slavonian races are all much attached to Daniela, or Daniel, as they call it in Russia, or in Estonia, Taniel or Tani. The Welsh adopted it as Daniel, the name of the saint who founded the monastery of Bangor, the High Choir, in the 6th century, and it was thus known to the Bretons. And in Ireland, it was adopted as the equivalent to Domhnall, Donacha, and other names from Don or brown-haired, thus causing Dan to be one of the most frequent of Irish contractions. Saint Jerome transfixed with a dagger, with his pen, the additional chapters of the Book of Daniel relating to the story of Susanna, to show that he did not regard it as genuine, but, like the story of Judith, It was greatly more popular than the narratives in the canonical books, and was commemorated in ballad, mystery, tapestry, and painting. The name was properly Shoshana, a lily, though we know it as Susanna. It belonged to one of the holy women at the sepulchre, and it was likewise in the calendar, for 2 virgin martyrs named Susanna had suffered in the times of persecution, and though not commemorated in the Western Church, Queen Susanna, the Lily of Tiflis, had died for the truth in the hands of Mahometans. The name has been chiefly popular in France and Switzerland, as in England. The Swiss contraction, Susiketi, for Suzanne Catherine, is quaint. English, German, Bavarian, Susanna, Suzanne, Suzanne, Susan, Susan, Sannel, Susie, Susa, Sandal, Suki, Sue, Swiss. French, Lithuanian. Suzanne, Suzanne, Zuzane, Zosa, Suzette, Zosel, Suzanne, Zosel. This may be the best place to mention the Aramean Tabitha, explained by St. Luke as the same as Dorcas, a roe or gazelle, the Greek word being from its full dark eye. Tabitha and Dorcas both have associations unsuited to the deer gazelle. As the charitable disciple raised by St. Peter, her names were endeared to the Puritans. Of the minor prophets, the names have been little employed. Joel meant strong-willed. Amos, a burthen. Obadiah, servant of the Lord, has been slightly more popular, perhaps, in honor of him who hid the prophets in a cave, with whom the medieval imagination confounded the prophet, so that loaves of bread are the emblem of Obadiah in ancient pictures of the 12 prophets. Even the Habakkuk, as the Apocrypha calls him, who, in the story of Bel and the dragon is carried off by the hare to feed Daniel in the den of lions, seems to have been likewise supposed to be the same person in the strange notions of scripture history that once floated among our forefathers. The name of Habakkuk or Habakkuk was conferred upon a child by one of the last persons one would have suspected of such a choice, namely Mary, Queen of Scots. On her way to Mass, she was waylaid by one of her caterers, who acquainted her that he had a child to be baptized and desired her to give the name. She said she would open the Bible in the chapel, and whatever name she cast up, that should be given to the child. And for the child's misfortune, it proved to be Habakkuk. The name comes from the verb to clasp and means embracing. Micah is a contraction of Micaiah and means who is like unto the Lord. Nahum, to us connected with Tate and Brady, was consolation. Nehemiah expanded it, adding the divine termination. Zephaniah is protected of the Lord. Haggai, festival of the Lord, called Agi, when brought through a Greek medium, is rather a favorite in Russia. Zechariah, remembrance of the Lord, has been more in favor. After belonging to a king of Israel and to the priest murdered by King Jehosh, it came forth after the captivity as Zechariah with the prophet, and in the New Testament, as Zacharias, names the father of the Baptist, and the mysterious martyr who was to fill up the measure of the iniquity of the Jews, and again appears as Zacchaeus, the publican of Jericho. It was rather frequent among Eastern Christians, and belonged to the Pope who first invited the Franks into Italy to protect him from the Lombards, nor has it ever quite died away in the West, although nowhere popular. English, French, Italian, Danish. Zacharias, Zachary, Zachariah, Sacral, Zachary, Zach o Bavarian, Russian, Slavonic, Illyrian, Zachares, Sacharija, Zachary, Zachral, Sachar, Charija, Zaro, Zachar, Zako, Zashes, Zach. Of those to whom these later prophets were sent, Ezra's name is thought to be the same as that of Zerah, son of Judah, the rising of light, from whom likewise Heman, the writer of the 88th Psalm, is termed the Ezrahite. The name of Ezra is hardly to be recognized in that of Esdras, as the Greek translators rendered it. The house of Ephraim, mentioned in the prophet Micah, means the house of dust or ashes, and the Puritans, with their love of piteous names, adopted Ephraim as a name. As well it appears as dust and ashes in actual English. Footnote 19. Proper names of the Bible: Jones, Welsh Sketches, Michaelis, O'Donovan, Butler. Footnote 20. Proper names of the Bible: Michaelis, Chambers, Records of Scotland. Footnote 21. Bardsley, Puritan Nomenclature. Section 9. Angelic Names. We have thrown these together because, though our common term for those spiritual messengers is Greek, yet all the other words for them, as well as the 3 individual angelic designations that have come into use as baptismal names, are derived from the Hebrew. Moreover, the first of these belong to the last of the prophets, Malach Jah, the angel or messenger of God. It has even been thought by some commentators that this title of the prophet was the quotation of his own words. Behold, I send my messenger, or Malachi, before my face. Malachi would never have been a modern name, but for the Irish fancy that made it the equivalent of Maelsechlainn, the disciple of Saint Sechnal, or Secundus, a companion of Saint Patrick. And as the era of him who is now called King Malachi with the collar of gold was particularly prosperous, the name has come into some amount of popularity. The Septuagint always translated Malach by letter 1F00 gamma gamma epsilon lambda omicron sigma, even in that first sentence of the prophet, which in our version bears his name. Angelos had simply meant a messenger in Greek, as it still does, but it acquired the special signification of a heavenly messenger, both in its own tongue and in the Latin, whither Angelus was transplanted with this and no other sense. Angelos first became a name in the Byzantine Empire. It probably began as an epithet, since it comes to light in the person of Konstantinos Angelos, a young man of a noble family of Philadelphia, whose personal beauty caused him, about the year 1100, to become the choice of the Princess Theodora Komnena. It is thus highly probable that Angelos was first bestowed as a surname, on account of the beauty of the family. They were on the throne in 1185, and Angelos continued imperial till the miserable end of the unhappy Isaac, and his son, Alexios, during the misdirected crusade of the Venetians. Angelos thus became known among the Greeks, and somewhere about 1217 there came a monastic saint, so called, to Sicily, who preached at Palermo and was murdered by a wicked count, whose evil doings he had rebuked. The Carmelites claimed Saint Angelo as a saint of their order, and his name, both masculine and feminine, took hold of the fancy of Italy, varied by the Neapolitan dialect into Agnello or Aniello. E.g., the wonderful fisherman Masaniello was in fact Tommaso Angelo, by the Venetian into Anziolo, Anziolito, Anziolta, and by the Florentine into Angiolo, Angiolto, and thence into the ever-renowned contraction Giotto, unless indeed this be from Godofredo. It passed to other nations, but was of more rare occurrence there, except in the feminine. The fashion of complimenting women as angels left the masculine Ange to be scantily used in France, and angel now and then in England, but in Italy alone did Angiolo, and its derivative Angelico, thrive. All the other countries adopted the feminine, either in the simple form or the diminutive, or most commonly, the derivative Angelica Angelical, noted in romance as the faithless lady, for whose sake Orlando lost his heart and his senses. She was a gratuitous invention of Boiado and Ariosto, whose character for surpassing beauty made her name popular, and thus Angelica and Angelique have always been favorites. English, German, French, Angela, Angel, Angel, Angelot, Angelchen, Angeline, Angelina, Angelina, Angelique, Angelica, Angelica, Italian, Polish, Bohemian, Angiola, Ancella, Angela, Angioletta, Angelina, Angelica, Angelica, Agnola, Sanziolta. Angel was most often a man's name in England. We find it at Hadley, Suffolk, in 1591, and sometimes likewise in Cornwall. Archangel has even been used as an English name. The mysterious creatures that are first mentioned as keeping the way of the tree of life, then were represented in the tabernacle overshadowing the ark, and afterwards were revealed in vision to the prophet Ezekiel and to the apostle St. John, combined in their forms the symbols of all that was wisest, bravest, strongest, and loftiest in creation: the man, the lion, the ox, and eagle. In the lands where art made the cherub a mere head with wings, Cherubino arose as a Christian name, for it is hardly ever to be met with out of Spain and Italy. Equally misused is Seraph, now a lady's name, as Seraphine in France, Seraphina in Spain and Italy. The word seraph or saraph signifies burning or fiery, and would apply to that intensity of glory that Ezekiel struggles to express in the cherubim by comparisons to amber and to glowing embers, or to their intense fervor of love. 3 individual angels have been revealed to us by name as of the 7 that stand in the presence of God, and foremost of these is Michael, who is like unto God, he who was made known to Daniel as the protector of the Jewish people, to Zechariah as defending them from Satan, to Saint Jude as disputing with Satan for the body of Moses, and to Saint John as leading the hosts of heaven to battle with the adversary and prevailing over him. His name would have seemed in itself fit only for an archangel, yet before apparently he had been made known, it had been borne by the father of one of David's captains, and by a son of Jehoshaphat, and it was almost the same as Micaiah, the name of him who foretold the destruction of Ahab. Constantine the Great dedicated a church in his new city in honor of Saint Michael, the archangel, and thenceforth Michaelian, or Michael, have been favorites with all branches of the Eastern Church. An appearance of the archangel in Colossus led the way to another legend of his descent upon Monte Galgano in Apulia, somewhere about 493. Then came a more notable vision, seen by Gregory the Great himself, of the angel standing with outstretched sword on the tomb of Adrian, which has ever since been called the castle of Saint Angelo. In 706, Saint Michael was again seen to take his stand upon the isolated rock on the Norman coast, so noted as the fortress and convent of Mont Saint Michel. Moreover, tradition placed him upon the Cornish rock. When the great vision of the guarded mount looked towards Namancos and Bayona's hold, he was above all others the patron of the Christian warrior. His armor-clad effigy was seen in almost every church. The young knight was dubbed in his name, as well as that of the national saint, and since the prevalence of saintly names, his name has been frequently bestowed. It is, perhaps, most common in the Greek and Slavonic countries, but Ireland makes great use of it, and Italy has united it with the epithet angel in the one distinguished instance of Michelangelo Buonarroti. English, French, Spanish, Italian, Michael Mitchell Miguel Michel, Mick Michan Mike Micko German, Dutch, Swedish, Russian, Michael Mitchell Mikkel Mikkel Mika Michelch Mikkel Michaela Mika Mikas Misha Mischenka Slavonic, Servian, Let, Hungarian, Miha Miljo Michelis Mihali Mihal Miho, Mihal Mihaljo Misay Miska Mijalo. There is some confusion in the German mind between it and the Old Mitchell, Mikkel, large, which, as a name, it has quite absorbed. It has the rare feminines. French, Russian, Portuguese, Michel Micheline Miguela Miche Michelina. Legend has been far less busy with Gabriel, the hero of God, the angel who strengthened Daniel, and who brought the promise to Zacharias and to the Blessed Virgin. His name is chiefly used by the Slavonians, and in Hungary we find it in combination with Bethlehem, belonging to that noted chieftain, Bethlem Gabber. It was known and used everywhere, however, and the Swedish House of Oxenstierna considered it to have been the saving of their line from extinction, all their sons having died in the cradle, owing, it was thought, to Satan's strangling them, till at length one was named Gabriel, and having thus obtained the protection of the guardian angel, survived to be the ancestor of the minister of the great Gustavus. The feminine, Gabrielle, has been a favorite in France ever since La Belle Gabrielle gave it a reputation for beauty. English, German, Bavarian, Swiss, Italian, Gabriel Gabriel Gabe Gabeler Gabriello Gab Gabriel Russian, Polish, Illyrian Let, Hungarian, Gavril Gabriel Gabriel Gabriels Gabriel Gavrila Gavrilo Gabris Gabber Gavril Gavro feminine, French, German, Slavonic, Gabrielle Gabriel Gavrila Gavr. Raphael, the medicine of God, is the angel who guided Tobias and healed his father. Italy and Spain are the countries where his name is most used, and well it may, in the first named, after the fame of him who has made it the highest proverb in art. It hardly varies, except by the double FF Italian and the single one of Spain, to supply its Greek phi. I have heard of a girl at Mentone called Ravelina, probably Raffelina. Footnote 22. Smith, Dictionary of the Bible, Proper Names of the Bible Williams, Commentary on the Gospels, Jameson, Sacred and Legendary Art, Ruskin, Modern Painters, Marriott, Sweden. Part 2. Names Prom the Persian. Sect 1-on-1, the Persian language. Scanty, as are the Christian names derived from the Persian race, they are very curious and interesting, partly on account of the changes that they have undergone, and still more because the language whence they are derived belongs to the same group as our own, and testifies in many of its words to the common origin. To begin with the sovereign to whom all alike look up, him who is called by name in the book of Isaiah, as the shepherd who should restore Judah after the captivity. Kuru is a name said to be older than the Sanskrit and of unknown signification, although some derive it from Kur, one name for the sun. Quraysh was the original form, Koresh to the Hebrews, Kairos to the Greeks, whence the Romans took the Cyrus by which he is known to Europe. His only namesake in his own line was he who invited the 10,000 from Greece and perished at Chaanach, and of whom is told the story of his willing acceptance of the water of the river Kur or Cyrus, whose name sounded like his own. When the Sassanids revived the old Achaemenid names, they pronounced the royal word as Khusru, and the Byzantines recorded it as Chosroes, when Chosroes Nushirvan, or the Magnanimous, almost rivaled the glory of his ancestor, Kai Khusru, as the Chaanach called him. Not only had the fire worshippers revived the name, but it had been borne by various Christians in the East, one of whom, a physician of Alexandria, suffered in one of the persecutions, having been detected in visiting a Christian prisoner. He was buried at Chaanach in Egypt and was called in the Coptic calendar Abba Sher, or Father Cyrus, in the Greek Abba Cyrus. His relics were afterwards transported to Rome, where the church built over them was called by the Italians Saint Apissara. Like a fixed star, the original Cyrus had shone through adjacent darkness, evident by his luster, but his lineaments lost in distance, and thus Ferdosi makes him a mere mythical hero. Herodotus copied some distorted tradition, Xenophon portrayed imaginary perfection in his Cyropedia, and moderns have taken even greater liberties with him. Artaban, O le Grand Cyrus, the ponderous romance of Emile. Discutery was a stately French tale of love and war, containing a long amorous correspondence between Cyrus and his beloved, the model and admiration of the Preciuses in their glory, and absolutely not without effect upon nomenclature. In one village in Picardy, there still exist living specimens of Orion, Philoxene, Salemire, Arsinoe, Calvander, all derived from vassals named by their enthusiastic seigneurs in honor of the heroines of the fashionable romances, and still inherited by their posterity long after the seigneurs and the heroines are alike forgotten. Either from his being mentioned in the Bible or from the Cyropedia, Cyrus has had some currency as an English baptismal name. Section 2, Esther. Kharsha from Khashea, a king, and Arsha venerable, was the word that was converted in Hebrew into a Chashvarosh, and in our Bible into Ahasuerus, while the Greeks called it Xerxes. In Illyria, people are christened from him Xerxes and called Circe, and a few seekers of scripture names, chiefly in America, have called their sons Ahasuerus, in common life Hazi. The reigning wife of Xerxes is known to have been Amstress, the daughter of an Achaemenian noble, and she might well have been Vashti, set aside only for a time when the address of the nobles gained a victory over her. The fair daughter of the tribe of Benjamin, whose royalty ensured her people's safety, was in her own tongue Hadassah, or the myrtle, some say Atossa, but the Persian epithet by which we know her may have been taken from Satara, a word showing the ancient union of the languages, since Aster is Arab and Greek. And from thence and the Latin stella have sprung the modern etoile, estrella, star, stern, estigiorna, which the Septuagint gave as letter 1F11 sigma tau letter 1F74 rho, the Romans as Esthera and Hestera, whence the occasional variations in English of Esther or Essie and Hester or Hetty. Not till the days of Racine was Esther much in vogue. The tragedian, being requested to write a sacred drama to be acted by the young ladies of St. Cyr, chose this subject in compliment to Madame de Maintenon, as the faultless Esther preferred before the discarded Vashti, namely, Madame de Montespan. Esther thereupon became a favorite lady's name in France, and vied in popularity with the cumbrous splendors taken from the Scudery cycle of romance. At the same time, it was borne by the two ladies who had the misfortune to be the object of Dean Swift's affection, Esther Johnson and Esther Vanhomrigh, whom he called, one by the Latin name Stella, the other by the generic title of our finest English butterflies, Vanessa. Estrella was the heroine of a Spanish pastoral, whence the Abbé Florian borrowed his theatrical shepherdess Estelle, which thus became a French name, though chiefly on the stage, and both Estelle and Stella are sometimes used as epiphany names for girls. Roshana, as it is now pronounced, is still common in Persia and means the dawn of day. Roxane and Statyr, as rival heroines of Racine, became proverbs in France for the stately or the languishing form of tragedy dame. Roxana, or Roxy, is one of the favorite American grandiloquent style of names. Part 3. Chapter 1. Names from the Greek. Passing from Persian to Greek names, we feel at once that we are nearer home, and that we claim a nearer kindred in thoughts and habits, if not in blood, with the sons of Javan, than with the fire worshippers. The national names are thus almost always explicable by the language itself, with a few exceptions, either when the name was an importation from Egypt or Phoenicia, whence many of the earlier arts had been brought. Each Greek had but one name, which was given to him by his father either on or before the 10th day of his life, when a sacrifice and banquet was held. Genealogies were exceedingly interesting to the Greeks, as the mutual connection of city with city, race with race, was thus kept up, and community of ancestry was regarded as a bond of alliance, attaching the Athenians, for instance, to the Asiatic Ionians as both sons of Ion, or the Spartans to the Syracusans, as likewise descended from Doros. Each individual state had its deified ancestor, and each family of note a hero parent, to whom worship was offered at every feast, and who was supposed still to exert active protection over his votaries. The political rights of the citizens, and the place they occupied in the army, depended on their power of tracing their line from the forefather of a recognized tribe, after whose name the whole were termed with the patronymic termination ides, the son of. This was only, however, a distinction, for surnames were unknown, and each man possessed merely the individual personal appellation by which he was always called, without any title, be his station what it might. Families used, however, to mark themselves by recurring constantly to the same name. It was the correct thing to give the eldest son that of his paternal grandfather, as Kimon, Miltiades, then Kimon again, if the old man were dead, for if he were living it would have been putting another in his place, a bad omen, and therefore a father's name was hardly ever given to a son. Sometimes, however, the prefix was preserved, and the termination varied, so as to mark the family without destroying the individual identity. Thus, Leonidas, the third son of Anaxandridas, repeated with an augmentative his grandfather's name of Leo, a lion, as his father Anaxandridas did that of his own great-grandfather, Anaxandras, king of Man, whose son Eurycratidas was named from his grandfather Eurycrates. A like custom prevailed among the Old English. After the Romans had subdued Greece and extended the powers of becoming citizens, the name of the adopting patron would be taken by his client, and thus Latin and Greek titles became mixed together. Later, Greek second names became coined, either from patronymics, places, or events, and finally ran into the ordinary European system of surnames. Among the names here ensuing will only be found those that concern the history of Christian names. Many a great heart-thrilling sound connected with the brightest lights of the ancient world must be passed by, because it has not pleased the capricious will of after generations to perpetuate it, or so exceptionally as not to be worth mentioning. Some of the female Greek names were appropriate words and epithets, but others, perhaps the greater number, were merely men's names with the feminine termination in I or E, often irrespective of their meaning. Some of these have entirely perished from the lips of men, others have been revived by some enterprising writer in search of a fresh title for a heroine. Such is Corinna, probably from Persephone's title Kappa Omicron Rho Eta, Kore, a maiden, the Boeotian poetess, who won a wreath of victory at Thebes, and was therefore the example from whom MDME. De Stael named her brilliant Corinne, followed in her turn by numerous French damsels, and in an Italian chronicle of the early Middle Ages, the lady whom we have been used to call Rowena, daughter of Hengist, has turned into Corinna, whilst Cora, probably through Lord Byron's poem, is a favorite in America. Such too is Aspasia, welcome, from the literary fame of its first owner chosen, by the taste of the 17th century, as the title under which to praise the virtues of Lady Elizabeth Hastings. In the Rambler and Spectator days, real or fictitious characters were usually introduced under some classical or pastoral appellation, and ladies corresponded with each other under the sobriquets of nymph, goddess, or heroine, and in virtue of its sound Aspasia was adopted among these. It has even been heard as a Christian name in a cottage. Her name's Aspasia, but us calls her Spash. Footnote 23. Rawlinson, Herodotus, Malcolm, Persia, Lebeau, Boz Empire, Rollin, Ancient History, Butler, Lives of the Saints, Dunlop, History of Fiction. Footnote 24. Bishop Thirlwall, Greece, Smith, Dictionary of Greek and Roman Antiquities, Lappenberg, Anglo-Saxons. Chapter 2. Names from Greek Mythology. Sect 1-on-1. Greek appellations may be divided into various classes. The first, those of the gods and early heroes, are derived from languages inexplicable even by the classical Greeks. These were seldom or never given to human beings, though derivatives from them often were. The second class is of those formed from epithets in the spoken language. These belonged to the Greeks of the historical age, and such as were borne by the Macedonian conquerors became spread throughout the East, thus sometimes falling to the lot of early saints of the Church and becoming universally popular in Christendom. Of others of merely classic association, a few survived among the native Greeks, while others were resuscitated at intervals. First, by the vanity of decaying Rome, next, by the revival of ancient literature in the Cinquecento, then by the magniloquent taste of the Scudery romances in France, again in France by the Republican mania, and in the present time by the same taste in America and by the reminiscences of the modern Greeks. After the preaching of the gospel, Greece had vigor enough to compose appropriate baptismal names for the converts, and it is curious to observe that no other country could have ever been so free from the trammels of hereditary nomenclature, for no other has so complete a set of names directly bearing upon Christianity. So graceful are they in sound as well as meaning, and so honored for those who bore them, that many have spread throughout Europe. Lastly, even modern Greek has thrown out many names of graceful sound, which are, however, chiefly confined to the Romaic. Section 2. Names from Zeus. At the head of the whole Greek system stands the mighty Zeus, Zeta Epsilon Upsilon Sigma, a word that has been erected into a proper name for the thundering father of gods and men, whilst the cognate theta epsilon letter 1F78 sigma, theos, passed into a generic term. Just as at Rome the Deus Pater, God-Father, or Jupiter from the same source, became the single God, and Deus the general designation. All come from the same source as the Sanskrit Deva, and are connected with the open sky, and the idea of light that has produced our word day. We shall come upon them again and again, but for the present we will confine ourselves to the personal names produced by Zeus in his individual character, leaving those from Theos to the Christian era, to which most of them belong. Their regular declension of Zeus made Dios the genitive case, and thus Diodorus, Diogenes, and C ought perhaps to be referred to him. But the more poetical, and therefore most probably the older form, was Xenos in the genitive. And as Dios also meant heaven, the above names seem to be better explained as heaven gift and heaven born, leaving to Zeus only those that retain the same commencement. Zeta eta nu letter 1F7C nu, or, as it is commonly called, Zeno, was a good deal used in Greece throughout the classical times, and descending to Christian times, named a saint martyred under Gallienus, also a bishop of Verona, who left 93 sermons at the beginning of the 4th century, and thus made it a canonical name, although the rules of the Church had forbidden christening children after heathen gods. Except for the Isaurian Emperor Zeno and an occasional Russian Sinon, there has not, however, been much disposition to use the name. Zenobio's Life from Zeus is by far the easiest way of explaining the name of the brilliant queen of Palmyra. But on the other hand, she was of Arabian birth, the daughter of Amru, king of Arabia, and it is highly probable that she originally bore the true Arabic name of Zenab, ornament of the father, and that when she and her husband entered on intercourse with the Romans, the name Zenobia was bestowed upon her as an equivalent, together with the genuine Latin septima as a mark of citizenship. When her glory waned and she was brought as a prisoner to Rome, she and her family were allowed to settle in Italy, and her daughters left descendants there. Zenobius, the bishop of Milan, who succeeded St. Ambrose, bore her name and claimed her blood, and thus Zenobio and Zenobia still linger among the inhabitants of the city. The romance of her story caught the French fancy, and Zénobie has been rather in fashion among modern French damsels. A Cilician brother and sister, called Zenobius and Zenobia, the former a physician and afterwards bishop of Egi, were put to death together during the persecution of Diocletian, and thus became saints of the Eastern Church, making Sinovij, Sinovija, or for short, Zizi, very fashionable among the Russians. It is much more difficult to account for the prevalence of Zenobia in Cornwall. Yet many parish registers show it as of an early date, and dear to the West is the story of a sturdy dame called Zenobia Brangwena, Mrs. Piazzi makes the surname Stevens, who, on her 99th birthday, rode 17 miles on a young colt to restore to the landlord a 99-years lease that had been granted to her father, in her name, at her birth. Probably Zenaida means daughter of Zeus. Although not belonging to any patron saint, it is extensively popular among Russian ladies, and either from them or from the modern Greek, the French have recently become fond of Zenaide. Footnote 25. Smith, Dictionary, Butler, Lives, Gibbon, Rome, Miss Beaufort, Egyptian sepulchres and Syrian shrines. Hayward, Mrs. Piazzi. Section 3, letter 1F21 row alpha, Hera. The name of the white-armed, ox-eyed queen of heaven, letter 1F21 row alpha, or letter 1F21 row eta, Hera or Hooray, is derived by philologists from the same root as the familiar German Herr and Herrin, and thus signifies the lady or mistress. Indeed, the masculine form, letter 1F25 row omega sigma, whence we take our hero, originally meant a free or noble man, just as Herr does in ancient German, and came gradually to mean a person distinguished on any account, principally in arms. And thence it became technically applied to the noble ancestors who occupied an intermediate place between the gods and existing men. The Latin Heris and Hera are cognate, and never rose out of their plain original sense of master and mistress, though the heroes was imported in his grander sense from the Greek and has passed on to us. It is curious that whereas the wife of Zeus was simply the lady, it was exactly the same with Frigga, who, as we shall by and by see, was merely the Frau, the free woman or lady. Hera herself does not seem to have had many persons directly named after her, though there was plenty from the root of her name. The feminine hero was probably thus derived, belonging first to one of the Danaids, then to a daughter of Priam, then to the maiden whose light led Leander to his perilous breasting of the Hellespont, and from whom Shakespeare probably took it for the lady apparently, done to death by slanderous tongues. It is usual to explain as letter 1F21 row alpha kappa lambda letter 1FC6 sigma, fame of Hera, the name of the son of Zeus and Alcmena, whose bitterest foe Hera was, according to the current legends of Greece. But noble fame is a far more probable origin for Heracles, compound as he is of the oft-repeated sun myth mixed with the veritable Samson, and the horrible Phoenician Melkarth or Moloch, with whom the Tyrians themselves identified Heracles. A few compounds, such as Heraclius, Heraclitus, Heracleonas, have been formed from Heracles, the hero ancestor of the Spartan kings, and therefore specially venerated in Lacedaemon. The Latins called the name Hercules, and it was revived in the Cinquecento, in Italy, as Hercule. Thus Hercule was originally the baptismal name of Catherine de' Medici's youngest son, but he changed it to Francois at his confirmation, when hoping to mount a throne. Exceptionally, Hercules occurs in England, and we have known of more than one old villager called Arcles, respecting whom there was always a doubt whether he were Hercules or Archelaus. Hence, too, the name of the father of history, Herodotus' noble gift. Hence, likewise, that of Herods. Some derive this last from the Arab Harith, a farmer, but it certainly was a Greek name long before the Idumean family raised themselves to the throne of Judea, since a poet was so called who lived about the time of Cyrus. If the Herods were real Edomites, they may have Grecized Harith into Herods, but it is further alleged that the first Herod, grandfather of the first king, was a slave, attached to the temple of Apollo at Ascalon, taken captive by Idumean robbers. Hateful as is the name and its associations, its feminine, Herodias, became doubly hateful as the murderess of John the Baptist. Section 4, Athene. The noble goddess of wisdom, pure and thoughtful, armed against evil, and ever the protector of all that was thoughtfully brave and resolute, was called Alpha-Thetuita, Athene, too anciently for the etymology to be discernible, or even whether her city of Athens was called from her, or she from the city. Many an ancient Greek was called in honor of her, but the only one of these names that has to any degree survived is Athenais. There were some Cappadocian queens, so called, and so likewise was the daughter of a heathen philosopher in the 4th century, whom the able Princess Pulcheria selected as the wife of her brother Theodosius, altering her name, however, to Eudocia at her baptism. It must have been the scudery cycle of romance that occasioned Athenais to have been given to that demoiselle de Mortimer, who was afterwards better known as Madame de Montespan. Athenaeus Athenian, Athenagoras Assembly of Athene, Athenagoros Gift of Athene were all common among the Greeks. Athene's surname of Pallas is derived by Plato from pi alpha lambda lambda epsilon iodin u to brandish because of her brandished spear. But it is more likely to be from pi alpha lambda lambda alpha xi, a virgin, which would answer to her other surname of pi alpha rho theta epsilon u omicron sigma, likewise a virgin, familiar to us for the sake of the most beautiful of all heathen remains, the Parthenon, as well as the ancient name of Naples, Parthenope. This, however, was a female name in Greece, and numerous instances of persons called Parthenios and Palladios attest the general devotion to this goddess, perhaps the grandest of all the imaginings of the Indo-European. There is something absolutely satisfactory in seeing how much more the loftier and purer deities, Athene, Apollo, Artemis, reigned over Greek nomenclature than the embodiments of brute force and sensual pleasure, Ares and Aphrodite, both probably introductions from the passionate Asiatics, and, as we see in Homer, entirely on the Trojan side. An occasional Aretas and Arete are the chief recorded namesakes of Ares, presiding god of the Areopagus as he was, and thence may have come the Italian Aretino and an Areta who appears in Cornwall. Aphrodite seems to have hardly one derived from her name, which is explained as the foam sprung. Footnote 26. Smith, Dictionary of Greek and Roman Mythology, Lebeau, Bass Empire, Gladstone, Homer. Section 5, Apollo and Artemis. The brother and sister deities, twin children of Zeus and Leto, are, with the exception of Athene, the purest and brightest creations of Greek mythology. The sister's name, Artemis, certainly meant the sound, whole, or vigorous. That of the brother, Apollon, is not so certainly explained, though Æschylus considered it to come from letter 1f00 pi omicron lambda lambda epsilon mu iota, to destroy. They both of them had many votaries in Greece, such names as Apollodorus, gift of Apollo, Apollonius, and the like arising in plenty, but none of them have continued into Christian times, though Apollos was a companion of St. Paul. The sole exception is Apollonia, an Alexandrian maiden, whose martyrdom began by the extraction of all her teeth, thus establishing Saint Apolline, as the French call her, as the favorite subject of invocation in the toothache. Abelona, the Danish form of this name, is a great favorite in Jutland and the Isles, probably from some relic of the toothless maiden. The Slovaks use it as Polonija or Polona. The votaries of Artemis did not leave a saint to perpetuate them, but Artemisia, the brave queen of Halicarnassus, had a name of sufficient stateliness to delight the Praesiuses. Thus Artemis was almost as useful in French romances as the still more magnificent Artemidor, the French version of Artemidorus, gift of Artemis. It was a late fancy of mythology, when all was becoming confused, that made Apollo and Artemis into the sun and moon deities, partly in consequence of their epithets Phobos, Phoebe, from Phi Alpha Omega, to shine. The original Phoebe seems to have belonged to some elder myth, for she is said to have been daughter of heaven and earth, and to have been the original owner of the Delphic oracle. Afterwards she was said to have been the mother of Leto, the obscure, and thus grandmother of Apollo and Artemis, who thence took their epithet. This was probably a myth of the alternation of light and darkness, but as we have received our notions of Greek mythology through the dull Roman medium, it is almost impossible to disentangle our idea of Phobos from the sun, or of Phoebe from the crescent moon. In like manner, the exclusively modern Greek Phi Omega Tau Epsilon Iota Nuita, bright, photony, comes from Phi Omega Sigma Fuzz, light, as does Photius, used in Russia as Foti. Strangely enough, we find Phobos among the medieval counts of Foix, who, on the French side of their little Pyrenean county, were Gaston Phobos on the Spanish, Gaston Phoebo. Some say that Phobos was originally a sobriquet applied to one of the family on account of his personal beauty, though it certainly was afterwards given at baptism. Others, that it was an imitation of an old Basque name. Phoebe was a good deal in use among the women of Greek birth in the early Roman Empire, and Phoebe, our sister, the deaconess of Cenchrea, is commended by St. Paul to the Romans, but she has had few namesakes, except in England, the Italian Phoebe only being used as a synonym for the moon. Cynthia was a title belonging to Artemis, from Mount Cynthus, and has thence become a title of the moon and a name of girls in America. Delia, another title coming from Delos, the place of her nativity, has been preferred by the Arcadian taste and flourished in shepherdess poems so as to be occasionally used as a name in England, but more often as a contraction for Cordelia. Delphinios and Delphinia were both of them epithets of Apollo and Artemis, of course from the shrine at Delphi. Some say that shrine and god were so called because the serpent Python was named Delphine, others, that the epithet was derived from his having metamorphosed himself into a dolphin or else ridden upon one, when showing the Cretan colonists the way to Delphi. The meaning of Delphi's Adelphus is the womb, and thus the Greeks believed Delphi to be the center of the earth, just as the medieval Christians thought Jerusalem was. It is from this word that Delphi's a brother is derived, and from one no doubt of the same root, that was first a mass, and afterwards a dolphin, the similarity of sound accounting for the confusion of derivatives from the temple and the fish. Again, the dolphin is said to be so called as being the fish of the dolphin god. It was probably as an attribute of the god that Delphinos was used as a name by the Greeks, and it makes its first appearance in Christian times in two regions under Greek influence, namely Venice and southern France, which latter place was much beholden for civilization to the Greek colony of Massilia. Delphino has always prevailed in the Republic of St. Mark, and Delphinus was a sainted bishop of Burdo in the 4th century, from whom many, both male and female, took the name, which to them was connected with the fish of Jonah, the emblem of the resurrection. In 1125, Delphine, heiress of Alban, married Gyges, Count of Viennois. She was his third wife, and to distinguish her son from the rest of the family, he was either called or christened Gyges Delphin and assumed the dolphin as his badge, whence badge and title passed to his descendants, the Counts Dauphins de Viennois. The last of these left his country and title to Charles, son of King Jean of France, and thence the heir apparent was called the Dauphin. Dalphine appears at Cambrai before 1200, and Delphine de Glandèves, sharing the saintly honors of her husband, Count Elziar de Saint-Sabrin, became the patroness of the many young ladies in compliment to La Dauphine. It is startling to meet with Dolphin as a daughter of the unfortunate Waltheof, Earl of Mercia. But unless her mother, Judith, imported the French Delphine, it is probable that it is a mistake for one of the many forms of the Frank, Adele, which was displacing its congener, the native Ethel. Indeed, Dolphine, which is very common among German girls now, is avowedly the contraction of Adolphine, their feminine for Adolf, noble wolf. Section 6, Phile. The sun god who drove his flaming chariot around the heavenly vault day by day, and whose eye beheld everything throughout the earth, was in Homer's time an entirely different personage from the far-darting Apollo, with whom, thanks to the Romans, we confound him. Helios was his name, a word from the root ele, light, the same that has furnished the Teutonic adjective hel, bright or clear, and that is met again in the Celtic hial, the sun. This root ele, heat or light, is found again in the Greek name of the moon, Selene, once a separate goddess from Artemis. One of the Cleopatras was called Selene, but it does not appear that this was used again as a name till in the last century, when Selina was adopted in England, probably by mistake, for the French Céline, and belonged to the Wesleyan Countess of Huntingdon. From ele again sprang the name most of all noted among Greeks, the fatal name of letter 1 F11 lambda epsilon u epsilon, Hellene, the feminine of Hellenos, the light or bright. Though Æschylus, playing on the word, made it letter 1 F11 lambda epsilon u alpha sigma, the ship destroying. Wherefore else this fatal name, that Helen and destruction are the same? A woman may be a proverb for any amount of evil or misfortune, but as long as she is also a proverb for beauty, her name will be copied. And Helena never died away in Greece, and latterly was copied by Roman ladies when they first became capable of a little variety. At last it was borne by the lady who was the wife of Constantius Chlorus, the mother of Constantine, and the restorer of the shrines at Jerusalem. Saint Helena, holding the true cross, was thenceforth revered by East and West. Bithynia on the one hand, Britain on the other, laid claim to have been her birthplace, and though it is unfortunately most likely that the former country is right, and that she can hardly be the daughter of old King Cole, yet it is certain that the ancient Britons held her in high honor. Eglwys Ilan, the Church of Helen, still exists in Wales, and the insular Celts have always made great use of her name. Ellen recurs in Old Welsh pedigrees from the Empress's time. Elaine is really the Old Cambrian form occurring in registers from early times, and thus explaining the gentle Lady Elaine, the mother of Sir Galahad, whom Tennyson has lately identified with his own spinning lady of Shalott. Helen, unfortunately generally pronounced Ellen, was used from the first in Scotland, Eileen or Aileen in Ireland. Nor are these Celtic Ellens the only offspring of the name. Elena in Italy, it assumed the form of Alianer among the Romanesque populations of Provence, who, though speaking a Latin tongue, greatly altered and disguised the words. Indeed, there are some who derive this name from epsilon lambda epsilon omicron sigma, pity, but there is much greater reason to suppose it another variety of Helena, not more changed than many other provincial names. Alianer in the land of troubadours received all the homage that the Languedoc could pay, and one Alianer at least was entirely spoilt by it, namely, she who was called Eleanor by the French king who had the misfortune to marry her, and who became in time on English lips our grim Eleanor of the dagger and the bowl, the hateful Aquitanian grandmother, who bandies words with Constance of Brittany in King John. Her daughter, a person of far different nature, carried her name to Castile, where, the language being always disposed to cut off a commencing E, she was known as Leonor and left hosts of namesakes. Her descendant, the daughter of San Fernando, brought the name back to England, and, as our good Queen Eleanor, did much to redeem its honor, which the levity of her mother-in-law, the provincial Alianer of Henry Roman III, had greatly prejudiced. Eleanor continued to be a royal name as long as the Plantagenets were on the throne, and thus was widely used among the nobility, and afterwards by all ranks, when of course it lost its proper spelling and was turned into Eleanor and Elinor, still, however, owning its place in song and story. Anora, frequent in northern England, was the contraction of Eleonora, and was further contracted into Anot. Also Ellen was Lena or Linot. Greek, Latin, English, Scotch. Letter 1 F11 lambda epsilon ueta, Helena Helena, Helen, Helen Ellen, Elaine, Ellen, letter 1 F11 lambda epsilon u, letter 1 F30 sigma kappa eta, Elinor, Elinors, Nelly, letter 1 F11 lambda epsilon u alpha iota, Leonora, Anora, Anot, Lena, Linot, Irish, German, Italian, Spanish. Helena, Helene, Elena, Helena, Eileen, Eleanor, Eleonora, Nelly, Lenore, Leonora, Leon, Russian, Polish, Slavonic, Servian, Jelena, Helena, Jelena, Jelena, Helenka, Jela, Jela, Jelena, Jelica, Jela, Jelicas, Lenkas, Lensicas, Let, Esthonian, Ung, Albanian, Lena, Leno, Ilona, Elgina, Lenia. Meantime, the Aragonese conquests in Italy had brought Leonora thither as a new name independent of Elena, and it took strong root there, still preserving its poetic fame in the person of the lovely Leonora d'Este, the object of Tasso's hopeless affection. To France again, it came with the Galagai, the Marechal Danker, the author of the famous saying about the power of a strong mind over a weak one. And unpopular as she was, Leonor has ever since been recognized in French nomenclature, and it went to Germany as Lenore. The Greek Church was constant to the memory of the Empress, mother of the founder of Constantinople, and Helena has always been frequent there. And when the royal widow Olga came from Muscovy to seek instruction and baptism, she was called Helena, which has thus become one of the popular Russian names. It is sometimes supposed to be a translation of Olga, but this is a mistake founded on the fact that this lady and another royal saint were called by both names. Olga is, in fact, the feminine of Oleg, the Russian form of Helgi, which the race of Rurik had derived from their Norse ancestor, and it thus means holy. Sweden also has a Saint Helene, who made a pilgrimage to Rome, and was put to death on her return by her cruel relations in 1160. Her relics were preserved in Zealand, near Copenhagen, making Ellen a favorite name among Danish damsels. Helena has a perplexing double pronunciation in English, the central syllable being made long or short according to the tradition of the families where it is used. The Greek letter was certainly the short E, but it is believed that though the quantity of the syllable was short, the accent was upon it, and that the traditional sound of it survives in the name of the island which we learnt from the Portuguese. Section 7. Demeter. Among the elder deities in whom the primitive notion of homage to the giver of all good was lost and dispersed was the beneficent mother Demeter, deltita muita tauitero. Some derive the first syllable of this name from gamma letter 1 FC6, the earth, others from the Cretan delta eta alpha iota, barley, making it either earth mother or barley mother. But the idea of motherhood is always an essential part of this bounteous goddess, the materializing of the productive power of the earth, filling our hearts with food and gladness. Formerly, Demeter had numerous votaries, especially among the Macedonians, who were the greatest name-spreaders among the Greeks, and used it in all the four horns of their divided empire. It occurs in the Acts as the silversmith of Ephesus, who stirred up the tumult against St. Paul, and another Demetrius is commended by St. John. The Latin Church has no saint so called, but the Greek had a Cretan monk of the 14th century, who was a great ecclesiastical author, and a Demetrios, who is reckoned as the second great saint of Thessalonica. Hence Demetrios is one of the most popular of names in all the Eastern Church, and the countries that have ever been influenced by it, among whom must be reckoned the Venetian dominions, which considered themselves to belong to the old Byzantine Empire till they were able to stand alone. Dimitri has always been a great name in Russia. The Slavonian nations give it the contraction mitter and the feminine Dimitra or Mitra. The modern Greek contraction is Demos. In some parts of Greece, Demeter was worshipped primarily as the gloomy winterly earth, latterly as the humanized goddess clad in black, in mourning for her daughter, whence she was adored as Melena. Whether from this title of the goddess or simply a dark complexion, there arose the female name of Melania, which belonged to two Roman ladies, grandmother and granddaughter, who were among the many who were devoted to the monastic Saint Jerome, and derived an odor of sanctity from his record of their piety. Though not placed in the Roman calendar, they are considered as saints, and the French Mélanie and the old Cornish Melanie are derived from them. On the contrary, her summer epithet was Chloe, the verdant, as protectress of green fields, and Chloe seems to have been used by the Greeks, as a Corinthian woman so called is mentioned by St. Paul, and has furnished a few scriptural Chloes in England. In general, however, Chloe has been a property of pastoral poetry, and has thence descended to Negroes and Spaniels. Footnote 27. Smith, Dictionary, Keithley's Mythology. Montelembert, Monks of the West, Michaelis. Section 8, Dionysos. The god of wine and revelry appears to have been adopted into Greek worship at a later period than the higher divinities embodying loftier ideas. So wild and discordant are the legends respecting him, that it is probable that in the Bacchus, or Dionysos, whom the historical Greeks adored, several myths are united. The leading ones being, on the one hand, the naturalistic deity of the vine, on the other, some dimly remembered conqueror. Dionysos has never been satisfactorily explained, though the most obvious conclusion is that it means the god of Nyssa, a mountain where he was nursed by nymphs in a cave. Others make his mother Dione one of the original mythic ideas of a divine creature, the daughter of heaven and earth, and afterwards supposed to be the mother of Aphrodite. Names given in honor of Dionysos were very common in Greece, and especially in the colony of Sicily, where Dion was also in use. Dionysios, the tyrant, seemed only to make the name more universally known, and most of the tales of tyranny clustered round him, such as the story of his ear, of the sword of Damocles, and the devotion of Damon and Pythias. In the time of the apostles, Dionysius was very frequent, and gave the name of the Areopagite mentioned by St. Paul, of several more early saints, and of a bishop who, in 272, was sent to convert the Gauls, and was martyred near Paris. The abbey erected on the spot where he died was placed under the special protection of the Counts of Paris. And when they dethroned the sons of Charlemagne and became kings of France, Saint Denis, as they called their saint, became the patron of the country. The banner of the convent, the oriflamme, was unfurled in their national wars, and Mont Joie Saint Denis was their war cry. Saint Denis of France was invoked, together with Saint Michael, in knighting their young men, and Saint Denis of France was received as one of the 7 champions of Christendom. The Sicilians, having a certain confusion in their minds between the champion and the tyrant of Syracuse, have taken San Dionigi for their patron. He is also in high favor in Portugal as Dinas, and in Spain as Dionys. Denis is a very frequent Irish name, as a substitute for Donnog, and, to judge by the number of the surnames, Dennis, Denison, and Tennyson or Tennyson, it would seem to have been more common in England than at present. The Russians have Dionysiage, the Bohemians, Diwis, the Slavonians, Tennis, the Hungarians, Dienes. The feminine is the French Denise, English, Dionysia, Donnet, Dennet, or Diet, which seem to have been at one time very common in England. Footnote 28. Liddell and Scott, Keithley Michaelis Smith. Section 9, Hermes. The origin is lost of the name of Hermes, the swift, eloquent, and cunning messenger of Zeus, but it is supposed to come from Hera, the earth, and was called Hermes, Hermes, or Hermias. A long catalogue of Greeks might be given bearing names derived from him, and it was correctly that Shakespeare called his Athenian maiden Hermia. Hermes is mentioned in the Epistle to the Romans, and is thought to be the same with the very early Christian author of the Allegory of the Shepherd, but his name has not been followed. Hermione was, in ancient legend, the wife of Cadmus, the founder of Thebes, and shared his metamorphosis into a serpent. Afterwards, another Hermione was the daughter of Helen and Menelaus, and at first, wife of Neoptolemus, though afterwards of Orestes, the heroine of a tragedy of Euripides, where she appears in the unpleasant light of the jealous persecutor of the enslaved Andromache. Hermione is generally supposed to be the same as the Italian Erminia and the French Herman, but these are both remains of the Herminian gens and are therefore Latin. Hermocrates, Hermagoras, Hermogenes, every compound of this god's name prevailed in Greece, but the only one that has passed on to Christianity is Hermalaus, people of Hermes, a name that gave a saint to the Greek church and is perpetuated in Russia as Ermolai. Descending from the greater deities of Olympus, we must touch upon the Muses, though not many instances occur of the use of their names. Mu Omicron letter 1 Fe6 Sigma Alpha Iota, Mouse. Their collective title is supposed to come from Mu Alpha Omega, Mau, to invent. It furnished the term Mausikos for songs and poetry, whence the Latin musa, musicus, and all the forms in modern language in which we speak of music and its professors. Musidora, gift of the Muses, was one of the fashionable poetical sobriquets of the last century, and as such figures in Thomson's Seasons. As to the individual names, they have scarcely any owners except Polymnia, she of many hymns, whose modern representative, Polyhymnia, lies buried in a churchyard on Dartmoor and startles us by her headstone. The West Indian negresses, sporting the titles of the ships of war, however, come out occasionally as Miss Calliope, Miss Euterpe, and C. The only muse who has left namesakes is hardly a fair specimen. For Urania, the heavenly, her epithet as the presiding genius of astronomers is itself formed from one of the pristine divinities of Greece, himself probably named from heaven itself, of which he was the personification. Omicron letter 1 F50, rho alpha nu Omicron sigma, Auranos, Uranus, is in Greek both the sky and the first father of all. The word is probably derived from the root, or which we find in letter 1 F44 rho Omicron sigma, a mountain, and letter 1 F44 rho nu epsilon mu iota, to raise, just as our heaven comes from to heave. Uranius was not uncommon among the later Greeks, especially in Christian names. A Gaulish author was so called, and it was left by the Romans as a legacy to the British. It makes its appearance among the Welsh as Urian, a somewhat common name at one time. Brave Urian sleeps upon his craggy bed, but Camden, or someone else before him, thought proper to identify it with George, which has led to its decay and oblivion. Urania was revived in the days of euphuistic taste, when Sir Philip Sidney called himself Sidraffle, and the object of his admiration, Urania. It became a favorite poetic title both in England and France, and in process of time, a family name. Theta alpha lambda epsilon iot alpha, Thalia, though both muse of comedy, and one of the three graces and signifying bloom, has not obtained any namesakes, though both her sister graces have. These nymphs were the multiplied personifications of Chi alpha rho Ota sigma, Charis grace, beauty, or charity. The Greeks were not unanimous as to the names or numbers of the Charites. The Athenians and Spartans adored only two, and the three usually recognized were defined by Hesiod. Thalia, bloom; Aglaia, brightness; Euphrosyne, mirth, cheerfulness, or festivity. It has been almost exclusively by Greeks that the name has been borne. It was a great favorite among the Romaic Greeks, figuring again and again amongst the Porphyrogenitae, and to this present day it is common among the damsels of the Ionian Isles. I have seen it marked on a school-child's sampler in its own Greek letters. In common life it is called Froso. In Russia it is Jeffernissa. The other Grace, Aglaia, comes to light in Christian legend as the name of a rich and abandoned lady at Rome, who, hearing of the value that was set on the relics of saints, fancied them as a kind of roc's egg to complete the curiosities of her establishment, and sent Boniface, both her steward and her lover, to the east to procure some for her. He asked in jest whether, if his bones came home to her, she would accept them as relics. And she replied in the same spirit, little dreaming that at Tarsus he would indeed become a Christian and a martyr, and his bones be truly sent back to Rome, where Aglaia received them, became a penitent, took the veil, and earned the saintly honors that have ever since been paid to her. It is unfortunate for the credibility of this story that the date assigned to it is between 209 and 305, a wide space indeed, but one in which relic worship had not begun, and even if it had, the bones of martyrs must have been only too plentiful much nearer home. However, the French have taken up the name of Aglaia and make great use of it. A few ancient Greeks had names compounded of Charis, such as Charinus and Charalaus, the nephew of Lycurgus, but it was reserved for Christianity to give the word its higher sense. Charis, through the Latin caritas, grew to be the Christian's charity, the highest of the three graces, faith, hope, love, that had taken the place of bloom, mirth, and brightness. And thus it was that, after the Reformation, charity, contracted into Cherry, became an English Christian name, perhaps in remembrance of the fair and goodly charity of the House Beautiful, herself a reflex of the lovely and motherly Carissa, to whom Una conducted the Red Cross Night. Chariton, Charitun in Russian, is a name in the Greek Church, from a confessor of Sirmium, who under Aurelius was flogged with ox hides and imprisoned, but was liberated on the emperor's death, and made a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Perhaps this is the place, among these minor mythological personages, to mention that Zephyr, the west wind, has absolutely a whole family of named children in France, where Zephyrine has been greatly the fashion of late years. Footnote 29. Keithley's Mythology, Caves Lives of the Fathers, Smith Dictionary, Potter's Euripides. Footnote 30. Smith Dictionary, Keithley Mythology, Montelembert. Section 10, Heroic Names. Not very many of the heroic names, glorious in poetry, have passed on, but we will select a few of those connected with the siege of Troy and hand it on upon that account. Mostly they were not easy of comprehension even to the Greeks themselves, and were not much copied among them, perhaps from a sense of reverence. It was only in the times of decay, and when the recollection of the fitness of things was lost, that men tried to cover their own littleness with the high-sounding names of their ancestors. Moreover, by that time, Greek associations were at a discount. Rome professed to descend from Troy, not from Greece, and after her example, modern nations have tried to trace themselves back to the Trojan fugitives, the Britons to Brute, the French to Francus and C, and thus Trojan names have been more in vogue than Greek. However, be it observed that the Trojan names are Greek in origin. The Trojans were of Pelasgic blood, as well as most of their opponents, but they were enervated by residence in Asia, while the superior race of Hellenes had renovated their Greek relatives, making just the difference that the Norman conquest did to the English Saxon in opposition to his Frisian brother. One of these inexplicable names was borne by letter 1F00 chi iota lambda lambda epsilon epsilon sigma, Achilles, the prime glory of Homer and of the Trojan War. The late Greek traditions said that his first name had been Ligerin or the Whining, but that he was afterwards called Achilles, from alpha privative and chi epsilon iota lambdita, chale, lip, because he was fed in his infancy on nothing but lions' hearts and bears' marrow. This legend, however, looks much as if the true meaning of the word had been forgotten, and this was a forgery to account for it. However this may be, modern Greece and France alone repeat the name, and it is much disguised by the French pronunciation of Achille. A martyr in Dauphiné was called Achilles, and an Achilla appears as a lady early in the Visconti pedigree. Gallant Hector, who perhaps is the most endearing of all the Trojan heroes, from the perfection of his character in tenderness, devotion, and courage, and the beautiful poetry of his parting with his wife and son, bore a name that is an attribute of Zeus, letter 1F15 capitao megaro, holding fast, i.e., defending from letter 1F15 chi omega, hecho, to have or to hold, a word well befitting the resolute mainstay of a falling cause. Italy, where the descent from the Trojans was early credited and not, perhaps, impossible, is the only country where his name has been genuinely imitated, under the form of Etter. The Hector of Norway is but an imitation of the Old Norse Hagder, hawk of Thor, and the very frequent Hector of Scotland is the travesty of the Gaelic Eachin, a horseman. In like manner, the Gaelic Eonghas, excellent valor, and the Welsh Einion, the just, are both translated into Aeneas. Indeed, it is possible that the early Welsh saint, Einion, may indeed have been an Aeneas. For, in complement to the supposed descent of the Julii from Aeneas, this name is very common in the latter times of the empire. It appears in the Book of Acts and belonged to several writers. Latterly, in the beginning of the classical taste of Italy, the name of Ennia Silvio was given to that Piccolomini who afterwards became a pope. This form is in honor of that son of Aeneas and Lavinia who was said to have been born in a wood after his father's death. A son of the Earl of Hereford was called Aeneas, temp. Ed. Roman 3. The pious Aeneas owes his modern fame to Virgil. In the time of Homer, even his goddess mother had not raised him into anything like the first rank of the heroes who fought before Troy. His name in the original is alpha letter 1F30, nu epsilon, iota alpha sigma Aeneas, and probably comes from alpha letter 1F30, upsilon epsilon omicron, Aeneo, to praise. The poem that no doubt suggested the Aeneid, the Homeric story of the Greek wanderer, contains some of those elements that so wonderfully show the kindred of far distant nations. We are content to call this wonderful poem by something approaching to its Greek title, though we are pleased to term the hero by the Latin travesty of his name, Ulysses, the consequence, it is supposed, of some transcriber having mistaken between the letters delta and lambda. The Romans, likewise, sometimes called him Ulixes, the Greek sigma sigma and xi being, by some, considered as the same letter. Omicron delta upsilon epsilon sigma, Odysseus, his true name, is traced to the root delta upsilon sigma, dies, hate, the Sanskrit divish, and from the same source as the Latin odio. Italians talked of Ulyssio, and Fenelon taught the French to honor his favorite hero as Le Fils du Grand Ulysse. But the only place where the name is now used is Ireland, probably as a classicalism for the Danish legacy of Ulick, Huglake, or Mind Reward. The Irish Finghuala, White Shoulders, was not content with the gentle native softenings of her name into Fenella and Nuala, but must needs translate herself into Penelope. And it is to this that we owe the numerous Penelopes of England, down from the Irish Penelope de Vuru, with whom is connected the one shade on Sidney's character, to the pen and penny so frequent in many families. The faithful Queen of Ithaca was probably named Paeida nu epsilon lambdomicron Paeida, or Paeida nu epsilon lambdomicron pi epsilon iota alpha from her diligence over the loom. Since Paeida nuita peen is thread on the bobbin, Paeida nu iota zeta omicron mu alpha iota is to wind it off. But a later legend declared that she had been exposed as an infant, and owed her life to being fed by a kind of duck called Paeida nu epsilon lambdomicron psi, Penelops, after which she was therefore called. This has since been made the scientific name of the turkey, and translators of Christian names have generally set Penelope down as a turkey hen, in oblivion that this bird, the Dinder of France, the Walsh Hahn of Germany, always in its name attesting its foreign origin, came from America 3,000 years after the Queen of Ithaca wove and unwove beneath her midnight lamp. Her son Telemachus, distant battle, had one notable namesake in the devoted hermit who forever ended the savage fights of the amphitheater. But, though Telemach was a triumph of genius and tender religious feeling in spite of bad pseudo-classical taste, has not been again repeated. Cassandra appears in Essex in 1560 and named the sister of Jane Austen. Chapter 3. Names from Animals, etc. Sect 1-on-1, the lion. Much of the spirit of the nation is to be traced in the animals whence their names are derived. The Jew, whose temper, except when thoroughly roused, was peaceful and gentle, had hardly any save the names of the milder and more useful creatures: the ewe, the lamb, the bee, the fawn, and sea. The Indo-European races, on the other hand, have the more brave and spirited animals, many of them running through the entire family of nations thus derived, and very possibly connected with that beast epic, as Mr. Dasent calls it, which crops out everywhere, in the East in apologues and fables, and towards the West in Märchen, according to the expressive German term. It is just as if in the infancy of the world, there was the same living sympathy with the animal creation that we see in a young child, and that the creatures had at one time appeared to man to have an individual character, rank, and history of their own, explained by myths, in which these beings are the actors and speakers, and assumed a meaning divine, symbolic, didactic, or simply grotesque, according to the subsequent development of the peoples by whom they were handed down. The lion is one of these universal animals, testifying how long dim memories of the home in Asia must have clung to the distant wanderers. Leon, or Leo, was early a favorite name among the Greeks, and Herodotus thinks, on account of its meaning, that the captive Leo was the first victim of the Persians. It passed on in unceasing succession through Greeks of all ranks till it came to Byzantine emperors and Roman bishops. Two popes to whom Rome owed the deepest debt of gratitude, to the one, for interceding with Attila, to the other, for turning away the wrath of the Saracens, were both called Leo, and it thus became a favorite on the papal throne and was considered to allude to the lion of the tribe of Judah, which was therefore sculptured on St. Peter's in the time of the Medicean Leo X. Leon and Leon and Leonie have continued in use in France and Italy. The word has been much compounded from the earlier Greek times, Leontius, Leontia, whence the modern French Leonce. The name Leonidas, the glorious self-devoted Spartan, after entire desuetude, has been revived in Greece and America. The Romanized Britons adopted the lion name, which amongst them became Lew, the lot of the romances of the Round Table. Here likewise figured the gallant Sir Lionel, from whom Edward Roman III, in chivalrous mood, named his third son, the ancestor of the House of York. An unfortunate young Dane, to whom the Dutch Republic stood sponsor, received the name of Leo Belgicus. The Slavonic forms are Lev, Lav, and Lew, which, among the swarms of Jews in Poland, have become a good deal confounded with their hereditary Levi. Leandros Leander, as we call it, means lion man. Besides the unfortunate swimming lover whose exploit Byron imitated and Turner painted, it belonged to a sainted bishop of Seville, who, in 590, effected the transition of the Spanish Visigoths from Arianism to Orthodoxy. Very likely his name was only a classicalizing of one of the many Gothic names from Lute, the people, which are often confused with those from the lion, but Leandro passed on as a Christian name in Spain and Italy. The name Leocadia, a Spanish maiden martyred by the Moors, had probably some connection with a lion, but it cannot be traced in the corrupted state of the language. Leocadie has traveled into France. The Slavonians have Lavoslav, lion glory, which they make the equivalent of the Teutonic Leopold or Leopold, really meaning the people's prince. Lowenhard, the stern lion or lion strong, was a Frank noble, who was converted at the same time as his sovereign, Clovis, and became a hermit near Limoges. Many miracles were imputed to him, and Saint Leonard became a peculiarly popular saint both in France and England. Leonard is a favorite name in France, and has some popularity in England chiefly, it is said, in the north and in the Isle of Wight. Leonardo is Italian, witness Leonardo da Vinci, and according to Gil Blas, Leonarda is a Spanish feminine. Germany has in surnames Lenhart, Leinart, Leinhart Lowen. Italy invented the formidable Christian name, Brancaleone, Brachium leonis, or arm of a lion, and Bavaria has Loinclo, Lionclaw. English, French, German, Swiss, Italian. Leonard, Leonard, Leonhard, Leert, Leonardo, Lunares, Leonhard, Leertli, Lonart, Lenal, Lienzel. Section 2, the horse. The horse is as great a favorite as the lion, and is prominent in many a myth from the Caspian to the frozen ocean. His name in Sanskrit Akva, in Zendish Esp or Asp, comes forth in the Greek letter 1F35 pi pi omicron sigma or letter 1F35 keka sigma, showing its identity with the Latin equus, the Gaelic each, and it may be with the Teutonic hengst. Among these various races, it is the Persian, the Greek, and the Gael who have chiefly used the term for this noble animal in their nomenclature. The Persian feminine Damaspia is said exactly to answer to the Greek Hippodamia, the female of Hippodamus, horse tamer. And Hippos forms part of far too many Greek names to be here enumerated, except where they have become popular elsewhere. One would have imagined that Hippos and Lambda Omega, to destroy, must have suggested the name of Hippolytus, the son of Theseus, who was destroyed by his own horse, terrified by a sea monster. But on the other hand, he appears to have been named after his mother Hippolyta, the beautiful queen of the Amazons, whom Shakespeare has shown us hunting in his wondrous Attic forest. However this may be, Hippolytus has many namesakes, among them an early Christian writer and also a priest at Rome, who in the year 252 was condemned by the persecuting judge to die the death his name suggested. The Christians buried him in a catacomb, which bears his name. Sant'Ippolito became a parish church at Rome, and of course gave a title to one of the cardinals, and Ippolito and Ippolita have always been fashionable Italian names. He was also the patron of horsemen and horses, and the latter were solemnly blessed in his name. Xanthippe's name is feminine of Xanthippus, a yellow horse. What a pity it was not a gray one. The Persian Aspametras, horse lover, exactly corresponds to the Greek phi iota lambda iota pi sigma, loving horses. Thus were named many obscure kings of Macedon, before that sagacious prince who prepared the future glories of his son by disciplining his army, and crushing Greece in spite of those indignant orations of Demosthenes, which have made Philippics the generic term for vehement individual censure. Macedon, by colonizing the east, spread Philippos over it, and thus was named the Apostle of Bethsaida, and likewise one of the deacons, chosen for his Grecian connections. The apostle was martyred at Hierapolis. Nevertheless, an arm of his, according to the Bollandists, was brought to Florence from Constantinople in 1205 and made Philippa, Lippo, Pippo, Pippa, great favorites in northern Italy. Greece and her dependent churches always used the name of Philip, or Philippe, as they call it in Russia, and it was the eldest son of the Muscovite Anne, queen of Henry I, who was the first Philippe to wear the crown of France. He transmitted his name to 5 more kings and to princes innumerable, of whom one became Duke of Burgundy. His descendant, the half-Flemish, half-Austrian Philippe the Handsome, married Juana la Loca of Castile and Aragon, and their grandson was known as Felipe Roman II. In Spain. During his brief and ill-omened stay in England, he was godfather to Philip Sidney, whose name commemorated the gratitude of his mother to the king consort for having interceded for the life of his father, the Duke of Northumberland. Philip in both genders was, however, already common in England. Queen Philippe, as she called herself, our admirable Hainaulter, was the goddaughter of Philippe de Valois, her husband's rival, and many a young noble and maiden bore her honored name, which one female descendant carried to Portugal, and another to Sweden, where both alike worthily sustained the honor of Plantagenet. The name of Philippe is particularly common in the Isle of Jersey, so that it has become a joke with sailors to torment the inhabitants by calling them Philip, as they would term an Irishman Paddy. Filippo is additionally popular in Italy at present, from the favorite modern Saint Filippo Neri. English, Scotch, French, German, Italian. Philip, Philippe, Filippo, Philippot, Lip, Pippo, Fip, Lipper, Lippo, Philip, Lip, Lipperly, Portuguese, Spanish, Russian, Let, Hungarian, Felipe, Philippe, Willips, Filipinho, Lipsts, Felipe, feminine English, French, Portuguese, Dutch, Italian, Philippa, Philippine, Philippa, Pine, Philippa, Flippote, Pippa. Footnote 31. Rawlinson's Herodotus, Keithley's Mythology, Butler, Michaelis. Section 3, The Goat. The goat, alpha letter 1F3 Xi, stands out prominently in northern mythology, though they're scarcely, if at all, used in nomenclature. In Greek mythology he appears, though not distinctly, and the names derived from him are manifold. The goat was the standard of Macedon, the rough goat was the king of Grecia, as Daniel had announced while Greece was yet in her infancy, and Macedon in barbarism, not even owned as of the Hellenic Confederacy. The unfortunate posthumous son of Alexander was therefore called Agos or Egos in addition to his father's name. The aegis, aegis, or shield of Pallas Athene, though said to bear the Gorgon's head, was probably at first a goat's skin. From it is formed Aegidios, Aegidius. In 475, there was an Ægidius, a Roman commander in Gaul, who was for a time an independent sovereign, ruling over both Romans and Franks. About 2 centuries later, an Athenian, as it is said, by name Ægidius, having worked a miraculous cure by laying his cloak over the sick man, fled to France to avoid the veneration of the people, and dwelt on the banks of the Rhone, living on the milk of a hind. The creature was chased by the king of France, and flying wounded to her master, discovered him to the hunters. Thenceforth he has been revered as Saint Giles, and considered as the patron of numbers thus called. Now, is Giles a contraction of Ægidius, or is it the corruption of the Latin Julius? Or, again, is it the Celtic Giala, a servant, or the Teutonic Gilles, a pledge? Every one of these sounds more like it than the Greek word, and it does seem probable that the Athenian, if Athenian he were, was seized upon as patron by aliens to his name, and then cut down to suit them. However, Ægidius continued to be treated as the Latin for Giles. Egidio became an Italian name, and as Saint Giles was patron of Edinburgh, Egidia was used by Scottish ladies. One of the sisters of King Robert Roman II was so called, and even now it is not quite extinct. Section 4. The bee. The word mu epsilon iota lambda alpha, soothing things, gave the verb mu epsilon iota lambda iota sigma sigma omega, or mu epsilon lambda iota sigma sigma omega, melisso, to soothe or sweet, whence the name of honey and of the honey bee. Melissa was sometimes said to have been the name of the nymph who first taught the use of honey, and bees, perhaps from their clustering round their queen, became the symbol of nymphs. Thence Melissa grew to be the title of a priestess, as well as a lady's name in classic times. Melissa was invented by the Italian poets as the beneficent fairy who protected Bradamante, and directed Rogero to escape from Atlante, and afterwards from Alcina, upon the Hippogriff. Thus she entered the domain of romance, and became confounded with the Melusine and Melisende, who had risen out of the Teutonic Amalasuinthe, and Melis and Melite were adopted into French nomenclature. Akin to Melissa is gamma lambda epsilon cap eta rho alpha, Glycra, the sweet. This was not a feminine in good repute in ancient Athens, but it has since belonged to a saint of the Greek churches, namely, the daughter of Macarius, thrice consul, who in the time of Antoninus suffered torments for a long time at Traginopolis, and Glaucera is prevalent in Russia, and Glycra or Glacier in France. Footnote 32. Keithley's Fairy Mythology, Croker's Fairy Legends, Tooke's History of Russia, Butler. Footnote 33. Liddell and Scott, Professor Munch, Junius. Section 5. Names from flowers. It was not common in Greece to name persons from flowers, but 2 names in occasional use are connected with legends of transformation, though in each case it is evident that the name belonged originally to the flower and then was transferred to the man. Thus the Narcissus, named undoubtedly from Nu Alpha Rho Kappa Alpha Omega, Narco, to put to sleep, has become the object of a graceful legend of the cold-hearted youth, for whose sake the nymph Echo pined away into a mere voice, and in retribution was made to see his own beauty in the water and waste from hopeless love for his own image, until his corpse became the drooping golden blossom that loves to hang above still pools of water, like the dancing daffodils of Wordsworth. Narcissus seems to have been a name among the Greek slaves of the Romans, for we twice find it belonging to freedmen of the emperor. Saint Narcissus was bishop of Jerusalem in 195, and presided at the council that fixed the great festival of the resurrection on a Sunday instead of on the day fixed by the full moon like the Jews. The Russians call it Narcissus, the Romans Narcisso, and it has even been found belonging to an English peasant. Hyacinthus, letter 1F51 alpha kappa iota nu theta omicron sigma, was a beautiful Spartan youth, who, being accidentally killed by Apollo in a game with the discus, was caused by the sorrowing divinity to propagate from his blood a flower bearing on its petals either his initial upsilon or the alpha iota, alas, the cry of lamentation. A yearly feast was held at Sparta in honor of Hyacinthus, and his name was perpetuated till Christian times, when a martyr bore it at Rome, and thus brought it into favor in Italy as Jacinto. Also, a Polish Dominican Jacinthus in the 13th century is commemorated as the Apostle of the North, because he preached Christianity in great part of Russia and Tartary. But curiously enough, it is in Ireland alone that Hyacinth has ever flourished as a man's name, probably as a supposed equivalent to some native Erse name. There it is very common among the peasantry, and is in common use as Sinti, while in France, Italy, and Spain, though apparently without a saintly example of their own sex, Jacinth, Jacinta, and Jacinta are always feminine, and rather popular peasant names. Letter 1 Fe5 Omicron Delta Omicron Sigma, rhodos, the rose, is a word connected in its source with the origin of the Teuton Roth, Celtic rued, and Latin rufus. Roses are the same in almost every tongue, and they almost always suggest female names, of which the most interesting to us is Rhoda, the household maid, of her own joy afraid, who opened not the gate for gladness, when she knew the voice of St. Peter as he stood without the door after his release from prison and death. Her name, as a scripture one, has had some use in England, though, in general, the roses of each country have grown upon their own national grafts from the one great stock, or, more strangely, are changed from horses. Phi Upsilon Lambda Lambda Oda Sigma, Philes, a green leaf or bough, has another story of transformation. She was a Thalian damsel who hung herself because her lover did not keep his promise of returning to marry her, and was accordingly changed into an almond tree. Philes was the name of Domitian's nurse, and in process of time found her way among the dramatis personae of Arcadian poetry, and arrived at being somewhat popular as a name in England. Chapter 4. Historical Greek names consisting of epithets. Sect 1-on-1, Agathos. After passing from the fascinating but confused tales and songs that group around the ship Argo, the doomed family of Oedipus, and the siege of Troy, the Greeks are well-nigh lost for a time, but emerge again in the full and distinct brilliancy of the narratives of Herodotus and his followers, who have rendered their small aggregate of fragmentary states and their gallant resistance to Asiatic invasion the great nucleus of interest in the ancient world. In the days of these wise and brave men, the nomenclature was, for the most part, expressive and appropriate, consisting of compounds of words of good augury from the spoken language, and usually, as has been before shown, with a sort of recurring resemblance from generation to generation, so as to make the enumeration of a pedigree significant and harmonious. Of these was letter 1 F00 gamma alpha theta omicron sigma, the good, precisely the same word as our own good and the German Guth, only with the commencing alpha and a Greek termination. Classical times showed many an agathon, and agathias and numerous compounds, such as agathocles, good fame, to be repeated in the Teutonic Gudrid and other varieties. But the abiding use of the word as an European name was owing to a Sicilian girl, called Agatha, who in the Decian persecution was tortured to death at Rome. Sicily considered her as one of its guardian saints. Thus, the festival day of this martyred virgin is observed by both the Eastern and Western churches, and her name is found among all the nations that ever possessed her native island. Greece has transmitted it to Russia, where the th not being pronounceable, it is called Agaphia, and the masculine, which is there used, Agaphen, and the Slavonian nations derive it from the same quarter. The Normans adopted it and sent it home to their sisters in Neustria, where it was borne by that daughter of William, the Conqueror, who was betrothed to the unfortunate Earl Edwin, and afterwards died on her way to a state marriage in Castile. In her, probably met the Teutonic Githa and the Greek Agatha, identical in meaning and root, and almost in sound, though they had traveled to her birthplace in Rouen by two such different routes from their eastern starting place. Agatha was once much more common as a name than at present in England, and seems still to prevail more in the northern than the southern counties. Haggie, or Agatha, is the maidservant's name in Southey's Doctor, attesting its prevalence in that class before hereditary or peculiar names were discarded as at present. France did not fail to take up Agatha. Spain had her Agatha like that of the Italians, both alike omitting the H of theta. Portugal makes it Agneta, and the only other change worth noting is that the let's cut it short into a ka. Aristo's best was a favorite commencement with the Greeks. Aristides, most just of men, was thus called the son of the best. He has reappeared in his proper form in modern Greece, as Aristide in Republican France, as Aristides in America. Aristobulus, best counsel, came originally from an epithet of Artemis, to whom Themistocles built a temple at Athens, as Aristobule, the best adviser. It was very common in the various branches of the Macedonian Empire, and was thus adopted in the Ismonian family, from whom it came to the Herodian race and thence spread among the Jews. In the Epistle to the Romans, St. Paul sends his greetings to the household of Aristobulus, and Welsh ecclesiastical antiquaries endeavor to prove that Arwesley, whom the Triads say was brought by Bran the Blessed to preach the gospel in Britain, was the same with this person. Aristarchus, best judge, is also a scriptural name, and besides these we have Aristocles, best fame, Aristippos, best horse, Aristagoras, best assembly, and all the other usual Greek compounds among the Greeks. Perhaps this is the fittest place to mention that Arethusa is in use among the modern Greeks, and interpreted by them to mean the virtuous, as coming from the source. Aretino has been used in Italy. Footnote 34. Smith, Jameson, Rees, Welsh Saints. Section 2, Alexander and C. Conquering Macedon was the portion of Greece, if Greece it could be called, that spread its names most widely and permanently. And as was but right, no name was more universally diffused than that of the great victor, he who in history is as prominent as Achilles in poetry. Letter 1F00 lambda epsilon psi alpha nu delta rho omicron sigma, Alexandros, from letter 1F00 lambda epsilon psi omega, Elixo, to help, and letter 1F04 nu delta rho epsilon sigma, Andres, men, was said to have been the title given to Paris by the shepherds among whom he grew up, from his courage in repelling robbers from the flocks. It was afterwards a regular family name among the kings of Macedon, he who gave it fame being the third who bore it. So much revered as well as feared was this mighty conqueror, that his name still lives in proverb and song throughout the East. The Persians absolutely adopted him into their own line, and invented a romance by which Seconder was made the son of a native monarch. Among the Eastern nations, Iskander became such a byword for prowess, that even in the 16th century the Turks would find no greater title of fear for their foe, the gallant Albanian, Georgios Kastriotes, than Skander Beg or Lord Alexander. Not only did the great conqueror possess many namesakes, as indeed there is a story that all the children born the year of his conquest of India were called after him, but Alexandros was already frequent in Greece, and among the kingdoms formed out of the fragments of his empire, it recurred so as to become usual all over the Greecized East. Even the Maccabean Jews used it, and it was common in Judea, as well as elsewhere in the time of the Gospels, so that a large proportion of saints and martyrs bore it and handed it on, especially in Greece and Italy. A pope, martyred in the 2nd century, rendered it a papal assumed name, and the Italians used it frequently as Alessandro, shortened into Sandro. Nowhere, however, is it so thoroughly national as in Scotland, imported thither, apparently with other Greek names, by Margaret Atheling, who learnt them in the Hungarian court where she was born and brought up. Her third son was the first of the 3 Scottish Alexanders, under whom the country spent her most prosperous days. No wonder his namesakes were numerous. In the Highlands they came to be Alaster and formed the surname McAllister. In the South, the contractions were Alec, Saunders, or Sandy, and the feminine Alexa, Alexandrina, and Alexandra are chiefly German and Russian, though now and then occurring in France. The first half of this name, Alexios, a defender, was in use in ancient Greece, where it belonged to a noted sculptor. Its saintly honors did not begin till the 5th century, when a young Roman noble, called Alexius or Alexis, is said to have been so much bent on a monastic life, that being compelled by his parents to marry, he fled away on his wedding day and lived 17 years in a convent in Syria. But finding his reputation for sanctity too much for his humility, he came home in guise of a poor pilgrim and spent another 17 years as a beggar maintained on the scraps of his father's kitchen, and constantly mocked and misused by the servants, until in his dying moments he made himself known to his parents. His church at Rome, called Saint Alessio, gives a title to a cardinal, and his day, July 17th, is observed by the Greeks as well as the Romans. And yet so strange is his history that it almost seems as if it might have been one of those instances in which an allegory acquired the name of a real saint and attached itself to him as a legend. Alessio has in consequence always been an Italian name, and with the family of the Komnenoi, Alexios came into use among the Byzantine Greeks, with whom it was very frequent. Alexia is often found as a lady's name in old records and accounts of the Middle Ages, but it is apparently intended merely as the Latin equivalent for Alice, which we shall show by and by to have had an entirely different origin. English, Scotch, French, Italian, Spanish, Alexander, Alessandro, Alex, Sanders, Sandy, Sonny, Elshinder, Elshi, Alester, Russian, Polish, Slavonic, Ung, Alexander, Sander, S. Sachka, Lesexkender, S. Saskinka, feminine, English, Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, Alexis, Alessio, Alexo, Aligio, Alexis, Alex, Russian, Slavonic, Servian, Lusatian, Hungarian, Alexei, Ales, Alexa, Alex, Alek, Alesha, Lex, Halex, Holex. Section 3, Aner, Andros. We come to the names derived from letter 1F00 nu hetero, gen letter 1F00 nu deltaro omicron sigma, Aner, Andros, a man. The word itself has connections in the Sanskrit nara and Zen ner, but its compounds are all from its oblique cases. The most interesting of these is formed by the corrupt Greek dialect used in Syria, namely, that which fell to alpha nu delta epsilon alpha sigma, Andreas, the Galilean fisherman, whom the Church Universal reveres as one of the foremost in the glorious company of the apostles. The saint was martyred at Petros in Achaia, whence some of his relics were carried in the 4th century to Scotland, and were thus the occasion of St. Andrew's becoming the metropolitan see. Shortly after, the vision of Hungus, king of the Picts of St. Andrew's Cross, promising him victory, rendered the white saltire the national ensign, and St. Andrew became not only the patron saint, but in due time the knightly champion of Scotland, and made Andrew one of the most universal of names, and the patronymic Anderson very common. The other relics went first to Constantinople, and after the taking of that city, were dispersed through Europe. Philip the Good of Burgundy obtained some of them, and made St. Andrew the patron of the Order of the Golden Fleece, and Andreas became a frequent Flemish and Dutch name. It has a feminine in the countries where it is most popular, and its variations are as follows: English, Scotch, Dutch, Danish, Andrew, Andreas, Anders, Andy, Dandy, Andries, Andries, French, German, Italian, Spanish, Andre, Andreas, Andrea, Andres, Andrian, Russian, Slavonic, Polish, Bohemian, Andrej, Andrzej, Andias, Jedizej, Nesek, Andrzejik, Lusatian, Esthonian, Hungarian, Lapland, Handrej, Andras, Anta, Rajka, Andras, Bandi, Atak, Hendreshka, Ats. The feminines are the French André and Italian Andrina. The Russians use Andrian as an equivalent for Henry. Andronicus, man's victory, was a great favorite, and occurs in St. Paul's epistle to the Romans, probably having belonged to a Corinthian who had gone from the busy city of traffic on the Isthmus to the great capital of the world. The name continued among the Greeks and belonged to numerous emperors, but has not been subsequently in much favor. Section 4, EU. The word epsilon letter 1F56, well or happily, was the commencement of many a name of good augury from the earliest times, and mingles as much among Christian as among classical associations. Thus in company with letter 1F04 gamma gamma epsilon lambda omicron sigma, angelos, a messenger. It formed evangelis, happy messenger, or bearer of good tidings, the first time applied to a shepherd, who brought to Ephesus the tidings of a quarry of beautiful marble for the building of the temple that was the glory of the city and of all Asia. Adored with heroic honors as he was, the title must have seemed to the Ephesian Christians, above all, to befit those spiritual shepherds who brought the best of tidings, and evangelista became the term for a preacher, as evangelium of his doctrine, both becoming in time restricted to the forewriters of the personal history of our Lord, and their narrative as being the very core and center of the good tidings. Evangelista was an old Italian name, and Longfellow appears to have invented Evangeline for the heroine of his poem, whence many of the name have sprung up in America. Epsilon letter 1F54 chi epsilon iota rho, U-chair, dexterous hand, was no doubt at first a mere epithet of a sculptor, but afterwards considered as a name, and belonging to no less than 4 distinguished sculptors of ancient Greece. Thence the Latinized Eucherius, which belonged to a bishop of Lyon, a great author of ecclesiastical works, who died about AD 450. From him comes the Portuguese euchario, the Italian euchario, the French euchaire, the Russian jevcharij, the Polish euchary. Epsilon letter 1 F50 delta omega rho eta eudora, happy gift, was one of the Nereids, and afterwards did duty as Eudor in French romance. Eudocia and Eudoxia are so much alike as to be often confused, but have different significations. The first is epsilon letter 1 F50 delta omicron, kappa iota alpha, approval. The second epsilon letter 1 F50 delta omicron, xi iota alpha, good fame of glory. Both were great favorites with the Greek empresses, and were assumed by imperial brides possessed of some appellation not supposed to befit the purple. Saints of the Greek Church handed Eudokia on into Russia, where it has been worn upon the throne, and becomes in common parlance Jevdixija. Epsilon letter 1 F50 gamma epsilon nu eta Eugenes, well born, was a very old Greek author, but Eugenios was the more usual form in classical times, and was carried on as Eugenius by the Romans. Saint Eugenius was an African confessor, and another Eugenius was Bishop of Toledo in 646. Both these gave much popularity to their name, the first in the East, the second in Italy, where Eugenio came to that high-spirited Savoyard who, growing weary of lingering at the court of Louis Roman XIV, and hearing himself called Le Petit Abbé du Roi, rendered the sound of Prince Eugene dear to Austria and England, terrible to France and Turkey. Foe as he was, it is to his fame that the great popularity of Eugene in France is owing, whilst even in the country for which he fought Eugen is far less common. The Russians have it as Jevgenij, and the Servians as Julija. Indeed, well may these last remember the gallant prince who turned back the wave of Turkish invasion. Eugenius stands forth again and again in the early roll of Scottish kings, but whether these sovereigns ever lived or not, their appellation was certainly not Eugenius, nor any corruption from it. But the Celtic Eogan, Ewan, or Evan, still extremely common in the Highlands, and meaning a young warrior, though, after the favorite custom of the Gael, anglicized and Latinized by names of similar sound. The Welsh Owain or Iwain appears to have had the same fate, as the first means a lamb. But this is not equally certain, as the British had many Latin and Greek names current among them, and this may be a corruption of Eugenius. Eugenia was a virgin Roman martyr, of whom very little is known. But this convenient feminine for Eugene has been in favor in the countries where the masculine was popular, and the Empress Eugenie rendered it the reigning name in France. The names beginning with this favorite adverb are almost beyond enumeration, and it is only possible to select those of any modern interest. Epsilon letter 1 F50 nu iota kappa eta Eunike, Eunice, happy victory, was one of the 50 Nereids, from whom the name passed to Greek women, and thus to Eunice, the Jewish mother of Timothy, whence this has become a favorite with English lovers of Bible names. John Bunyan would have been reminded of his town of fair speech by the number of Greeks called by words of this signification. Eulalius, Eulogius, Euphemius, all with their feminines, besides Euphrasia. The feminines were more enduring than the masculines. Eulalia was a child of 10 or 12 years old, who, with that peculiar exaggeration of feeling that distinguishes Spanish piety, made her escape from the place of safety where her parents had taken refuge, entered Merida, and proclaiming herself a Christian, was martyred with the utmost extremity of torture in the persecution of Diocletian, and was sung by the great Christian poet Prudentius, himself a Spaniard. His verses spread her fame into the East, where the Russians carry on her name as Jevlilija, the Servians as Evlilija or Lelica. Another virgin martyr of the same name, under the same persecution, died at Barcelona, whence her relics spread into Guyenne and Languedoc, and thus named the villages of Sti, Alail Sti, Alaisy, and Sti. Alair, the last a familiar seigneurial title. Eulalia and Eulalie have been often used in Spain and France, and the former is found in the register of Ottery St. Mary, Devon, also frequently in Cornwall. Euphemia originally meant at once fair speech and abstinence from the reverse, so that almost in irony it signified silence, and was applied to the stillness that prevailed during religious rites or to the proclamation of silence. The Euphemia who was the parent of the widespread name was a virgin martyr of Bithynia, whose legend of constancy, unshaken and invulnerable, alike by lion and flame, strongly impressed both the East and the West. Jevfemija in Russia, Jeva in Servia, Bema in Lusatia, and Pimi in Lithuania. Then she is almost as much changed as by the Effie and Femi of Scotland, which together with Euphame have prevailed since very early times. It is a question whether this Scottish Euphame were really one of the Greek names brought from Hungary by Queen Margaret, or if it be only another attempt to translate the Celtic Aoife. In the Highlands, however, the name is called Oigrig, which, to English eyes and ears, seems equally distant from either Aoife or Euphemia. The Church of Santa Euphemia at Rome gives title to a cardinal and has spread the name in Italy and France. It remains somewhat doubtful whether Eustace should be referred to epsilon letter 1F50, sigma tau letter 1FB6, theta eta omicron sigma, steadfast, or to epsilon letter 1F54, sigma tau alpha chi omicron sigma, happy in harvest. The Eustaphi, or Eustathius, of the Greco-Slavonic Church certainly has the same festival day, September 20th, as the Eustachius of the Latin. But the Latin Church has likewise a Saint Eustachius, a different personage with a different day. He of September 20th was a Roman soldier who lived and suffered under the Emperor Adrian, but his wild poetical legend is altogether a work of the Western mind. It begins like that of St. Hubert, with his conversion by the apparition of a crucifix planted between the horns of a stag, and a voice telling him that he should suffer great things. A soldier saint was sure to be a great favorite in the Middle Ages, and the supposed transport of Saint Eustace's relics to Saint Denis in very early times filled France with Eustache, and thence Eustace, Wistace, or Huistace, as English tongues were pleased to call it, came over in plenty at the Norman conquest. Eustace comes, who holds land in Doomsday Book before the conquest, must have been he of Boulogne who had such a desperate quarrel with the Godwin sons. There were 6 householders of this name after the conquest, and they, or their descendants, sometimes called their daughters Eustache or Eustacia. Eustacia, a kinswoman of Henry Roman II, married Geoffrey de Mandeville, and Eustace was once in favor in France, but all these have a good deal lost their popularity, though we sometimes hear of Eustace in these days. The Bavarian contraction is Staches. Eusebius and Eusebia mean gentle or holy and have not been frequent. Section 5, Hieros. The word letter 1F35 epsilon rho omicron sigma, hieros, sacred, gave the term for a priest, or any other person or thing set apart, and thus formed several names in the family of the kings of Syracuse, Hieron, Hierocles, holy fame, Hieronymus, i.e. letter 1F31 epsilon rho megan u epsilon mu omicron sigma, with a holy name. These continued in use among the Greeks, and came at length to that Dalmatian scholar and hermit Eusebius Hieronymus Sophronius, who is reckoned as one of the greatest of the Latin fathers. As a saint of high reputation, his name underwent the Italian process of changing its aspirate into a G, and he became San Geronimo or even Girolamo, whence the French took their frequent Jerome, and we followed their example. The Germans did indeed hold fast to Hieronymus, and the old English reformers would quote Saint Hierom, but Jerome is the abiding name by which the saint, his namesakes, and the friars who took his rule are called. In Ireland, Jerome, like Jeremiah and Edward, has been forced into representing the good old Celtic diamade. English, Portuguese, Spanish, Italian Hierom, Jeremino, Jeromo, Geronimo, Hieronimo, Jeremino, Girolamo, French, Russian, Polish, Servian, Jerome, Geronim, Hieronym, Gerolim, Hurus, Jerko. In Cambrai, Hieronym was the form, with the Hieronymet for a feminine, and among the Swinburnes of Yorkshire in the 17th century, Geronima thrice occurs. Footnote 35. Liddell and Scott, Smith, Jameson, Sir Isumbras, Ellis, Domesday Book, Michaelis. Footnote 36. Grimm, Smith, Scott. Section 6, Pan. A few words beginning with pi letter 1FB6 sigma, all must here be mentioned, such as Pancratios, all ruling. A boy thus called is said to have suffered at Rome, in his 14th year, in 304 under Diocletian. Even in the time of Gregory of Tours, it was supposed that certain vengeance followed false oaths made at his shrine, and his relics were therefore very valuable. A present of some from Pope Vitalian to our King Oswy brought St. Pancras into fashion in England, and Pancras and Pancragio have also named many churches in France and Italy. The lily called Pancratium claims, by its name to excel all others. Pi alpha nu tau alpha lambda epsilon omega nu, Pantaleon, altogether a lion, was one of the numerous Christian physicians who suffered martyrdom. He died at Nicodemia, but his relics were brought to Constantinople, and thence to France, where he is the chief saint of the largest church at Lyon, and he is the patron of doctors next after St. Luke. His name was in use in France and Italy before. As a peasant name, he fell, with Arlecchino and Columbina, into comedy. His dress was on the stage made to fit tight to his body, as if all in one piece, and he was always a feeble old man, whence Shakespeare speaks of the lean and slippered pantaloon. Thence again, when the entire leg was covered by the trousers instead of by stockings and breeches meeting at the knee, the name of pantaloon was applied to the new garment. Nyoyota capita, victory, was an auspicious word, which, being of feminine gender, as befitted a goddess, was a favorite close for women's names, such as Stratonike, army victory, Phi epsilon rho epsilon Nyoyota capita, Pharonike, bringing victory. Berenike was the Macedonian pronunciation of this last, and was in constant use among princesses of the two Greek kingdoms of Syria and Egypt. From these ladies, those of the Herod family took the name, and thus it was borne by that Bernice who heard St. Paul's defense. Oddly enough, the peasants of Normandy are fond of calling their daughters Baroness. Veronica is sometimes said likewise to be a corrupt form. In men's names, Nike was the prefix, as in Nikon, Niklias, Nicodemos, conquering people, Nikolaos, nu iota cap omicron lambda alpha omicron sigma, a word of like meaning. This last, after belonging to one of the 7 first deacons, and to the founder of a heresy doomed in the Apocalypse, came to the bishop of Myra, from whom it acquired a curious legendary fame that made it universal. Saint Nicholas is said to have supplied 3 destitute maidens with marriage portions by secretly leaving money at their window. And as his day occurred just before Christmas, he thus was made the purveyor of the gifts of the season to all children in Flanders and Holland, who put out their shoe or stocking in the confidence that Santa Claus, or necked clobes, as they call him, will put in a prize for good conduct before the morning. The Dutch element in New England has introduced Santa Claus to many a young American who knows nothing of Saint Nicholas or of any saint's day. Another legend described the saint as having brought 3 murdered children to life again, and this rendered him the patron of boys, especially schoolboys. A saint of both the East and West, with a history so endearing and legends still more homely and domestic, Nicholas was certain of many followers throughout Christendom, and his name came into use in Europe among the first of the sainted ones. To us it came with the Norman conquest, though not in great abundance, for only one Nicholas figures in Domesday Book, but his namesakes multiplied. The only English pope was Nicholas Breakspere, and Nicole or Nicola de Camville was the brave lady who defeated the French invaders at Lincoln and secured his troublesome crown to Henry Roman III. She deserves to have had more ladies called after her in her own country, but the feminines are chiefly confined to France, where, in the 15th century, its contraction was beatified in the person of a shoemaker's daughter, Colette Boylet, who reformed the nuns of St. Clara and died in the odor of sanctity. The southern nations almost always contract their names by the omission of the first syllables, as the northern ones do by leaving out the latter ones. And thus, while the English have Nick, the Italians speak of Cola, a contraction that became historical when the strange fortunes of Cola di Renzi, the tribune of the people, raised him to his giddy height of honor, and then dashed him down so suddenly and violently that, "you unfortunate Renzi," has ever since been a proverbial expression of pity in Italy. The French language generally has both varieties of contractions, perhaps according as it was influenced by the Provençal or the Franc pronunciation, and thus its Nicolas becomes Nicole or Colas, sometimes Colin. Thence it has been suggested that Colin Maillard, or blind man's buff, may be Colin seeking Maillard, the diminutive of Marie, which would drolly correspond to the conjecture that the N or M of our catechism and marriage service, instead of being merely the consonants of nomen, stand for Nicholas and Mary as the most probable names. The French Colin is probably Nicolas, and is the parent of all the Arcadian Collins who piped to their shepherdesses either in the rural theatricals of the ancient regime, in Chelsea china, or in pastoral poetry. The Scottish Colin may, perhaps, have been slightly influenced by French taste, but he bears no relation to Nicholas, being in fact formed from the Irish missionary, Saint Columba. The true Scottish descendant of the patron of scholars is to be found in that quaint portrait, Baillie Nicol Jarvie. The H with which Nicholas is usually spelt in English was probably introduced in the 17th century, which seemed to think good spelling consisted in the insertion of superfluous letters. Neil, a pure Celtic word which was adopted by the Northmen and became naturalized in Scandinavia and Normandy, has also been translated by Nicholas, but quite incorrectly. Nils is the only real Nicolaus except Klaus used in the north, though Neil and even Nigel are sometimes confounded with it. Denmark has had a King Klaus. Otherwise, this popular name has only been on the throne in the instance of that great Tsar whom we had respected till the last year of his life, when his aggression forced us into war. English, Scotch, French, Danish. Nicholas Nicol Nicholas Nicolaus Nick Nicole Niklas Nicol Colas Colin Klaus Nils Dutch, German, Bavarian. Niklas Nicolaus Nicolaus Swiss. Klaus Niklas Nicol Klaus Klaus Liklas Nicolaus Klausel Niklas Klaus Italian, Portuguese. Russian, Slavonic. Nikola Nikolao Nikolaj Nikola Nikolo Nikolasha Miklayaz, Kola Kolinka, Kalja Polish. Let. Finland. Ung. Mikolaj Klavinch Lausmikos, Classis Nilo Lapland. Niku Nika. The German Sieg answers exactly to the Greek Nike, with the before it which in Greek contradicts the ensuing word, like the Latin in and Teutonic un. We have letter 1F00 Nyo Iota Capita Tau Sigma, Anikitos, Anicetus, unconquered, the name of a pope, a friend of Saint Polycarp, and an opponent of heresy. Whence he is a saint both of East and West, and is called Aniceto at Rome, Anicet in France, and Anikita in Russia. Footnote 37. Liddell and Scott, Rowland, Jameson, Butler, Michaelis, Ellis, Domesday Book, Wharton, English Poetry. Section 7, Polys. Pi lambda epsilon sigma, polys, much, very, or many, was a frequent opening for Greek names. Polydoros, pi lambda epsilon delta omega rho omicron sigma, many gifted, was the youngest and last survivor of the sons of Priam. And as medieval Europe had a strong feeling for the fate of Troy, and the woes of Polydore had an especial attraction for them, so Polydoro was revived in Italy and has never quite died away. His sister Polyxena, the feminine of very hospitable, had an equally piteous fate, being slain by the Greeks at the tomb of Achilles. According to the legends of the Eastern Church, a lady named Eusebia, gentle, who had been born at Rome, fled from an enforced marriage with a king and took refuge first at Alexandria and then in the Isle of Kos, where she was called Xena or the Stranger. She founded a monastery at Mylassa in Caria and there died in the 5th century. Caecenia, as she is called in Russia, has many namesakes, and probably was made ornamental by being lengthened into Polyxenia, which is likewise in use, with the contraction Polinka, and Polyxene has also been used from an early period in Germany. Pi omicron lambda epsilon kappa tau omicron sigma, Polyeuctos, much longed for, answering to the Desiderio of Italy and Désiré of France, was an old classic name, and an officer who was martyred in Lesser Armenia about the middle of the 3rd century was placed in the martyrology of both East and West, but only has namesakes in Russia, where he is called Polyeuct. Pi omicron lambda epsilon kappa alpha rho pi omicron sigma, Polycarpos, that glorious bishop of Smyrna, faithful unto death, and receiving a crown of life when he played the man in the fire, has had still fewer imitators of his suitable Christian name, much fruit. Section 8, Phile and C. Phi Iota Lambda Omicron Sigma, Philos, was a most obvious and natural opening for names. It stood alone as that of several Macedonian ladies, and again with numerous men called Philon. Philemon, loving thought, was the good old Phrygian who, with his wife Baucis, entertained Zeus and Hermes, and were rewarded with safety when their churlish neighbors were destroyed. Philemon was very common among the Greeks, and the epistle of St. Paul to the Colossian master of the runaway Onesimus has made it one of the scriptural names of the English. The Maoris call it Pyramona. The Ptolemies of Egypt were particularly fond of surnaming themselves after their love to their relations, though they generally contrived so to treat them as to make the epithet sound ironical. Ptolemy Philadelphos, love brother, because he murdered his brother. Ptolemy Philopater, because he poisoned his father, though at least Philometor does seem to have had a good mother, and to have loved her. Such surnames were imitated by the Greek kings of Pergamus, all of whom were named Italus, and it was from Italus Philadelphus, the second of them, that the city of Philadelphia, mentioned in the Apocalypse, took its title. This perished city of brotherly love seemed to William Penn to afford a suitable precedent for the title of the capital of his Quaker colony, which has ever since been Philadelphia. Less happily, Philadelphia has even been used among English women, apparently desirous of a large mouthful of a name. Whether Philadelphia set the fashion, or whether the length of name is the allurement, Americans have a decided turn for all these commencements with Phile. And Phaltis, Philander, and C are to be found continually among the roughest inhabitants of the backwoods and far west. With us, they are at a discount, probably owing to the fashion of the last century of naming imaginary characters from the qualities they possessed. Philaret, fond of virtue, is however popular in Russia, for the sake of some Eastern saint who no doubt derived it from Philaretos, a Greek physician. The verb pyro alpha sigma sigma omega, praso, to do or act, and the substantives pyro letter 1 fb6 gamma mu alpha, pragma, pyro letter 1 fb6 xi iota sigma, praxis, business were fertile in derivatives. The Christian interest of the words from this source is through Praxedes, who, according to the legend, was the daughter of the house in which Saint Peter lodged at Rome, and devoted herself, together with her sister, to attending on Christians in prison and burying them when they were put to death, a course of life that resulted in a glorious martyrdom. In honor of these two faithful women was built one of the first churches of Rome, consecrated, it is said, as early as 141 and still existing in all the glory of its ancient mosaics. Santa Prassede, as modern Rome terms it, gives title to a cardinal, and the admirable Carlo Borromeo was thus distinguished, deserving, perhaps, more than any other known, hinge priest of Rome to be called after the saint of holy activity. Prassede has continued in vogue among Italian women who frequently learn their names from Roman churches. I have found Plaxi in Cornwall, possibly from this source. Here, too, we should place Enija, letter 1 F00 nu epsilon sigma iota alpha, from letter 1 F00 nu epsilon omega, annuo, to accomplish or complete. She was a maiden of Thessalonica, put to death there under Maximian. Her day is the 30th of October in the Greek calendar, and Anuja is a Russian name, but she is not in the Roman calendar. And how the Normans heard of her it is hard to guess, unless it was either from the Sicilian Greeks or in the Crusades. Nevertheless, we are often met by Anis, Anija, Anis, or Ans in older pedigrees. The latter form occurs down to 1597 in the registers of the county of Durham. In later times, the form was absorbed by An. Tauro omicron phi trough, food or nourishment, formed Tauro omicron phi iota mu omicron sigma, Trophimos, the fruitful or nourishing, the name of an old Greek sculptor, and afterwards of the Ephesian companion of St. Paul who was left sick at Maltus. The people at Arles consider that he afterwards preached the gospel in their city, and have made him the patron of their cathedral, but it is Russia that continues the use of his name as Trophim. Even among the heathen Greeks, Tauro upsilon phi eta, trif daintiness, softness, or delicacy, had not a respectable signification. Yet Tauro upsilon phi omicron nu or Tryphon was a favorite with persons of inferior rank, artists, architects, and physicians, and in the Decian persecution, a martyr so called was put to the extremity of torture in Bithynia, and has remained highly honored in the calendar of the Greek Church, Trypho continuing in use as a Russian name. The feminine form, Tauro upsilon phi alpha iota nu alpha, Tryphina, was given to two of the daughters of the Ptolemies in Egypt, where it was far from inappropriate. But probably, the two women whom St. Paul greets so honorably at Rome as Tryphina and Tryphosa were either Alexandrian Jewesses whom he had met at Corinth on their way to Rome, or else merely so called as being the daughters of some Tryphon. They were not canonized, and the dainty Tryphina has only been revived in England by the Puritan taste. Section 9. Names connected with the Constitution, Laus and C. The democratic Greeks delighted in names connected with their public institutions. Letter 1 F00 gamma omicron rho alpha, Agora, the assembly, delta letter 1 FC6 mu omicron sigma, Dermos, the public lambda alpha omicron sigma, also the people, gave them numerous names, with which were closely connected the formations from delta iota cap eta, Dike, Justice, and kappa lambda epsilon omicron sigma, Cleos, Fame. Lambda alpha omicron delta alpha mu alpha sigma, Laodamas, people tamer, had a feminine lambda alpha omicron delta alpha mu epsilon iota alpha, Laodamia, principally noted for the beautiful legend of her bitter grief for her husband, the first to fall at Troy, having recalled him to earth for 3 hours under the charge of Hermes. Probably Florence must have had a local saint named Laodamia, for it has continued in vogue there. The demos better answered to the commons. They expressed less the general populace than the whole voting class of free citizens, and were more select. We find them often at the beginning or end of Greek names like the Theud of the Teutons, Demodokos, people's teacher, Demolian, people's lion, Nicodemos, conquering people, etc. Kappa lambda epsilon omicron sigma, Kleos, fame from kappa lambda epsilon iota omega, Cleo, to call, had as many derivatives as the Frank H. Laud, or loud for renowned. But most of them have passed out of use, though kappa lambda epsilon alpha nu theta sigma. Cleanness, famous bloom, the name of a celebrated sculptor, so struck the fancy of the French that Cleanth, their epicene form, was one of the favorite sobriquets for their portraits of living characters. Even Cleopatra, kappa lambda epsilon omicron pi alpha tau alpha, fame of her father, with all her beauty and fame, did not hand on the name which she had received in common with a long course of daughters of Egypto-Greek kings. Russia alone accepts it as a frequent Christian name, and it is occasionally to be found in England and America. The wreath of the conqueror was an appropriate allusion to those games where the Greek youth delighted to contend, and very probably the first Stephanos, sigma tau epsilon phi alpha nu omicron sigma, was so called by an exulting family whose father had returned with the parsley or pine leaf crown upon his brow, and named the infant in honor of the victory. For Stephanos was an old Greek name, which had belonged among others to a son of Thucydides, before it came to that Hellenist deacon who first of all achieved the greatest of all the victories, and won the crown. Besides St. Stephen's own day, another on the 3rd of August for the invention of St. Stephen's relics, which were pointed out in a dream to a priest of Caphargamala in the year 415, by no less a person than the Jewish doctor, Gamaliel, in a white robe covered with plates of gold. The bones were carried to the church on Mount Sion, and thence dispersed into all quarters. Even St. Augustine rejoiced in receiving a portion at Hippo. Other fragments were taken to the Balearic Isles, while Ancona laid claim to the possession of a bone, carried off at the time of the saint's martyrdom. No wonder the name is common. 7 saints bore it besides the proto-martyr, and among them, that admirable king of Hungary, who endeared it to his people, and left the crown so highly honored at Prague. Our name of Stephen is probably due to the acquaintance of the Normans with Ancona, whence William the Conqueror obtained such interest in St. Stephen as to dedicate to him the abbey built at Caen. There is no instance of the name in Domesday Book, and our king of turbulent memory derived it from his father, the Count de Blois. In the roll of Winchester householders in Stephen's reign we find, however, already Stephen de Crickeld and Stephen the Saracen. Could this last have been a convert brought home from the East and baptized in honor of the pious Count de Blois, father of the king, perhaps an adherent of the family? It is everywhere in use, varied according to the manner in which the tongue treated the double consonant. The feminine began at Cambrai at least as early as the 13th century, and it is frequent in Caen, probably in honor of St. Stephen's Abbey at Caen. English, German, French, Italian, Stephen, Stefan, Etienne, Stefano, Steffel, Tynan, Stefano, Tainat, Estevens, Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, Russian, Estevan, Estevo, Stephen, Stefan, Esteban, Stepan, Stenka, Stepka, Polish, Illyrian, Esthonian, Hungarian, Sezepan, Stepan, Tewa, Istvan, Stipo, Lusatian, Stepko, Sezpan, Stepica, feminine, English, French, Portuguese, Russian. Stefan, Estefany, Estefania, Stefanida, Stephanie, Eschanet, German, Tynet, Stephanine. I venture here to include the numerous names of which the leading word is letter 1F40 lambda epsilon mu pi. They are generally derived from Mount Olympos, the habitation of the gods, but I cannot help thinking them more likely to be connected with the Olympian Games and to have been first invented for children born in the year of an Olympiad. There were numerous varieties, but none have survived except the feminine Olympias, belonging to the proud but much beloved mother of Alexander, and like all other Macedonian names, spreading through the East. A Byzantine widow of great piety and charity, who stood faithful to Saint Chrysostom during his persecution by the empress, was canonized and sent Olympias on to be a favorite with the Greeks, so that it flourishes among all ranks in the Ionian Islands. Italy had her Olympia, probably through the Greek connections of Venice, and the noble and learned Olympia Morata rendered it famous. It was brought to France by the niece of Mazarin, the Comtesse de Soissons, of evil fame as a poisoner, and yet the mother of Prince Eugene. From her, apparently, Olympe spread among French ladies and long continued fashionable, and Surtees' history of the County Palatine of Durham mentions an Olympia Ray, married in 1660. Here, too, must be mentioned Milon, though its connection with the subject is only through Milon, the famous Greek wrestler of Crotona, who carried a heifer through the stadium at Olympia, and afterwards ate her up in a single meal. Killed a bull with one stroke of his fist, and finally was caught by the hands in the recoil of a riven oak, and there imprisoned till eaten by the wolves. Æmilius thinks the root of the word is the same with that of the old German verb milan, to beat or crush, the relation of our mills. Thence may likewise have come the Latin miles and the Celtic milli, both meaning a warrior. Milo belonged to the realms of romance. In the story of the Golden Ass of Æmilius, Milon is the master of the house where the unfortunate hero undergoes his transformation, and having thus entered the world of imagination, Milon, or Milone as Italian poets call him, became a paladin of Charlemagne. Milon was a Welsh knight in one of Marie of Bretagne's lays. And in a curious old French romance, Miles is the father of 2 children, one of whom is brought up by a lion and defended by an ape as his champion. These stories, or their germs, must have struck the Norman fancy, for a Milo appears among the newly installed landholders in Domesday Book, and Milo Fitzwilliam stands early in the Essex pedigrees, but very soon the vernacular form became Miles. Among the Norman settlers in Ireland, Miles was a frequent name, and in the Stanton family, when it had become so thoroughly Hibernicized as to dislike the Norman appellation, one branch assumed the surname of Machiavelli, son of Milo, according to the change of pronunciation undergone by Erse consonants in the genitive. Miles or Miles itself was adopted as an English equivalent for the native Erse Maelmordha, or majestic chief, and has now become almost an exclusively Irish name, though sometimes used in England by inheritance from Norman ancestors, and generally incorrectly derived from the Latin Miles, whereas its immediate parent is certainly the Greek Milo. Footnote 38. Butler, Sirius, Sir Cuthbert Sharp extracts from parish registers. Footnote 39. Liddell and Scott, Butler, Neal, Hymns of the Greek Church. Smith, Dunlop, History of Fiction, Hanmer, Chronicle of Ireland, Publications of Irish and Ossianic Societies. Chapter 5. Names from Roman Deities. Sect 1-on-1. A short chapter must be given to the modern names that, in spite of the canon prohibiting the giving of names of heathen gods in baptism, are either those of Latin divinities, or are derived from them. These, though few in number, are more than are to be found in the Greek class, from the fact that where a Roman deity had become identified with a Greek one, the Latin name was used throughout Western Europe in all translations, and only modern criticism has attempted to distinguish between the distinct myths of the 2 races. Most of these are, or have been, in use either in France or England, the modern countries most under the dominion of fancy with regard to names. Aurora, the dawn, so called, it is said, from Aurum gold, because of the golden light she sheds before her, assumed all the legends attached by the Greeks to their Eos, whose rosy fingers unbarred the gates of day. When the Cinquecento made classic lore the fashion, Aurore came into favor with the fair dames of France, and has ever since there continued in vogue, occasionally passing into Germany. In Illyria, the dawn and the lady are both called Zora, and she an endearment Zorana. Bellona was not a goddess whose name one would have expected to find renewed in Christian times, yet instances have been found of it in England among those who probably had some idea that it was connected with beauty instead of with bellum war. In effect, hers is not quite a proper name, being really an adjective, with the noun understood, Bellona D, the war goddess. An infant born in the streets of Weimar during the sack that followed the Battle of Jena was named Angelina Bellona, as having been an angel of comfort to her parents in the miseries of war. She became a great musician, and won renown for her name in her own land. The Old Latin deities were often in pairs, masculine and feminine. Divus, that part of their title that is still recognized as belonging to the supernatural, is from the same source as the Sanskrit Deva, Persian Dev, Greek Delta letter 1FD6 Omicron Sigma, 0 Epsilon Omicron Sigma, Zeus, and was applied to all. Divus Janus and Diva Jana were one of these pairs, who presided over day and night as the sun and moon. Diva Jana became Diana, and as groves were sacred to her, and she was as pure a goddess as Vesta, there was every reason for identifying her with the Greek Artemis and giving her possession of the Temple of Ephesus and the black stone image that fell down from Jupiter or the sky. She had Apollo given as her fellow instead of Janus, and thenceforth was the goddess of the silver bow, daughter of Jupiter and Latona, as Artemis had been of Zeus and Leto. Her name slept as a mere pagan device till the 16th century, when romances of chivalry gave place to the semi-classical pastoral, of which Greece was usually the scene. Jorge de Montemayor, the Spanish gentleman who led the way in this flowery path, named his heroine Diana, and she was quickly copied by the sponsors of Diane de Poitiers, the fair widow whose colors of black and white were worn by Henry Roman II. Of France, even to his last fatal tournament. Diane thus became so fashionable in France that when the Cavalier court was there reciting, the English caught the fashion, and thenceforth Lady Di at times appeared among the ladies Betty and Fanny of the court. In the lower classes, Diana seems to be at times confused with the scriptural Dinah, though it may sometimes be adopted as a Bible name, since a peasant has been known to pronounce that he well knew who was greatest, Diana of the Ephesians, a great lady of those parts, and very charitable to the poor. At Rome, Jewesses now alone bear it, and Italian Christians consequently despise it, and only give it to dogs. However, in the 18th century, a Monna Diana existed at Florence, who is recorded as an example of the benefits of a heavy head wrapper, for a large stone fell upon her head from a building, and she took it for a small pebble. Diana's fellow, Divus Janus, had a very different career. He was sometimes called Dianus, but much more commonly Janus, and from being merely the sun, he became allegorical of the entire year and had a statue with 4 faces for the seasons, and hands pointing the one to 300, the other to 55, thus making up the amount of days then given to the year, and before him were 12 altars, one for each month. He thus presided over the beginning of everything, and the first month of the year was from him called Januarius, as were all gates Jani and doors Janui. And above all, that gate between the Sabines and the Romans, which was open when they were friends, shut when they were foes. When the two nations had become thoroughly fused together, the gate grew to a temple. But the ceremony of shutting the doors was still followed on the rare occasions when Rome was at peace, and of opening them when at war to let the god go out, as it was now said, to help the Romans. This idea of peace, however, turned Janus into a legendary peaceful monarch, who only wore 2 heads that he might look both ways to see either side of a question, and keys were put into his hand as the guardian of each man's gate. His own special gate continued to be called Janicula, and his name passed from the door, Janua, to the porter, Janitor, and thence in modern times to St. Peter, who, bearing the keys, was called by the Italians Il Janitor di Silo, and thence the fish, which was thought to bear the mark of St. Peter's thumb, was Il Janitor, or, as we call it, the John Dory, if not from its gilded scales, Doré or Dorado. Its Spanish name of San Pedro would favor the janitor theory. The month of Janus, Janvier, January, Janaro, Januar, has kept its name, like all the other months of the Roman calendar, in spite of the French attempt to displace them with glacial, pluvial, and sea birth in the month of January, occasioned the name of Januarius to be given to various persons in the time of the Roman Empire. To one of the 7 sons of Saint Felicitas, to a martyr whose day is the 13th of October, and especially to Saint Januarius of Beneventum, who in the persecution of Diocletian was thrown to wild beasts at Pozzuoli, and on their refusal to hurt him, was beheaded. His blood was already a religious curiosity before the 8th century, when it was thought to have delivered Naples from an eruption of Mount Vesuvius, and it furnishes one of the most questionable and most hotly defended miracles of the Church of Rome. After this, Gennaro cannot fail to be a very frequent Neapolitan Christian name. Section 2, Florentius. The goddess of flowers was called from their Latin name Flos, the same that has passed into all European languages except the German. In late times, the name of Floris was formed from that of the goddess, and is memorable as that of the procurator, whose harshness drove the Jews to their last rebellion. Flora was probably first used merely as the feminine of Floris. There is a church at Florence to SS. Fior and Lucilla, otherwise the first occurrence of any variety of Flora, is in Roman Gothic Spain, where the unhappy daughter of Count Julian was called by the Spanish diminutive Florinda, and thus caused the name to be so much detested, that while Spanish ballads called her La Cava, the wicked, her Christian name was only bestowed upon dogs, and curiously enough it was the little spaniel, a Spanish breed, for which Flora was considered in England as an appropriate name. A Spanish maiden, however, who was martyred by the Moors in 851, brought Flora into better repute, and Flora became known to the French, though probably first adopted as a romantic epithet. And through the close connection between France and Scotland, it passed to the latter country, the especial land of floral names, and there became frequent as the English equivalent to the Gaelic Finghin. It was spelt as Flory by the island heroine of the 45. Florentius was the natural product of the goddess Flora, and named a female saint, Florentia, martyred with two others, both men, in Diocletian's persecution in Gaul and commemorated by a monastery built over the spot. Saint Florentius was likewise a Gaul and was sent by Saint Martin to preach in Poitou. His relics were at first at Saumur, but in the 11th century were taken to Roye, and in the time of Louisai were divided between the two cities. As an Angevin saint, he quite accounts for the prevalence of Florence in the masculine gender among the Anglo-Norman nobles of the Middle Ages, but it soon died away. The recent revival is chiefly owing to the name having been given to English girls born at the Italian city so called, and it has since acquired a deeper and dearer honor in the person of Florence Nightingale. From the city, or else as a diminutive of Florentius, arose Florentinus, a name borne by various distinguished persons in the latter days of the empire, and saintly in the person of a martyr of Burgundy. Florentina was one of the daughters of Saint Leander, of Spain, and the relics of these saints scattered the names of Florentin and Florentine over a wide extent in France. Besides these, should be mentioned the romantic name, Blanchefleur. It is given to Sir Tristan's mother, and probably translates some Celtic name analogous to the Erse Blathnade, Finbil, and Finscoth, all of which mean white flower. The Irish Florence or Flory, so common among the peasantry, is intended for Finghin or Finine fair offspring, also for Flan, Fithil, and Flaithry. Footnote 67. Keithley, Michaelis. Footnote 68. Keithley, Smith, Key Latin Grammar, Madame Schopenhauer, Memoirs. Footnote 69. Keithley, Smith, Bowderweck, Historia de Forense, Brand, Butler, Spanish Literature. Footnote 70. Smith, Butler, Irish Society, Pot. Section 3, Laurentius. It appears natural to refer Laurentius direct to Lauris, the bay or laurel, but there is reason to think that it, as well as the tree, must go farther back to the dim vestiges of early Roman mythology. From the Etruscans, the Romans learnt the beautiful idea of guardian spirits around their hearths, whom they called by the Etruscan word lar or lars, meaning lord or master. The spirits of great statesmen or heroes became public lares and watched over the welfare of the city. Those of good men, or of innocent infants under 40 days old, were the lares of their home and family. Their images, covered with dog skins, and with the figure of a dog beside them, were placed beside every hearth. And curiously enough are the origin of the name dogs, still applied to the supports on either side of a wood fireplace. They were made to partake in every household festival. Cups were set apart, in which a portion of every meal was poured out to them. The young bride, on being carried across her husband's threshold, made her first obeisance to these household spirits of his family. And on the nones, ides, and calends of each month, when the master returned from the war, or on any other occasion of joy, the lares were crowned with wreaths and garlands. Pairs of lares stood in niches at the entrance of the streets, other lares guarded districts in the country, and the lares of all Rome had a temple to themselves, where stood twin human figures with a dog between them. All these wore green crowns on festival days, especially on those of triumph. And thus there can be little doubt that the evergreen whose leaves were specially appropriated to the purpose was thence called lauris, as the poplar was from forming people's crowns. The special feast of the Lares was on the 22nd of December, and it was immediately followed by that of a female deity called Lara, Larunda, Larentia, Laurentia, or Acca Laurentia, who was termed in Old Latin Genita Mana, good mother, received the sacrifice of a dog and was entreated that no good domestic slave might depart. Thus much custom had preserved to the Romans, but when Greek mythology came in, flooding and corrupting all their own, poor Laurentia was turned into a nymph, so given to chattering, lambda iota alpha, that Jupiter punished her by cutting out her tongue and sending her, in charge of Mercury, to the lower world. And the Lares, now allowed to be only two, were made into her children and those of Mercury. Another story, wishing to account for all traditions in one, made her into the woman who nursed Romulus and Remus, and thus disposed of her and of the she-wolf at once, and made the 12 rural Lares her sons, whilst a third version degraded her, like Flora, and made her leave all her property to the state, in the time of Ancus Martius. Laurentius does not occur in early history, but it belonged to the gentle Roman deacon who, on the 10th of August, 258, showed the poor and the maimed, the halt and the blind, as the treasures of the church, and was martyred by being roasted over a fire on bars of iron. Constantine built a church on his tomb, and 7 other churches at Rome are likewise dedicated to him. Pope Adrian gave some of his relics to Charlemagne, who took them to Strasbourg, and thus rendered him one of the regnant saints in Germany, where the prevalence of shooting stars on the night of his feast has occasioned those meteors to be called St. Lawrence's sparks. In fact, his gentle nature, his peculiar martyrdom, and his church at Rome caused him to be a saint of universal popularity, and a fresh interest was conferred on him, in Spanish eyes, by Philip Roman II. His belief that the Battle of St. Quentin, fought on his day, was won by his intercession, and the consequent dedication of the Gridiron Palace Convent of the Escurial to him. Besides the original saint, England owns St. Laurentius among the band of Roman missionaries who accompanied St. Augustine, and in succession became archbishops of Canterbury. When England in her turn sent forth missionaries, another Lawrence preached the word in the north, with such effect as to compel the Trolls themselves to become church builders, much against their will, and to leave his name, cut down into Lars, its primitive form, as a favorite in all Scandinavia. In Ireland, Lawrence, whose name I strongly suspect to have been Laghair, a son of Maurice O'Tuathail of Leinster, was Archbishop of Dublin at the time of the conquest by the Norman adventurers, and was thus brought into close connection with Canterbury and with Rome, knitting the first of the links that have made the Irish so abject in their devotion to the papal see. It was probably on this account that he was canonized, but he was also memorable as one of the builders of St. Patrick's Cathedral at Dublin, and for his charities during a terrible famine when he supported as many as 300 destitute children. It is he who has rendered Lanty and Larry so common among the Irish peasantry. Besides all these, the modern Venetian saint, Lorenzo Giustiniani, worthily maintained the honor of the Christian name already so illustrious in excellence, and it has continued in high esteem everywhere, though, perhaps, less common in England than on the continent. Germany is the place of its special reign, and in the Harz Mountains, to bow awkwardly is called Crummer Lawrence Machen. English, Scotch, Irish, French, Lawrence, Lawrence, Laurenc, Laurent, Lawrence, Laurie, Lanty, Larkin, Larry, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, Swiss, Lorenzo, 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 Lori, Renzo, Lenz, Ents, Enzali, German, Wallatian, Swedish, Danish, Lawrence, Lavrentia, Laurentius, Lawrence, Lars, Lars, Loritz, Norse, Russian, Polish, Bohemian, Lorenz, Lavrentage, Vavazinic, Vavrinik, Jorans, Lars, Slovak, Lithuanian, Lap, Hungarian. Lover, Labrenzes, Lor Lorinx, Brenzes, Loras, Loris, Laura, Rallis. Some languages have the feminine, but it is not frequent anywhere. The Italian Lorenza is, perhaps, the most frequent. The name of Laura is a great perplexity. It may be taken from Loris, and ladies so called consider Saint Lawrence as their patron, but it may also be from the word Laura, the Greek lambda alpha beta rho alpha, or lambda alpha epsilon rho alpha, meaning an avenue, the same as labyrinth, and applied to the clusters of hermitages which were the germ of monasteries. Or again, a plausible derivation is that Loretta might have commemorated the laurel grove, or Loreto, whither Italian superstition declared that the angels transported the Holy House of Nazareth away from the Turkish power on the conquest of Palestine. Those who call the Milky Way the Santa Strada di Loreto might well have used this as one of their varied forms of seeking the patronage of the Blessed Virgin. The chief objection that I can find to this theory is that the first Loretta that I have met with was a Flemish lady in 1162. The next was a daughter of William de Braos, Lord of Bramber, in the time of King John, a period antecedent to the supposed migration of the Holy House, which did not set out on its travels till 1294. Others think it the same with Eleonora, which I cannot believe. But at any rate, it was the Provencal Laura de Sades, so long beloved of Petrarch, who made this one of the favorite romantic and poetical names, above all, in France, where it is Laura, Loretta, Lulu. Footnote 71. Smith, Keithley, Loudon, Arboretum, Butler, Jameson, Grimm, Pot, Michaelis, Dugdale, Hanmer, Chronicle of Ireland. Section 4. Sancus. Sancus, or Sancho Sancus, was the divinity who presided over oaths and guarded the marriage vow and treaties between nations. He was afterwards mixed up with Hercules, and so entirely forgotten that his altar was long supposed to have been an early Christian erection bearing the word sanctus. This word is the past participle of the verb sancere, to decree. It was equivalent to instituted, and was gradually applied to mark the institutions of religion. That all the congregation are holy, all under sanctification, all once at least saints, was a faith strong in the church, and prompted the name of Sanctus among the first Christians. One Sanctus was a deacon of the band of martyrs at Lyon, and another Sanctus was a Christian physician of Atriculum, a city of central Italy, and was put to death under the Antonines. There is some doubt whether he is the same physician of Atriculum who is also called Saint Medicus. Sanctus was the favorite patron in Provence, Biscay, and Navarre, and Sancho and Sancha were constantly in royal use in the early kingdoms of the struggling Christians of Spain. Though as royalty and nobility became weary of what was national and peculiar, they were left to the peasantry, and would have been entirely forgotten, but for that wonderful personification of the shrewd, prosaic, selfish, yet faithful element in human nature, Sancho Panza, whom Cervantes has made one of the most typical yet individual characters of literature. The Provencals had both the masculine and feminine forms in frequent use, and the co-heiress of Provence, who married our Richard, Earl of Cornwall, King of the Romans, was Sancha or Sancy. But the name did not take root in England, and sorely puzzled some of our old genealogists, who record the lady as Cynthia, Scientia, or Science. This last name actually occurs several times in the 17th century, both in Latin and English, in the register of a small Hampshire parish. But whether meant for Sancha or chosen in love for abstract knowledge, those who named Science Dear alone could tell. Italy, as in duty bound, remembered her saintly physician as Sancto at Rome, and Sanzio with the Lingua Toscana, where it came as a family name to the greatest of painters. Section 5. Old Italian deities. Februs was the old Italian god both of the dead and of fertility, to whom February was sacred. The word is thought to mean purification, but after the Etruscan deities were forgotten, Juno, who had also a share in the month, absorbed it all and was called Juno Februata. Thence, probably, arose the name of Febronia, a nun of Cybapolis on the borders of Assyria, who suffered horrid torments under her persecutors and was at last beheaded. She is venerated by the Greek Church on the 25th of June, and suggested to Russia the names Fevronia or Kevronia. Though not divine, the name of Lavinia should be mentioned here as that of a mythical personage imitated by the moderns, though not by the Romans themselves. In Livy and in Virgil, she is the daughter of King Latinus, and the last wife of Aeneas, in whose right he obtained a footing in Italy. Niebuhr and his followers deny her existence, and make her a mere personification of the Latin territory, and whether this be the case or not, hers is certainly a feminine form of Latinus, the T changed to V, as happened in other instances. The classical Italians of the Cinquecento revived Lavinia for their daughters, and by way of recommending the story of the Book of Ruth to the taste of the 18th century, Thomson had the audacity to translate the Moabitess into the lovely young Lavinia, whence it has happened that this has become rather a favorite with those classes in England who have a taste for many syllables ending in ia. Picus was another old Italian deity who used to be represented with a woodpecker on his head. Whether he or the woodpecker first had the name of picus does not appear. But in English, that term passed to the payot or magpie, and some recurrence to old tradition caused Pico to be revived in Italy in the person of the famous Pico de Mirandola and his namesakes. From first chance came Fortuna, the goddess of prosperity and success. She was said on entering Rome to have thrown away her globe and shed her wings like a queen ant to denote that here she took up her permanent abode. She was adored at Rome as early as the reign of Ancus Martius, and to her was ascribed the success of the women's entreaty in turning away the wrath of Coriolanus. Her name does not appear to have been used in the heathen times, but in 212 SS. Felix and Fortunatus were martyred at Valence in Dauphiné, and it was probably from the latter that Fortunio became a name among the early Asturian and Navarrese sovereigns. What shall we think of the augury of names when we find in the parish register of St. John's, Newcastle, on the 20th of June, 1599, the marriage of Umfray Harope, husbandman, to Fortune Shafto, gentlewoman. A pair of twins, girls of the Wycliffe family, born in 1710, were christened Favour and Fortune is a surname in Scotland. Footnote 72. Butler Keithley, Smith. Footnote 73. Niebuhr Arnold, Surius, Keithley, Sir O. Sharp extracts from parish registers. Section 6, Quirinus. Quirinus, one of the oldest of the war gods, was called from the Oscan Quiris, a spear, which likewise was the source of the old Roman name of Quirites, and of that of the Quirinal hill. Spearmen alike were the Quirites and their unconquerable foes. The Germaner, the Germans, nay, probably Gur and Quiris are the very same word, equally related to the Celtic coir. Others, however, call Quirinus the mere personified god of the town of Cures. When all had become confusion in the Roman mind as to their old objects of worship, and they had mingled them with gods whom their fathers knew not, they took it into their heads that Quirinus was the deified Romulus who had been transported to the skies by his father, Mars, in the middle of a muster of his warriors in the Campus Martius. And when a still later age distrusted this apotheosis, some rationalist Roman suggested that, weary of Romulus' tyranny, the senators had secretly assassinated him during the review, and to prevent detection had cut his body to pieces. Each carried a portion home under his toga, and professed to have beheld the translation to the skies. Quirinus had become a cognomen at the Christian era, but first occurs as a Christian name in 304, when Saint Quirinus was bishop of Siscia on the Save, and after a good confession before the tyrant Maximus, was dragged in chains through the cities on the banks of the Danube, and then drowned at Sabaria, now Sarwar. His relics were afterwards taken to Rome, but are now said to be in Bavaria, and in his honor, Siren has become a French name. As a saint connected with Germany, various chapters arose in commemoration of him, and Mrs. Elizabeth Carter describes her meeting with a pretty little Chaanach at Spa, who wore her medal of Saint Quirinus, but was able to give so little account of him that Mrs. Carter, better read in Roman history than in hagiology, concluded him to be the saint who built Rome and killed his brother. Quirinius was the name of the Roman governor whom St. Luke called in Greek kappa upsilon rho eta iota omicron sigma, and our translators render Cyrenius. The name of Romulus is thought by many to have been a mere myth made out of that of his city Roma, a word that probably signified strength, and was no inappropriate title for that empire of iron. Letter 1 Fe 5 omega muita is the Greek word for strength. The same root is found in the Latin robber, and it may be in the Teutonic room, fame. Others say that Groma, a crossroad, was the origin of this most famous of all local titles. However this may be, after Romulus Augustulus had seen the 12 centuries of Rome fulfilled, Romulo still lingered on as a name in Italy. The first bishop of Phile was thus named, and was so popular at Florence that Catherine de' Medici was actually christened Romola. When to be a Roman citizen was the highest benefit a man of a subject nation could enjoy, Romanus was treated as a cognomen. Pliny had 2 friends so called. There are 7 saints thus named, and 3 Byzantine emperors. But when Teuton sway had made a Roman the meanest and most abject epithet, Romain or Romano died away in popularity, and only occurs now and then in French genealogy, though it is still used in Italy. They must not be confounded with Romeo and Romuald, which are genuine Teutonic. Footnote 74. Diefenbach, Arnold, Livy, Butler. Section 7. Sibylla. The Sibyls were beings peculiar to Roman mythology, prophetesses half human, half divine, living to a great age, but not immortal. Etymologists used to interpret their name as coming from the Greek zeta epsilon upsilon sigma and beta omicron upsilon lambda, Zeus counsels. But it is far more satisfactorily explained as coming from Sabius or Sabis, an old Italian but not a Latin word, which lives still in the vernacular Sabio, thus making Sibylla signify a wise old woman. Old, indeed, for the Cumean Sibyl, who guided Aeneas to the infernal regions, was likewise said to be the same who brought the prophetic books for sale to Tarquinius Priscus, and on each refusal of the sum that she demanded for them, carried them off, destroyed one, and brought the rest back rated at a higher price. The single remaining roll bought by the king was said to contain all the mysterious prophecies that were afterwards verified by the course of events, and above all, that prediction of the coming rule of peace, which Virgil, following Theocritus, embodied in his eclogue as fulfilled in Augustus. That eclogue, flattery though it were, won for Virgil his semi-Christian fame, and caused the learned men of Italy to erect the Sibyls into the personifications of heathen presages of gospel truth. Test David cum Sibylla. As says the glorious hymn, uniting the voices of Hebrew and Gentile prophecy, and in this character Du Mitchell and Gelo's magnificent Sibyls adorn the Sistine Chapel, though later painters, such as Guido and Domenichino, made them mere models of female intellectual beauty. Sibylla, probably through the influence of Campania upon nomenclature, early spread as a Christian name. Possibly the word was the more acceptable to northern ears from its resemblance to the Gothic Sibja, peace or friendship, the word familiar to us as the Scottish sib, related, forming with us the last syllable of gossip, in its old sense of godparent. Thence came Scipia, Sib, or Sif, the lovely wife of Thor, whose hair was cut off by Loke, and its place supplied by golden tresses, which some consider to mean the golden harvest. Perhaps it was this connection that recommended the Italian Sibylla to the Norman chivalry. At any rate, Sibylla of Conversana was the wife of Robert of Normandy, and Sibyl soon traveled into France and belonged to that Angevin queen of Jerusalem, whose many marriages gave so much trouble to the Crusaders. It was very frequent among English ladies of Norman blood, and in Spain, Sevilla or Sibylla is frequent in the earlier ballads. Cybella, Sibyl, or Sibby is most frequent of all in Ireland and Scotland, but I believe that this is really as the equivalent for the ancient Gaelic Selbhaflaith, Lady of Possessions. Russia has the name as Sevilla, the Lithuanians call it Bill, and the Esthonians Pill. Sibylle is the form in which it appears in a Cornish register in 1692. In 1651, it is Cybella. Section 8. Saturn and Sea. Saturnus was a mythical king of ancient Italy, peaceful, and given to agriculture. Indeed, his name is thought to come from Satis, sown. It is very odd that he should have become the owner of all the fame of the Greek chronos, infanticide, planet rings, and all. But so completely has he seized upon them that we never think of him as the god of seed time, but only as the discarded king of heaven and father of Jupiter. We should have little to do with him were it not that the later Romans formed from him the name of Saturninus, which belonged to sundry early saints and furnished the old Welsh Sadwin. Silvanus was a deity called from Silva, a wood, the protector of husbandmen and their crops, in the shape of an old man with a cypress tree in his hand. His had become a Roman name just before the Christian era and belonged to the companion of St. Paul, who is called Silvanus in the Epistles, and, by the contraction, Silas in the Acts. This contracted form, Silas, has been revived in England as a scripture name. Saint Silvanus, or Silverius, was a pope whom his church esteems a martyr, as he died in the hands of Belisarius. But Sylvan, or salvage, was chiefly used in the Middle Ages to express a dweller in a forest, rude and hardly human. Silvano, Salvaggio, or Silvestro was generally the name of monsters with shaggy locks, clubs, and girdles of ivy leaves, who appeared in romance, and Gaidon Salvaggio was the rustic knight of Boiado and Ariosto. Occasionally these words became names, and about the year 1200, Silvestro Gazzolini of Osimo founded an order of monks, who, probably, are the cause that Sylvester became known in Ireland as a Christian name, and has come to us as a surname, while the French have it as Sylvester. The son of Aeneas and Lavinia was said to have been born in a wood, and therefore called Aeneas Silvius, and his name was given to one of the Piccolomini family, Ennia Silvio, afterwards pope, and also belonged to an historian. Sylvain, Sylvan, Silvius, Sylvia became favorite names for shepherds and shepherdesses in the time of the pastoral romance. Sylvia turned into a poetical name for a country maid, and has since been used as a village Christian name, having been perhaps first chosen by some fanciful Lady Bountiful. Section 5. Petros. Great is the controversy that hangs on the form of pi epsilon tau rho omicron sigma, the surname divinely bestowed upon the faithful disciple Simon Bar-Jonah, when he made his great confession of faith in the Godhead and Messiahship of his Master. Thou art Petros a stone, and on this Petra, a rock I will build my church, are the words. The apostle was sometimes called in his own lifetime by the Hebrew or Syriac equivalent kappa, eta phi letter 1 fb6 sigma, or Cephas, but Petros or Petrus, being both Greek and Latin words, he went down to posterity thus distinguished. Many a Pietro was called after him in Italy, to be cut down into Piero or Pier, and amplified into Pietruccio or Petruccio and Petraxio. The devout Spaniards caught up the name, and had many a Pedro, nay, 3 Pedros at once were reigning at a time in 3 peninsular kingdoms, and the frequency of Perez as a surname shows how full Spain is of the sons of Pedro. France had many a Pier, Piero, or, in Brittany, Perinic. Perrault, a common surname, may be a derivation from it, as is Saint Pierre, one of the territorial designations. Before the Revolution, La Pierre and La France were the unvarying designations of the 2 lackeys that every family of any pretension always kept in those days of display. England had Peter, which Peterpence, perhaps, hindered from being a favorite and borrowed from the French Piers and Pierce. Fieries is the Irish version of Pierce. Petter or Pier are both much used in the north, and Peter in Germany, while the great Muscovite made Petter notable in his empire. The Irish, regardless of the true history of Patricius, want to make St. Patrick a namesake of St. Peter, and therefore the Paddies own not only their national apostle, but the Prince of Apostles for their patrons. The feminines of Peter are Petronilla, said to have been his daughter, and whence has come Petronilla in Spanish, Petronil shortened into nil in Norway, Pernal or Parnal, once exceeding common though now forgotten in England. But other female names have been made direct from that of the saint, Peronetta in Italy, Peretta in France, and even Petrina in Scotland and Sweden. English, French, Swedish, Danish. Peter, Pier per Petter, Piers, Piero, Pierce, Perrin, Per Dutch. Italian, Spanish, Portuguese. Pieter, Pietro, Pedro, Pedro, Piet, Piero, Pedrinho, Pier, Pietruccio, Russian. Polish. Illyrian, Lusatian. Petter, Picti, Petipijeti, Petrusha, Pies, Piero, Pech, Petrinka, Petrica, Pedo, Pijo, Bulgarian. Let. Esthonian, Celt. Petter, Peteris, Pedo, Pater, Urs, Petco, Petfiris, Yper, Breton, Petric, Feminine. English, French, Italian, Portuguese. Petrina, Peret, Petronilla, Petronilha, Petronella, Petronella. Pernal, Petrine, German. Lyrian. Petronil, Petra, Nel Petrija, Nilil Petrusa. Section 6. Names of Immortality. Rejoicing that life and immortality had been brought to light, quickly broke out in the very names given to Christians at their baptism, and full of import were the appellations invented in these early ages of the Church, to express the joyful hope of everlasting life. Even in the Sanskrit, Amrita expresses the elixir of life, the Amrita cup of immortality, which terminates the woes of Kylil in the curse of Kahama, and according to Hindu myth was produced by the celebrated churning of the ocean. The name is traced to a privative and MRI, a word to be met with again in Moors, murder, and sea, and the notion of a water of life continued to pervade all the Indo-European races. Among the Greeks, this life-giving elixir was letter 1 F00 mu beta rho omicron sigma iota alpha, ambrosia, immediately derived from letter 1 F0 4 mu beta rho omicron tau omicron sigma, immortal, a word from the same source. In various legends, this ambrosia served to express the human craving for heavenly and immortal food, until at length, in later times, ambrosia came to be regarded as the substantial meat of the gods, as nectar was their drink. It was reserved for Christianity to proclaim the true ambrosia, the veritable food of paradise, and thus it was that ambrosios became a chosen name, born in especial by that great Archbishop of Milan, who spent one of the most illustrious lives recorded in church history. The Church has never forgotten this great saint, and Milan, where his own liturgy has never been discontinued, is especially devoted to her Sant Ambrogio. But his history is perhaps a little too much in the clear light of day to afford the convenient shadow requisite for name-spreading legend, and his name has but moderate popularity. Already, as we may suppose, his fame had spread to Britain when Aurelius Ambrosius, the brave champion who so long withstood the Saxon invaders, bore it and left it to the Welsh as Emrys. English, French, Italian, Spanish, Russian, Ambrose, Ambroise, Ambrogio, Ambrosio, Ambrosage, Brush, Polish, Bohemian, Lusatian, Hungarian, Welsh, Ambrosage, Ambros, Bros, Ambris, Emrys, Emrose, Brosk, Emrosk. In the same spirit was formed letter 1F00 theta alpha nu alpha sigma iota omicron sigma, Athanasios, from the word theta alpha nu alpha tau omicron sigma, death. The Undying was in itself a name of good hope for a Christian, and it became dear to the Church at large through the great Alexandrian patriarch, the bulwark of the faith. It is in the East that his name has been kept up. The West, though of course knowing it and using it for him individually, shows few namesakes except in Italy, where it is probably a remnant of the Greek influence upon Venice and Naples. The feminine Athanasia is, I believe, solely Italian. French, Italian, Russian, Servian, Athanase Athanasio Athanasige Athanako Athanagio. So again, the new Christians took the old word, letter 1F00 nu alpha sigma tau alpha sigma iota sigma, meaning an awakening or raising, from letter 1F00 nu iota sigma tau iota to make to stand up, and used it to signify the resurrection. Then formed from letter 1F00 nu alpha sigma tau alpha sigma iota omicron sigma, Anastasios, of the resurrection, having the elements of the resurrection within him or her, for the feminine Anastasia was as early and as frequent as the masculine. Indeed, the strange caprices of fate have decreed that, though the masculine form is exceedingly common all over the Eastern Church, it should, in spite of 3 saints in the calendar, one of papal dignity, be almost unused in the West, except in Bavaria, whilst the feminine, borne by 2 virgin martyrs, is prevalent everywhere, and chiefly in Ireland. England once used the name more than at present, and then anglicized it into Anstace. Anstis, Anstish, Anstice all occur frequently as female names in the elder pages of a Devonshire parish register, where Anstis is now a surname. Anstey's squire is in the Froxfield register in 1587, and the name must once have been much more usual. French, Italian, Polish, Bavarian, Anastase, Anastagio, Anastasige, Anastasel, Stas, Stasel, Stasi feminine, English, Irish, French, Russian, Anastasia, Anastasia, Anastasi, Anastasia, Anstace Anti, Nastasja, Stacy, Nastenka. Amongst these well-chosen baptismal titles may be mentioned Zito Megida, life, no doubt given as meaning that the principle of eternal life was then implanted. It is strange that neither the Eastern nor Western calendar shows a Zoe, though a woman thus entitled was said to have been cured of dumbness by a miracle of Saint Sebastian, and afterwards to have been the first of the martyrs in the persecution in which he died, about the year 286. After this, Zoe became frequent among the women of the Greek Church, belonging to many of the royal ladies of the Blashernal, among others to her who endeavored to shake the constancy of the sea king, Harold Hardrada, to his Muscovite Elisif. From the Lower Empire it traveled to Russia, where Zoya is at present very common, and in the time of romantic interest in the new Greek kingdom, Zoe became fashionable in France and still is much used there. Footnote 42. Liddell and Scott, Southey Notes to Cursive Kahama, Snorri Sturleson Heimskringla, Lebeau Boz Empire. Section 7, Royal Names. Sigma Epsilon Beta Alpha Sigma, Sebas, awe or veneration, was compounded into the word Sigma Epsilon Beta Alpha Sigma Tau Omicron Sigma, Sebastos, as a translation for Augustus, the imperial title coined by Octavianus to express his own peculiar sacred majesty. It was not, however, apparently used for the original Augustus. At least St. Luke calls him Alpha letter 1F54, Gamma Omicron Upsilon Sigma, tau omicron sigma, and its technical use probably did not begin till the division of the empire by Diocletian, and his designation of 2 emperors as Augusti or Sebastoi, with their heirs as Caesars. Subsequently to this arrangement, no one would have dared to assume the name so intimately connected with the jealous wearers of the purple, and, accordingly, it was a contemporary of the joint emperors, who is the martyr saint of this name, Sebastianus, a soldier at Rome, who, when other Christians fled, remained there to encourage the flock in the first outburst of the last persecution. He endured a double martyrdom, first, by the well-known shower of arrows directed against him, and next, after his recovery under the care of a pious widow who had carried away his supposed corpse to bury it, he defied the emperor again and was beaten to death in the arena by clubs. English, French, Italian, Spanish. Sebastian Sebastiano, Bastiano, Basto Portuguese, German, Norse, Bavarian. Sebastian based Basti Swiss, Russian, Slavonic, Hungarian Bastia s Sebastian Bastiali Bostej Basco feminine, German, French, Russian, Bohemian. Sebastian s Sebastiana Sebesta. Devout women buried him in the catacombs, and his name slept for at least 100 years till Pope Damasus built a church over his catacomb, which has ever since been called after him, and subsequent popes made presents of his relics to Tuscany, France, and other countries. A notion arose, Mrs. Jameson thinks, from his arrows reminding the classical world of the darts of Apollo, that he was connected with pestilence. His name is thus found all over Europe, though less commonly in England and the Protestant parts of Germany than farther south. Indeed, its especial home is Portugal, where it must have been specially cherished in memory of the rash Don Sebastião, the last of the glorious house of Aves, for whose return from the fatal African campaign his country so long looked and longed. More ancient was the term beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon upsilon sigma, Basilius, a king or prince properly answering to the Latin rex, as did Sebastos to Augustus, but usually applied in the Greek-speaking countries to the emperor. Thence came many interesting words, such as the term used in the empire for courts of royal judgment, basilica, whence upon their conversion into places of Christian worship, the title basilican became synonymous with church. So too, that royal-looking serpent who was supposed to wear a crown on his head and to kill with a look was the basilisk, and the familiar basilican ointment was so termed as being fit for a king. Beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon iota omicron sigma, kingly, was not infrequent among the early Christians and gained popularity through that great father of the church, the bishop of Neo-Caesarea, as well as other more obscure saints. It is extremely common in the Eastern Church, and especially in Russia, where the first letter suffers the usual change into V. The feminine, basilia, is still in use among the modern Greeks, and once even seems to have been known among English ladies, since the sister of Earl Strongbow is thus recorded in history, but its use has died away amongst us. English, French, Italian, Russian, Polish. Basil Basilio Vassilage Basili Basine Vasca Illyrian Vassilage Vaso. Section 8. Irene. In heathen days, epsilon letter 1F30, rho eta nu eta Irene, peace, was personified and adored as a goddess. In Christian times, when peace on earth was preached, it was formed into a name, that which we know as Irene. Irene was the pious widow, whose care revived Saint Sebastian after his first martyrdom, and in 303, 3 sisters, Agape, Love, Irene, and Chaanach underwent martyrdom at Thessalonica, but Irene seems to have absorbed almost all the subsequent honor, although Agape is occasionally to be found in modern Greece and formed the masculine surname Agapetus, once the property of a pope, and still used in Russia. Irene was extremely frequent among the Greek empresses, and belonged to the lady who would fain have added herself to the list of Charlemagne's many wives. Thence the Russians have it as Irina, and in that ancient Greek colony at Sorrento, where the women's features so strongly recall their Hellenic descent, Irene is continued as one of their baptismal names. Thence was derived the name of the great father of the church, epsilon letter 1F30, rho eta nu alpha letter 1FD6 omicron sigma, Irenaeus, Irenaeus. But few of the fathers had popular names, and Irenaeus has been little copied except in Eastern Europe, where the Russians call it Irinage and the Hungarians Ernijo. The Teuton Fried and Slavonic Mir have been infinitely more fruitful in names than the Greek Irene. And as to the Roman Pax, its contributions to nomenclature are all posthumous. Erasmus comes from letter 1F30 rho alpha omega, erau, to love, and is related to Eros. The first Erasmus was tortured to death in Diocletian's persecution, at Formisae, whence his relics were transferred to Geta, and he there became the patron of the Mediterranean sailors, who used to invoke him as Saint Ermo or Saint Elmo at the approach of a storm, and he thus was thought to send the pale, pure electric light that shimmers on the topmast, warning the sailor of the impending storm. The name of Erasmus was assumed by the learned Dutchman, under the belief that it translated his name of Gerhard, really Spearhard. And from him, Rasmus and Asmuse are common in Holland, and Rassel has somehow found its way to Bavaria. Russia, too, has Gerasim, but this name lies in doubt between Erasmus and Gerasimus, the Venerable, one of the early ascetics of Palestine. Gelasius, the Laugher, was the name of a pope, and for that reason was considered as appropriate and ecclesiastical. It has had the strange lot of being used in Ireland as the substitute for their native name of Giala Yosa, or Servant of Jesus, and was actually so used by the primate reigning at the time of the English annexation of Ireland. Footnote 43. Lebeau, Smith, Michaelis. Section 9, Gregorios. Gamma rho eta gamma omicron rho eta omicron sigma, Gregorios, came from gamma rho eta gamma omicron rho epsilon omega, a late and corrupt form of the verb letter 1F10 gamma epsilon iota rho omega, to wake or watch. A watchman was a highly appropriate term for a shepherd of the church, and accordingly Gregorios was frequent among early bishops. Gregorios Nazianzen, the friend of Saint Basil, Gregorios Thaumaturgos, or the Wonder Worker, and others of the same high fame, contributed to render it highly popular in the East. And in the West it was borne by the great Pope, for whose sake it became a favorite papal title, so that it has been borne by no less than 16 occupants of the chair of St. Peter. It has, however, been far less popular among those who own their sway than among the Eastern Christians who are free from it. And though we find it in Scandinavia, this is only as a modernization of the Norse Gearjotgard, while the MacGregors of Scotland draw their descent not from Gregory, but from Grig or Gerig, a Celtic word meaning the fierce. English, French, Italian, Danish, Gregory, Gregoire, Gregorio, Grigos, Gregis, German, Gregor, Swedish, Gregis, Greys, Russian, Polish, Bohemian, Slavonic, Grigorij, Grzegorz, Rahor, Gregor, Grisha, Grega, Gorej, Illyrian, Let, Lithuanian, Hungarian, Gregorij, Grig, Greskis, Jurjald, Jurga, Grigalis, Gier. Footnote 44. Michaelis, Butler. Section 10, Georgos. The Maronite Christians have a tradition that Georgos was a Christian sentinel at Damascus, who connived at the escape of St. Paul when he was let down in the basket and was therefore put to death. But whether this be true or false, among what may be called the allegorical saints of the Greek Church, one of the most noted is our own patron Gamma letter 1FC6, G, Earth, and letter 1F14 rho gamma omega, ergo, anciently gamma epsilon rho gamma omega, Fergo, descended from the same source as our own verbs to work and to urge formed gamma epsilon omega rho gamma omicron sigma, earthworker or husbandman. A Cappadocian saint and martyr, of whom nothing was known but that he had been a soldier and died in the last persecution, bore the name of Georgios, and was deeply reverenced in the East, where Constantine erected a church in his honor at Byzantium. As in the case of Saint Christopher, and probably of Saint Alexis, this honored name became the nucleus of the allegory, of the warrior saint contending with the dragon and delivering the oppressed church, and of course the lovers of marvel turned the parable into substance. In 494, Pope Gelasius tried to separate the true Georgius from the legend, which he omitted from the offices of the church. But popular fancy was too strong for the Pope, and the story was carried on till the imaginations of the Crusaders before Jerusalem fixed upon St. George as the miraculous champion whom they beheld fighting in their cause, as Santiago had done for Galicia. Thereby Burgundy and Aquitaine adopted him as their patron saint, and the Burgundian Henry carried him to Portugal and put that realm under his protection. As 100 years later Richard I did by England, making St. George for Merry England the most renowned of battle cries. From Burgundy he was taken by the Germans as a patron, and Venice, always connected with Greece, already glorified him as her patron, so that, in the name of St. George and St. Michael I dub thee knight, was the formulary throughout half Europe, and no saint had so many chivalrous orders instituted in his honor. Still, the name was less early used in the West than might have been expected, perhaps from the difficulty of pronunciation. Georgios always prevailed in the East, and came to Scotland in the grand Hungarian importation, with the ancestor of the House of Drummond, who bear 3 wavy lines on their shield in memory of a great battle fought by the side of a river in Hungary, before the Atheling family were brought back to England, attended by this Hungarian noble. On the usurpation of Harold, he fled with them to Scotland, and there founded a family where the Eastern Christian name of George has always been an heirloom. It was probably from the same Hungarian source that Germany first adopted Georg, or Jurgen, as it is differently spelt, and then sent it to England with the House of Brunswick. For, in spite of George of Clarence, brother of Edward Roman IV, and a few other exceptions, it had been an unusual name previously, and scarcely a single George appears in our parish registers before 1700, although afterwards it multiplied to such an extent as to make it doubtful whether George, John, or Charles be the most common designation of Englishmen. The feminine is quite a modernism. The first English lady on record, so called, was a godchild of Anne of Denmark, who caused her to be christened Georgiana. The name had, however, previously existed on the continent. Venice took its Giorgio direct from Greece, but the name was not popular elsewhere in Italy, and at Cambrai an isolated instance occurs in the year 1300, nor has it ever been common in France. The Welsh Urian, Uranius, descends from heaven to earth by considering George as his equivalent. The Irish translate the name into Celtic as Siwargi. English, Scotch, French, Italian. George, Georges, Giorgio, Georgie, Geordie, Georgit, Spanish, Portuguese, Wallatian, Provencal, Jorge, Georgie, Jorts, Georgesinho, German, Frisian, Bavarian, Swiss, Jorg, Jurgen, Gorgel, Jorg, Jurgen, Jern, Jurgel, Swedish, Danish, Dutch, Russian, Goran, Jorg, Georgius, Georgi, Georgian, Joris, Georgij, Jurion, Jurgi, Juria, Igor, Iguica, Polish, Bohemian, Slavonic, Illyrian. Jersey, Jiri, Jurg, Giuraj, Jerk, Giuro, Giuko, Jurej, Jurica, Juro, Jurica, Lusatian. Let, Lithuanian, Esthonian. Juro, Jogiz, Jurgiz, Jern, Jurko, Jurush, Jurgudis, feminine. English, French, German, Portuguese. Georgiana, Georgian, Georgetta, Georgina, Georgette, Illyrian. Gjurgija, Gjurgjinka. Footnote 45. Liddell and Scott, Jameson, Butler, Michaelis, O'Donovan. Section 11, Barbara. Of the 4 great virgin saints, revered with almost passionate affection in the Roman Catholic Church, each has been made the representative of an idea. Probably Agnes, Barbara, Catherine, and Margaret were veritable maidens who perished in the early persecutions, and whose lives, save for some horrible incident in their tortures, were unknown. But around them crystallized the floating allegories of the Church, until Agnes became the representative of the triumph of innocence, Margaret of the victory through faith, Catherine of intellectual, and Barbara of artistic devotion. There was a speedy lapse from the allegory to the legend, just as of old, from the figure to the myth. And the Virgin's popularity in all countries depended, not on their shadowy names in the calendar, but on the implicitly credited tales of wonder connected with them. Barbara was said to be a maiden of Heliopolis, whose Christianity was revealed by her insisting that a bath chamber should be built with 3 windows, instead of 2, in honor of the chief mystery of the creed. Her cruel father beheaded her with his own hands, and was immediately destroyed by thunder and lightning. Here, of course, was symbolized the consecration of architecture and the fine arts to express religious ideas, and Saint Barbara became the patroness of architects, and thence of engineers, and the protectress from thunder and its mimic, artillery. The powder room in a French ship is still known as La Sainte Barbe. Her name has thus been widely spread, though chiefly among the daughters of artificers and soldiers, seldom rising to princely rank. Barbara is the feminine of beta alpha rho omicron sigma, a stranger, the term applied by the Greeks to all who did not speak their own tongue. Horntook derives it from the root bar, strong, and thinks it a repetition of the savage people's own reduplicated barbar, very strong. But it is far more probably an imitation of the incomprehensible speech of the strangers, as, in fact, the Greeks seem rather to have applied it first to the polished Asiatic, who would have given them less the idea of strength than the Scythe or the Goth, to whose language bar belonged in the sense of force or opposition. It is curious to observe how, in modern languages, the progeny of the Latin barbarus vary between the sense of wild cruelty and mere rude ignorance, or ill-adapted splendor. English, Scotch, French, Italian, Barbara baby barb Barbara bab Barbary Danish, German, Swiss, Russian, Barbara Baba Varvara Barbali Babali Varenka Barbechin Babli Slavonic, Illyrian, Bohemian, Lusatian, Barbara Baba Barba Varvara Babasha Barbica Bara Vara Berica Let, Lithuanian, Hungarian, Barbule Barb Borbola Barb Barbet Boris. The true Old English form is Barbary. It appears thus in all the unlatinized pedigrees and registers, and the peasantry still call it so, though unluckily it is generally turned into Barbara in writing. Footnote 46. Jameson, Horntook, Michaelis. Section 12, Agnes. The word letter 1F04 gamma omicron sigma, agos, a thing to which religious awe attaches, gave the adjective letter 1F04 gamma nu omicron sigma, agnos, sacred or pure, whence was named the tree whose twigs the Greek matrons strewed on their beds during the festival of Demeter, and which the Romans called by a reduplication of its title in both languages, the Agnus Castus. Agnes, the Latin for a lamb, is said to have come from the consecration of those creatures to sacred purposes, and thence, too, came Agnes, the name of the gentle Roman maiden, the place of whose martyrdom named the Church of St. Agnes. It is said to have been built by Constantine the Great only a few years after her death, on the spot where she was put to the utmost proof, and it retains an old mosaic, representing her veiled only by her long hair and driven along by two fierce soldiers. Another very ancient church of St. Agnes covers the catacomb where she was interred, and she has always been a most popular saint both in the East and West, but most especially at her native city. There a legend became current, probably from her name, that as her parents and other Christians were weeping over her grave in the catacomb, she suddenly stood before them all radiant in glory, and beside her a lamb of spotless whiteness. She assured them of her perfect bliss, encouraged them, and bade them weep no more. And thus in all later representations of her, a lamb has always been her emblem, though it does not appear in the numerous very early figures of her that are still preserved. A saint who was the object of so many legends could not fail of numerous votaries, and Agnes was common in England and Scotland, and was a royal name in France and Germany. The Welsh form is Nest. A Welsh nest was the mother of Earl Robert of Gloucester. Inez, as the Spaniards make it, indicating the liquid sound of the gn by the cedilla, gained a mournful fame in Portugal by the fate of Inez de Castro, and Inesilla has been derived from it, while the former English taste for stately terminations to simple old names made the word Agneta. It is more common in Devonshire than in other counties. In Durham, there is a curious custom of calling any female of weak intellect a silly Agnes. Italy has invented the masculine Agnello and Agnello, often confounded with Angelo and used as its contraction. English, Welsh, Manx, French, Agnes Nest, Nessie Agnes Aggie Agnes Agneta Italian, Spanish, Portuguese Swedish, Agnes Inez Inez Agnes Agnete Inesilla Agneta Agneska Danish, Russian, Polish, Slavonic, Agnes Agnesa Agneska Neza Agnete Agnesija, Nezica Bohemian, Ainska Servian, Let, Esthonian Lithuanian, Janya Agnes Nido Agneta, Nes Lusatian, Hansa. Footnote 47. Jameson, Brand, Popular Antiquities, Liddell and Scott, Michaelis. Section 13, Margaret. No name has been the occasion of more pretty fancies than mu alpharogam alpharo odatawida sigma, a pearl, itself taken from the Persian term for the jewel, Mervarid, child of light. In accordance with the beauteous notion that the oysters rising to the surface of the water at night and opening their shells in adoration received into their mouths drops of dew congealed by the moonbeams into the pure and exquisite gem, resembling in its pure pale luster nothing so much as the moon herself. La Grande Margarita, as Dante calls her. The thought of the pearl of great price, and of the pearl gates of the celestial city, no doubt inspired the Christian choice of Marguerite for that child of light of the city of Antioch in Pisidia, whose name as virgin martyr standing in the liturgy without any authentic history, became, before the 5th century, the recipient of the allegory of feminine innocence and faith overcoming the dragon, even as Saint George embodied the victory of the Christian warrior. Greek though the legend were, as well as the name, neither flourished in the Eastern Church. But Cremona laid claim to the maiden's relics, and Hungary in its first Christianity eagerly adopted her name, and reckons 2 saints so called in the 11th century, besides having sent forth the sweet Margaret Atheling, the wife of Malcolm Seymour, the gentle royal saint of the Grace Cup, who has made hers the national Scottish female name. From Scotland, it went to Norway with the daughter of Alexander Roman III, whose bridal cost the life of Sir Patrick Spens, and it had nearly come back again from thence with her child, the Maid of Norway. But the maid died on the voyage, and Margaret remained in Scandinavia to be the dreaded name of the Semiramis of the North, and was taken as the equivalent of Astrid and of Georgotgard. From Cremona, Germany learnt to know the childlike Margarethe, one of the saints and names most frequently occurring there, and Provence, then an integral part of the Holy Roman Empire, likewise adopted her. From her was called the eldest of the 4 heiresses of Provence, who married Saint Louis, leaving Marguerite to numerous French princesses. Her niece, the daughter of Henry Roman III, was the first English Margaret, but the name was re-imported from France in the second wife of Edward I, and again in Margaret of Anjou, from whom was called Margaret Beaufort, mother of Henry Roman VII, and founder of the Lady Margaret Professorship. In her granddaughter, Margaret Tudor, it ceased to be royal in England, though it had taken root among the northern part of the population, while, strangely enough, it hardly ever occurs among the southern peasantry. The Italian reverence for Margherita, or Malgherita as they called her, was increased by the penitence of Margherita of Cortona, whose repentance became so famed that she was canonized. Many are the contractions of this favorite name, since it is too long for the popular mouth. The oldest is probably the Scottish Marjorie, as Bruce's daughter was called, and which cut down into Macy, the proud Macy of the ballad, and later into Maisie, and was treated as a separate name. Mr. Lower tells us that the surname of Marjoribanks is derived from the barony of Raltio, granted to Marjorie Bruce on her marriage with the High Steward of Scotland. Margaret turned into Meg before the time of Mucklemood Meg of the Border. And this, as well as Maggie, was shared with England, which likewise had Marjorie and Marget, as well as the more vulgar Peggy and Gritty, and likewise Madge. The French contraction was in the 16th century Marget, according to the epitaph, self-composed, of the Austrian, Flemish, or French damsel, who was so nearly Queen of Spain. Si I get Marget, la gentile demoiselle, qui du maris et encore est pucelle. But Gogo is not an improvement. Marcherit is the Breton form. In Germany, Gretel figures in various Machen, but Gretchen is now most common, and is rendered classical by Goethe. Meat in the time of Klopstock's sway over the lovers of religious poetry was very fashionable, and Meta almost took up her abode in England, though the taste for simplicity has rooted her of late. Denmark, where the Semiramis of the North has domesticated the name, calls it Met and Merit, and places it in many a popular tale and ballad as Meetalil or Little Margaret. Even the modern German Jews use it and call it Marialet, and the vernacular Gaelic contraction used in Ireland is Vreed, though Mergreg is the proper form. English, Scotch, French, Italian. Margaret, Margaret, Marguerite, Margarita, Margareta, Marjorie, Margit, Malgarita, Marjorie, Macy, Margotengita, Maggie, Mady Gotten, Rita, Meggie, Maggie Gogo, Madge, Meg, Margit, May, Peggy, Gritty, Meta, Spanish, German, Swiss, Danish. Margarita, Margareth, Marguerite, Marguerite, Gret, Gretli Met, Portuguese. Gretchen, Merit, Margarita, Gret, Melital, Gretel, Grell, Margit, Meet, Polish, Bohemian, Slavonic, Finland. Margareta, Markota, Margarita, Rita, Malgorzata, Margita, Malgosia, Let, Esthonian, Lithuanian, Hungarian. Margaret Merit Magrita Margarta Greta, Cret Grita Margit Mage Crot Greta, Madge. Footnote 48. Reeves, Conchology, Liddell and Scott, Butler, Michaelis, Grimm Weber, Northern Romance. Section 14, Catharine. The maiden martyr, whose name was chosen as the center of the allegory of intellectual religion, was Kappa Alpha Theta Alpha Rho Odenuita, Catharinae, Katharina in Latin, from a virgin martyr of Alexandria, whose history being unknown became another recipient of a half-allegorical legend. It is not found recorded earlier than the 8th century, and indeed, the complete ignorance of the state of the Roman Empire, shown by making her the daughter of a king of Egypt, argues its development at a very late period. Her exceeding wisdom, her heavenly espousals, her rejection of the suit of Maximus, the destruction of the wheels that were to have torn her in pieces, her martyrdom by the sword, and the translation of her body by angels to Mount Sinai, are all familiar through the numerous artistic works that have celebrated her. The legend is thought to have grown up to its full height among the monks of the convent that bears her name at the foot of Mount Sinai. And the many pilgrims thither had the zest of a new and miraculous legend, such as seems always to have been more popular than the awful truth beside which it grew up. But it never obtained credit enough in the East to make Katharina come into use as a name in the Greek Church, and it was only when the Crusaders brought home the story that it spread in ballad and mystery throughout the West. Indeed, the name did not prevail till it had been borne by the Italian devotee, Santa Caterina of Siena, who tried to imagine the original Katharina's history renewed in herself, and whose influence is one of the marvels of the Middle Ages. Before this, however, the fair Catharine, Countess of Salisbury, had been the heroine of the Garter, and John of Gaunt had named the daughter, who, as Queen of Castile, made Catalina a Spanish name, whence it returned to us again with Catharine of Aragon. But in the meantime, Catherine de Valois, the Queen of Henry V, had brought it again from France. The cause of the various ways of spelling this word would appear to be that the more ancient English made no use of the letter K, which only came in with printing and the types imported from Germany. Miss Catherine Fanshawe wrote a playful poem in defense of the commencement with C, avouching K to be no Saxon letter, and referring to the shrewish Katharina and the Russian Empress as examples of the bad repute of the K. But her argument breaks down, since the faithful Spanish Catalina, as English queen, wrote herself Catharine, while the shrew in Italy could only have been Caterina, and the Russian Empress is on her coins Ekaterina. On the whole, Catherine would seem properly to be a namesake of the Alexandrian princess, Catherine, the Vaders of Siena. No name is more universal in all countries and in all ranks, partly from its own beauty of sound, partly from association, and none has more varied contractions. Our truest Old English ones are Kate and Kitty. The latter was almost universal in the last century, though now supplanted by the Scottish Katie and the graceful Irish Kathleen. Catherine has even produced a masculine name. Perhaps Anne and Mary are the only others which have been thus honored, but the sole instance is Caterina or Catherine d'Avila, the historian who had the misfortune to have Catherine de' Medici for his godmother. English, Scotch, Irish, Welsh, Kathleen, Kathleen, Cathog, Catherine, Katie, Caddy, Katharina, Kate Dutch, Brett, Kitty Cott, Cadel, Catherine Koch, Catelic French, Portuguese, Spanish, Italian, Catherine, Catalina, Katarina, Catin, Gatin, Trainet, Cadot, Swedish, Danish, German, Danzig. Katarina, Katharina, Catharine, Trine, Kadsa, Karina, Kathchen, Cash, Kalina, Karen, Kaith, Kasen, Thrine, Bavarian, Swiss, Russian, Polish. Katrin, Cathri, Ekaterina, Katarinina, Kadrinal, Catherly, Katinka, Kaja, Trainal, Tri, Katinsha, Cattle, Trily, Katja, Cattle, Trine, Ketterl, Hattie, Hattily, Slovak. Illyrian, Esthonian, Hungarian. Katrina, Katarina, Katri, Catalan, Katra, Katika, Kato, Kati, Katraj, Kats, Katixa. Section 15, Harvest Names. From theta epsilon rho omega to heat was derived theta epsilon rho omicron sigma, summer, which in sunny Greece came likewise to mean the summer crop, just as in Germany herbst serves for both autumn and harvest. Theta epsilon rho o to zeta omega, to reap or gather in the crop, and from this verb comes the pretty feminine Teresa, the reaper. The first to bear the predestined name of Teresa, as Montalembert says, was a Spanish lady, the wife of a Roman noble called Paulinus, both devotees under the guidance of Saint Jerome, whose writings most remarkably stamped the memory of his friends upon posterity. And this original Teresa was copied again and again by her own countrywomen till we find Teresa on the throne of Leon in the 10th century. The name was confined to the peninsula until the 16th century, when that remarkable woman, Saint Teresa, made the Roman Catholic Church resound with the fame of her enthusiastic devotion. The Spanish connection of the House of Austria rendered it a favorite with the princesses both of Spain and Germany. The Queen of Louis Roman XIV promoted it in France as Therese, and it is specially common in Provence as Thérèse, for short, Zan. The Empress Queen greatly added to its fame, and it is known everywhere, though more in Roman Catholic countries and families than elsewhere. That it nowhere occurs in older English pedigrees is one of the signs that it was the property of a saint whose claims to reverence began after the Reformation. English, French, Portuguese, Spanish. Teresa, Therese, Teresa, Teresa, Terry, Theresen, Teresita, Tracy, Zahn of Italian, German, Hamburg, Bavaria. Teresa, Theresa, Tressa, Ressel, Teresina, Trescia, Bohemian. Slavonic, Illyrian, Hungarian. Terezi, Terezija, Tereza, Teresia, Terza, Threzi. The real popularity of the word, witnessed by its many changes of sound, is, be it observed, in those eastern domains of the Empress, where her noble spirit won all hearts to the well-remembered cry, Moriamur pro, Regen Nostra Maria Teresa. Eustaches has already been explained as one of these harvest names, and to these may be added that of the old Cypriot shepherd hermit Sigma Pi Upsilon Rho Oda Delta Megan U, Spiridon, from Sigma Pi Upsilon Rho Oda Sigma, a round basket. He was afterwards a bishop, and one of the fathers of Nicaea, then going home, died at a great age asleep in his cornfield, in honor of whom Spiridione, or Spiro, as the Italianized Greeks call it, is one of the most popular of all names in the Ionian Islands, and has the feminine Spira. Footnote 49. Liddell and Scott, Montelembert, Surius, Anderson Genealogies. Section 16, Names from Jewels. Margaret, which has been spoken of elsewhere, is the most noted of jewel names, and it probably suggested the few others that have prevailed. Sigma mu alpha rho alpha gamma delta omicron sigma, Smaragdos, is supposed to have been named from mu alpha iota rho omega or mu alpha iota rho omega to twinkle or sparkle, whence the dog star was called mu alpha letter 1 fd6 rho alpha mera. This beauteous precious stone, bearing the color of hope, was further recommended to Christians because the rainbow of St. John's vision was, in sight like unto an emerald. Thus, Smaragdos was one of the early martyrs, and the same occurs occasionally in early times, once as an exarch of Ravenna. But it was never frequent enough to be a recognized name, except in two very remote quarters, namely, as the Spanish Esmeralda and the Cornish Maraud, the last nearly, if not quite, extinct. The sapphire was erased forever from the nomenclature of Christians by the fate of the unhappy Sapphira, except that Sigma Alpha Pi Phi Eta Rho Omega, Sappho, a name thus derived, is used among the modern Greeks of the Ionian Islands, and so also is Delta Iota Alpha Mu Alpha Nu Tau Omega, Diamanto. For want of a better place, the Italian name Gemma must here be mentioned, though purely Latin, and coming from a word meaning the young crimson bud of a tree, though since used for a gem or jewel. In Urs Gemlorg Gemlike is almost exactly the same in sound and spirit. Moreover, both precious metals are used as female names in modern Greece, letter 1F00 rho gamma upsilon rho omega, Argiro, silver, connecting itself with the Arianwen or Silver Lady of Wales, and Chi rho upsilon sigma omega letter 1Fe6 Chi alpha, Chrysocha, from Chi rho upsilon sigma omicron sigma, Chrysos, gold. This latter word has formed many other names, beginning from Chryses and his daughter Chrysis, whose ransom was the original cause of Achilles' wrath of mighty woes the spring. In the sobriquet of Chrysostomos, or golden mouth, we have already seen it, and it is found also in Chi rho upsilon sigma alpha nu theta omicron sigma, Chrysanthos, golden flower, the husband of Saint Daria, in whose honor prevails the Bavarian chrysanth or santal. Muriel, an Old English name, comes from mu upsilon rho omicron u mur. Both it and Muriel were once common, and have lately been revived. Footnote 50. Smith, Life of Chaucer, Butler, Michaelis. Section 17, Cosmos and Damianos. The pursuit of the relics of saints had already begun even in the 4th century. No church was thought thoroughly consecrated save by the bones of some sainted Christian, and it was during the first fervor that led men to seek the bodies of the martyrs in their hiding places that St. Ambrose discovered the bodies of 2 persons at Milan, whom a dream pronounced to be Cosmos and Damianos, 2 martyred Christians. They, of course, were placed among the patrons of Milan, and their names became favorites in Italy. Cosmos originally meant order, but having been applied to the order of nature, has in our day come usually to mean the universe. Cosimo, or Cosmo, as the Italians called it, was used at Milan and Florence, where it gained renown in the person of the great man who made the family of Medici eminent, and who prepared the way for their aspirations to the elevation that proved their bane and corruption. France calls the word come without using it as a name, and Russia adopts it as Cosma. Damianos was from the verb delta alpha mu alpha omega, identical with our own tame, which we have already seen in composition. He had a good many chivalrous namesakes, as Damiano, Dameo, Damien, and the Russians call him Demjan. The Old Welsh Dyphon is another form strangely changed by pronunciation. Section 18, Aletheia and C. Letter 1F00 lambda eta theta epsilon iota alpha, Aletheia, truth, came from alpha and lambda eta theta omega, to hide, and thus means openness and sincerity. When it first came to be used as a name is not clear. Aletha, of Padua, appears in 1411, and the princess, on whose account Charles I, when Prince of Wales, made his journey to Spain, was Dona Maria Aletheia. About that time, Aletheia made her appearance in the noble family of Saville, and either to a real or imaginary Aletheia were addressed the famous lines of the captive cavalier. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Moreover, in 1669, Aletheia Brandling, at the age of 9, was married to one Henry Hitch, Esquire, and the name occurs several times in Durham pedigrees. As far as the English Aletheia is concerned, she is probably the alteration of an Irish name, for she chiefly belongs to the other island, and is there called Letty. What feminine it was meant to translate must be uncertain, perhaps Tuathflaith, the noble lady. Tom Moore called his Egyptian heroine Adeth, from the adjective, and this has been in consequence sometimes used as a name. The name Althea must not be confounded with it. This last is letter 1F04 lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, wholesome. It belonged of old to the unfortunate mother of Meleager, and now designates a genus of mallows, in allusion to their healing power. We find the prefix pyro-omicron, forming part of the word pyro-omicron kappa omicron pi eta, progress, whence the name pyro-omicron kappa omicron pi iota omicron sigma, Procopios. In Latin, Procopius, progressive. It was the name of a martyr under Diocletian, in Palestine, and is a favorite in the Greek Church. The short-lived successor of Jovian was so called. Also the great Byzantine historian, and now Procopage is very common among the Russian clergy, and Procop or Prokupek has found its way into Bohemia. Russia, likewise, uses in the form of Prochor, the name of Prochorus, Pyro-omicron chi-omicron rho alpha sigma. One of the 7 deacons, and much Grecized indeed must the imaginations of his Jewish parents have been when they gave him such an appellation, signifying the leader of the choral dances in the Greek theaters. Part 4. Chapter 1. Latin nomenclature. Hitherto, we have had to deal with names at once explained by the language of those who originally bore them. With a very few exceptions, chiefly in the case of traditional deities, the word has only to be divided into its component parts, and its meaning is evident, and there was a constant fabrication of fresh appellations in analogy with the elder ones, and suited to the spirit of the times in which they were bestowed. But on passing the Gulf of Adria, we come upon a nation of mingled blood, and even more mingled language, constantly in a condition of change. Their elder history disguised by legends, their ancient songs unintelligible to the very persons who sang them, their very deities and rites confused with those of Greece, till they were not fully understood even by their most cultivated men. And their names, which were not individual but hereditary, belonging to forgotten languages and often conveying no signification to their owner. The oldest inhabitants of Italy are thought to have been Pelasgi, which is argued, among other causes, from the structure of the language resembling the Greek, and from the simple homely terms common to both. But while the Pelasgi of the eastern peninsula became refined and brought to perfection by the Hellenes, the purest tribe of their own race, those of the western peninsula, were subjected to the influence of various other nations. In the center of Italy, the Pelasgians appear to have been overrun by a race called Oscans, Priscans, or Cascans, who became fused with them and called themselves Prisci Latini and their country Latium or Lavinium. Their tongue was the Elder Latin, and the Oscan is believed to have supplied the element which is not Greek, but has something in common both with Celt and Teuton. These Latins were, there can be no doubt, the direct ancestors of the Romans, whose political constitution, manners, and language were the same, only in an advanced condition. Roman legend and poetry brought the fugitive Aeneas from Troy to conquer Latium and found Alba Longa. And after the long line of Alban kings, the twins, Romulus and Remus, founded the city of the Seven Hills and filled it with Latins, i.e. the mixed Pelasgic and Oscan race of Latium. The first tribe of pure Oscans who came in contact with the Romans were the Sabines, who, after the war begun by the seizure of the Sabine women, made common cause with Rome, and thus contributed a fresh Oscan element to both blood and language. The Oscan race extended to the south, divided into many tribes, and their language was spoken in a pure state by the southern peasantry far on into Roman history. The numerous Greek colonies which caused the south to be termed Magna Graecia became in time mingled with the Oscans and gave the whole of Apulia, Bruttium, and Calabria a very different character from that of central Italy. Northward of Latium was the powerful and mysterious race calling themselves the Raceni, and known to the Romans as Tusci. They are usually called Etruscans, and their name still survives in that of Tuscany. They are thought by some to have been Celtic, but their tongue is not sufficiently construed to afford proof, and their whole history is lost. Their religion and habits were unlike those of their Roman neighbors, and they were in a far more advanced state of civilization. In the time of Tarquinius Priscus, they obtained considerable influence over Rome, many of whose noblest works were Etruscan. And though this power was lost in the time of Tarquinius Superbus, and long wars were waged between Rome and Etruria, the effects of their intercourse lasted, and many institutions were traceable to the Etruscan element. Of the Roman families, some considered themselves descended from different Latin tribes, others from Sabines, others from Etruscans, and their genealogy was carefully observed, as their political position depended upon it. Their nomenclature was, in fact, the immediate parent of our own. Every Roman citizen had necessarily two names. The second of these was the important one which marked his hereditary position in the state and answered to our surname. It was called the nomen, or name, par excellence, and was inherited from his father, belonging also to the entire gens or tribe who considered themselves to have a common ancestor, and who, all alike, whether wealthy or otherwise, took the rank of their gens, whether patrician, equitial, or plebeian. The daughters of the gens were called by the feminine of its name, and sometimes took that of the gens of their husband, but this was not always the custom. Besides these large tribes, there were lesser ones of families. If an ancestor had acquired an additional appellation, whether honorable or ludicrous, it passed to all his male descendants, thus distinguishing them from the rest of their gens, and was called the cognomen. For instance, after Marcus Manlius had saved the Capitol, Capitolinus would be the cognomen not merely of himself, but of his posterity. Clients and freedmen took the Gentile name of their patron, and when the freedom of Rome was granted to a stranger, he took the Gentile name of him from whom it was received, thus infinitely spreading the more distinguished nomina of the later Republic and early Empire, and in the Romanized countries gradually becoming the modern hereditary surname, the convenience of the family distinction causing it to be gradually adopted by the rest of the world. When the last of a gens adopted the son of another clan to continue his line, the youth received the nomen and one or more cognomina of his new gens, but brought in that of his old one with the augmentative anus. As for instance, Publius Æmilius Paulus being adopted by Publius Cornelius Scipio Africanus, became Publius Cornelius Scipio Africanus Æmilianus, and his daughter was simply Cornelia. Again, Caius Octavius, as adopted into the Julian gens, became Caius Julius Caesar Octavius, and the emperors being all adopted, arrived at such a multitude of names that the accumulation was entirely useless, and they were called by a single one. Added to all these family names, each man had his own individual name, which was bestowed in later times, or more properly registered when, at the age of 14, he laid aside the childish tunic and bulla or golden ball which he had worn from infancy, put off the toga praetextala, and assumed the toga virilis or manly gown, white-edged with purple, which was the regular official Roman dress. In the latter days, the praenomen was given on the 8th day, with a lustratio or washing of the infant. There was a very small choice of Roman praenomina, not above 17. An initial was sufficient to indicate which might be intended, nor did ladies receive their feminines in the earlier times. By which name a man might be called was arbitrary. The gentile name was the distinction of rank, and perhaps the most commonly used by his acquaintance, unless the tribe were very large, when the cognomen would be used. And among brothers the praenomen was brought in first, as the Christian name is with us. The great Marcus Tullius Cicero was called Cicero by those who only knew him politically, while to his correspondents he was Tullius. His son, of the same name, was termed Marcus Cicero. His brother, Quintus Cicero, and Caius Julius Caesar figures in contemporary correspondence as C. Caesar. In Christian times, the lustratio at the giving of the praenomen became holy baptism, thus making our distinction between baptismal and hereditary names. The strict adherence to the old praenomina had been already broken into, especially in favor of women, who had found the universal Gentile name rather confusing, and had added to it feminine praenomina or agnomina, had changed it by diminution or augmentation, or had taken varieties from the other gentes to which they were related. Christianity had given individuality to woman, and she was no longer no. 1 or number 2 the property of the gens. Significant names, Greek names, or saintly ones were chosen as praenomina, and the true Christian name grew up from the old Roman 17. Besides these, the numerous slaves, who formed a large part of the Roman population, had each a single name. Some of these were in their own language, disguised by Latin pronunciation. Others were called by Greek or Latin words, others bore their masters' names. Many of these slaves were among the martyrs of the Church, and their names were bestowed on many an infant Christian. Others were afterwards formed from significant Latin words, but far fewer than from Greek words, the rigid hereditary customs of Latin nomenclature long interfering with the vagaries of invention, and most of these later not being far removed from classical Latinity. It should be observed that the original Latin word, especially if descriptive or adjectival, usually ends in us, representing the Greek omicron sigma, and in the oblique cases becoming I and O in the vocative E. When it was meant to signify one of or belonging to this first, the termination was ius. Thus from Tullus comes one belonging to Tullus, Tullius in the vocative I, and again, one of the gens adopted into another would become Tullianus, Tullus, Tullius, Tullianus. The diminutive would be Ilus or Iolus, and in time became a separate name, Marcus, Marcius, Marcianus, Marcellus. In the adoption of Latin by the barbarous nations, the language was spoken without the least attention to declension. The Italians and Spanish used only the dative termination, making all their words end in O, but the former preserving the nominative plural I, and the latter the accusative plural os, while the French stopped short at the simple elementary word, and while finishing it in writing with an E, discarded all pronunciation of its termination. The vocative was their favorite case in pronunciation, and has passed to us in our usual terminal Y. Though of feminine names was retained by Italy and Spain, cut off by France, Germany, and England. Footnote 51. Niebuhr, Rome, Arnold, Rome, Smith, Dictionary of Greek and Roman Antiquities, Max Muller. Chapter 2. Latin praenomina. Sect 1-on-1, Aulus Caius Caenius Ciso. For the sake of convenient classification, it may be best to begin the Latin names with the original praenomina and their derivatives, few in number as they are, and their origin involved in the dark antiquity of the Roman prehistoric times. The chief light thrown upon them is in a work entitled De Factis Dictis Memorabilibus, compiled by one Marcus Valerius Maximus in the Augustan age, to which is appended a dissertation on Roman praenomina of doubtful authorship. But whether this be by Valerius himself, or by his abridger and imitator, it is the earliest information we possess as to these home appellations of the stern conquerors of the world. Caius, or Caius as the elders spelt it, was one of the most common of all Roman praenomina, and was pronounced Gaius, as it is written in St. Paul's mention of Gaius mine host. Men indicated it by the initial C, women who bore it used the same C reversed, letter 2184, on coins or inscriptions. Valerius, or his imitator, deduces it from gaudium parentum, the parent's joy, but it is more probably from the root word Gai. When a Roman marriage took place with the full ceremony such as rendered divorce impossible, the names Caius and Caia always stood for those of the married pair in the formulary of prayer uttered over them while they sat on two chairs with the skin of the sheep newly sacrificed spread over their heads. And when the bride was conducted to her husband's house, spindle and distaff in hand, she was demanded who she was, and replied, "Where thou art Caius, I am Caia." And having owned herself his feminine, she was carried over his threshold, to prevent the ill omen of touching it with her foot, and set down on a sheepskin within. From this rite all brides were called Caii. It is said that it was in honor of Chaanach, whose Roman name was Caia Caecilia, and who was supposed to be the model Roman woman, fulfilling the epitome of duties expressed in the pithy saying, Domum mansit, lanum fecit, she stayed at home and spun wool, and was therefore worshipped by Roman maids and matrons. The Romans introduced Caius into Britain, and the Sir Kay, seneschal of Arthur's court, who appears in the romances of the Round Table, was probably taken from a British Caius. But the Highland clan Mackay are not sons of Caius, but of I. It was probably from a word of the same source that the Italian town and promontory of Caeta were so called, though the Romans believed the name to be taken from Caeta, the nurse of Aeneas, a dame who only appears among Latin authors. The city has become Gaeta in modern pronunciation, and from it has arisen the present Italian Gaetano. Who first was thus christened does not appear, but the popularity of the name began on the canonization of Gaetano di Thiene, a Vicentine noble and monk, who, in 1524, instituted the Theatine order of monks. He himself had been called after an uncle, a canon of Padua, learned in the law, but I cannot trace Gaetano back any further. It is in right of this saint, however, that it has become a great favorite in Italy. The Portuguese call it Caetano, the Spaniards Cajetano, the Slavonians, who must have it through Venice, Cajetan or Gajo. It was a family name in Dante's time, and his contemporary Pope Boniface Roman VIII, of whom he speaks with some scorn, had been Benedetto Gaetano. English, Welsh, French, Italian, Lucy, Lulu, Lucy, Lucia, Luce, Luce, Luzia, Lucinda or Russian, Polish, Hungarian, Spanish, Luzija, Lucia, Luxa, Lucia. Footnote 52. Smith, Diefenbach, Celtica, Butler, Michaelis. Section 2, Lucius. Lux, light, gave the very favorite praenomen Lucius, one born at daylight, or, as some say, with a fair complexion. Many an L at the opening of a Roman inscription attests the frequency of this name, which seems first to have come into Rome with the semi-mythical Lucius Tarquinius Priscus, and was derived from his family by the first Brutus. The feminine Lucia belonged to a virgin martyr of Syracuse, whose name of light being indicated by early painters by a lamp or by an eye, led to the legend that her beautiful eyes had been put out. The Sicilian saints were, as has been already said, particularly popular, and Santa Lucia is not only the patroness of the Italian fishermen and the namesake of their daughters, but she was early adopted by the Normans. And even in the time of Edward the Confessor, the daughter of the Earl of Mercia had been thus baptized, unless indeed her husband, Ivo Taillebois, translated something English into Lucia. The House of Blois were importers of saintly names, and Lucy, a sister of Stephen, was among those lost in the White Ship. The name has ever since flourished, both in England and France, but was most popular in the former during the 17th century, when many noble ladies were called Lucy, but poetry chose to celebrate them as Lucinda or by some other fashionable variety of this sweet and simple word. The lady has here had the precedence because of her far greater popularity, but the masculine is also interesting to us. The root Luke, light, is common to all the Indo-European languages, and ancient Britain is said to have had a king called Lurog ap Seal ap Silin, or Lufer Mauer, the Great Light, who was the first to invite teachers of the gospel to his country. He is Latinized into Lucius, and this word has again furnished the Welshels. Nothing can be more apocryphal than the whole story, but it probably accounts for the use of Lucius amongst Englishmen just after the Reformation, when there was a strong desire among them to prove the conversion of their country to be anterior to the mission of Augustine. Named at this time, Lucius Carey, Viscount Falkland, rendered the sound honorable, though it has not become common. Lucio, or Luzio, is hereditary in Italy. The Irish Lucius is the equivalent of the native Lachna and Loisich. The Lucilian gens of the plebeian order was formed from Lucius, and thence arose Lucilla, borne by several Roman empresses and by a local saint at Florence, and in later times considered as another diminutive of Lucy. Lucianus, on the other hand, was a derivative, and having belonged to several saints, continued in use in Italy as Luciano or Luciano, whence Lucian the Buonaparte derived the appellation, so plainly marking him, like his brother, as an Italian Frenchified. Luciana has continued likewise in Italy, and was anciently Lucian in France. Perhaps the English Lucy, and may be an imitation of it. Lucianus contracted into Lucanus as a cognomen, and thus was named the Spanish poet Marcus Annius Lucanus, usually called in English Lucan, but it has a far nearer interest to us. Cognomina in anus, contracted into the Greek alpha sigma, were frequently bestowed on slaves or freedmen, especially of Greek extraction. These were often highly educated, and were the librarians, secretaries, artists, and physicians of their masters, persons of Jewish birth being especially employed in the last-mentioned capacity. Thus does the third evangelist, the beloved physician and reputed painter, bear in his name evidence of being a Greek-speaking protege of a Roman house, Lambda Omicron Upsilon Kappa Alpha Sigma, Lucas, being the Greek contraction of Lucanus or Lucianus. His sound hath gone out into all lands, and each pronounces his name in its own fashion, but he is less popular as a patron than his brethren, though more so in Italy than elsewhere. Spanish and English, French, Italian, Portuguese, Lucas German, Russian, Wallachia, Bohemian, Lucas Slavonic, Lusatian, Hungarian, Lukash, Lukask. Lucretius, the name of a noted old gens, is probably from the same source, though some take it from lucrum, gain. Lucrece, combing the fleece under the midnight lamp. That fine characteristic Roman tale furnished Shakespeare with an early poem, and Lucrezia was one of the first classic names revived by the Italians, and though borne by the notorious daughter of the Borgia, has continued fashionable with them and with the French, who make it Lucrece, while we have now and then a Lucretia, learnt probably from the fanciful designations of the taste of the 18th century. Footnote 53. Smith, Butler, Kiddo, Jameson. Section 3. Marcus. The origin of Marcus, represented by the M, so often a Roman initial, is involved in great doubt. It has been deduced from the Greek mu alpha lambda alpha kappa letter 1f78 sigma, soft or tender, a very uncongenial epithet for one of the race of iron. Others derive it from Mars, a male, as implying manly qualities, and others from Mars, or more correctly, Mavers or Mamers, one of the chief of the old Latin deities. Diefenbach thinks also that it may be connected with the Celtic mark, a horse, and with the verb to march. It extended into all the provinces, and was that by which John, sister's son to Barnabas, was known to the Romans. Tradition identifies him with the evangelist, who, under St. Peter's direction, wrote the gospel especially intended for strangers of Rome, and who afterwards founded the Church of Alexandria and gave it a liturgy. In consequence, Marcos has ever since been a favorite Greek name, especially among those connected with the Alexandrian Patriarchate. In the days, however, when relic hunting had become a passion, some adventurous Venetians stole the remains of the evangelist from the pillar in the Alexandrian church, in which they had been built up, and transferred them to Venice. Popular imagination does not seem to have supposed the saints to have been one whit displeased at any sacrilegious robberies, for San Marco immediately was constituted the prime patron of the city. and having been supposed to give his almost visible protection in perils by fire and flood, the republic itself and its territory were known as his property. And the special emblem of the state was that shape among the cherubim which had been appropriated as the token suited to his gospel, namely, the lion with eagle's wings, the marzocco, as the populace termed it, and another such marzocco figures at Florence. Marco was the name of every fifth man at Venice, and the winged lion being the stamp on the coinage of the great merchant city, which was banker to half the world. A mark became the universal title of the piece of money, which, though long disused in England, has left traces of its value in the legal fee of 6 and 8 pence. The chief popularity of the evangelist's name is in Italy, especially Lombardy, though the Greek church, as in duty bound, has many a Marcos, and no country has ceased to make use of it. Some, such as Niebuhr for his Roman-born son and a few classically inclined English, have revived the ancient Marcus, but in general the word follows the national pronunciation. English, French, Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese, Marco, Marcos, Marcus, Esthonian and Polish and Lusatian, Hungarian, Russian Bohemian, Marcus, Marcus. From Marcus sprang the nomen Martius, or, as it was later written, Martius, belonging to a very noble gens of Sabine origin, which gave a king to Rome, and afterwards was famous in the high-spirited and gentle-hearted Cneus Marcius Coriolanus. The daughters of this gens were called Marcia, and this, as Marzia, Marcia, has since been used as the feminine of Mark. From Martius again came Martinus, the name of the Roman soldier who divided his cloak with the beggar and afterwards became Bishop of Tours and completed the conversion of the Gauls. He might well be one of the favorite saints of France, and Saint Martin of Tours rivaled Saint Denis in the allegiance of the French, when kings and counts esteemed it an honor to belong to his chapter. And yet Martin occurs less frequently in French history than might have been expected, though it is to be found a good deal among the peasants, and is a surname. Dante speaks of Ser Martino as typical of the male gossips of Florence, and from the great prevalence of the surname of Martin in England, it would seem to have been more often given as a baptismal name. Martin was a notable king of Aragon, but zealous Romanist countries have perhaps disused Martin for the very reason that Germans love it, namely, that it belonged to Dr. Martinus Luther, as the learned would call the Augustinian monk, whose preachings opened the eyes of his countrymen. English, French, Italian, and Portuguese, Spanish, Martin, Martino, Martinho, German, Swiss, Dutch, Let, Martin, Martian, Marchise, Myrtle, Marteli, Martine, Hungarian, Swedish, Martoni, Mart. Martina was one of the young Roman girls who endured the fiery trial of martyrdom under the Emperor Decius. Her plant is the maidenhair fern, so great an ornament to the Roman fountains, and her name, whether in her honor or as the feminine of Martin, is occasionally found in Italy, France, and England. Martianus was an augmentative of Marcus, whence Marciano or Martian were formed. Marcellus is the diminutive, and became the cognomen of the great Claudian gens. Marcus Claudius Marcellus was the conqueror of Syracuse, and the last of his direct descendants is that son of Octavia and nephew of Augustus, the prediction of whose untimely death is placed by Virgil in the mouth of his forefather, Anchises, in the Elysian fields. Saint Marcellus was a young Roman soldier who figures among the warrior saints of Venice, and now and then has a French namesake called Marcel. Marcella was a pious widow, whose name, becoming known through her friendship with Saint Jerome, took the fancy of the French, and Marcel has never been uncommon among them, nor Marcella in Ireland. Marcellianus, another derivative from Marcellus, was the name of an early pope, whence Marcellin is common in France. From Mars again came Marius, the fierce old warrior of terrible memory, but who, in the form of Mario, is supposed by the Italians to be the masculine of Maria and used accordingly. Footnote 54. Smith, Diefenbach, Roscoe, History of Venice, Grimm, Transactions of Philological Society. Section 4, Posthumous and c. Posthumous is generally explained as meaning a posthumous son, from post, after, and humus ground, born after his father was underground, but there is reason to think that it is, in fact, posthumous, a superlative adjective formed from post and merely signifying latest. so that it originally belonged to the son of old age, the last born of the family. It became a frequent praenomen by imitation, and in several Roman families was taken as a cognomen. The pseudo-Valerius Maximus derives Titus from the Sabine Titurius, others make it come from the Greek taugot omega, to honor, others from tutus, safe, the participle of tuer, to defend. It was one of the most common praenomina from the earliest times, and belonged to both father and son of the two emperors connected with the fall of Jerusalem. Both were Titus Flavius Sabinus Vespasianus, but the elder is known to us by his cognomen, the younger by his praenomen. Titus should have been a more usual Christian name in honor of the first bishop of Crete, but it has hardly survived, except in an occasional Italian Tito, and here Dr. Titus Oates gave it an unenviable celebrity. Tito is also sometimes used in Italy. The historian, Titus Livius, has been famous enough to have his name much maltreated, we calling him Livy, the French Tite Live. Section 5, Numeral Names. Thus far and no farther went Latin invention for at least 700 years in the way of individual domestic names. Beyond these 10, the Romans had, with a very few exceptions, peculiar to certain families, nothing but numerals for their sons, some of which became names of note from various circumstances. The words, though not often the names, have descended into almost all our modern tongues. Primus, the superlative of pre before, prior, primus, was only used as a slave's name or to distinguish some person of an elder race. Sequer to follow gave secundus, the feminine of which fell sometimes to the share of daughter number 2 to distinguish her from the elder sister, who was called by the family name. Men only had it as a cognomen, and that only in the later times. It has passed into our own tongue as well as into the more direct progeny of Latin, but Germany holds out against it. Rome likewise used secundus in the sense of favorable, much as we speak of seconding in parliamentary language. Saint Secundinus was a companion of Saint Patrick, called by the Irish Saint Sechnal. His disciples were christened Mal Sechlain, pupils of Saint Secundinus, a name since turned into Malachi. King Malachi with the collar of gold is truly the shaveling of the lesser follower. Tertius barely occurs as a Roman name, but Tertia was rather more common than Secunda, and by way of endearment was called Tertula. From this diminutive arose Tertullus and Tertullianus. The next number is identical in all the tongues, though a most curious instance of varied pronunciation. The quadra, or 4 equal-sided quartus, only occurs once in St. Paul's writings, and so far as we know, nowhere else. Quadratus and quartinus were late nomina. Why quintus should have been so much more prevalent with the Romans than the earlier numerals does not appear, but it was one of the commonest praenomina, and was always indicated by the initial Q, while the Greeks called it kappa omicron iota nu tau omicron sigma. Thence came the Quincian, or Quinctian gens, an Alban family removed by Tullus Hostilius to Rome, so plain and stern in manners that even their women wore no gold, and principally illustrious in the person of Ciso Quinctius Cincinnatus. An obscure family named Quincianus sprung again from this gens, and in time gave its name to one of the missionary martyrs of Gaul, who, in 287, was put to death ad Augusta Veromenduorum on the Somme. His corpse being discovered in 641, the great goldsmith bishop of Noyon, Saint Eloi, made for it a magnificent shrine and built over it a church, whence the town took the name of Saint Quentin, and Quentin became prevalent in the neighborhood. It was also popular in Scotland and Ireland, but it is there intended to represent Cuemhaga, hound of the plain, pronounced Cui. From the diminutive of the Quinctian gens came Quintilius, and thence again Quintilianus, the most noted Roman rhetorician. Pontius is thought to be the Samnite or Oscan word for fifth, related to the Greek pent, and Celtic pump, 5. It was an old nomen among those fierce Italians, and belonged to the sage who gave the wise advice against either sparing or injuring by halves the Romans at the Caudine Forks. Pontius Pilatus should, it would seem, have brought it into universal hatred, but it probably had previously become hereditary in Spain as Ponce, whence sprang the noble family of Ponce de Leon. The French had Pons, and the Italians Ponzio, and our punch is by some said to be another form. It may, perhaps, come from pons, a bridge. Sextus was the praenomen of the hateful son of Tarquinius Superbus, but after him it was disused, although thence arose the Sextian, Sestian, and Sextilian gentes. In later times it came again into use, and a bishop of Rome, martyred under Valerian, was named Sixtus, whence this has grown to be one of the papal adopted names, and is called by the Italians Sisto, whence the Sistine Chapel takes its name, and the Dresden Madonna of Raphael is called di San Sisto, from the introduction of one of the 3 sainted popes so termed. The French used to call these saints Sist. The Latin septem gave Septimus, a name exceptionally used among them, as it is among us, for a 7th son. Some unknown Octavius, the 8th, probably founded the Octavian gens, which had only been of note in Rome for 200 years before Caius Octavius Rufus married Julia, the sister of Caesar, and their son Caius, being adopted as heir of the Julian line, became C. Julius Caesar Octavianus, though he afterwards merged this unwieldy title in that of Augustus. Octavius gained a certain renown through him, and Ottavio has passed on in Italy, while 8th sons are perhaps most usually named Octavius. The gentle Octavia, his sister, the most lovable of matrons, has made Ottavia an Italian name, and Octavie is one adopted by modern French taste. October is the 8th month in all modern tongues. Nonnus, from nonnus, the 9th, is not known as a name till very late, when Latin and Greek names were intermixed. Then it belonged to a poet, at first heathen, afterwards Christian. Nonna was the name to that female slave who wrought the conversion of Georgia to Christianity, and, we believe, has there been continued, and in Rome Nonnius and Nonnianus occur in later times as Gentile appellations. Nonne has been bestowed in England upon that rare personage a 9th daughter. November, again, bears traces of its having been the 9th month of the Romans, as does December of the 10th. Decimus was a praenomen in the family of Junius Brutus, inherited mayhap from a 10th son, and it was at Decimus Brutus that Caesar's dying reproach, et tu Brute, is thought to have been leveled. Decimus and Decima are now and then to be found among us in unusually large families of one sex. Decius was the name of a great plebeian gens, one of the oldest in Rome, and illustrated by the self-devotion of Decius Muse. Footnote 55. Clark, Handbook of Comparative Grammar, Liddell and Scott, Faxiolati, Junius, Smith, Publications of the Irish Society Butler. Chapter 3. Nomina. Sect 1-on-1, Aetius. The Latin nomina were those that came by inheritance, and denoted the position of the gens in the state, its antiquity, and sometimes its origin. Their derivation is often, however, more difficult to trace than that of any other names, being lost in the darkness of the Oscan and Latin dialects. And in the latter times they were very widespread, being adopted by wholesale by persons who received the franchise, as Roman citizens, from the individual who conferred it. And after the time of Caracalla, AD 212, when all the free inhabitants of the empire became alike Roman citizens, any person might adopt whatever name he chose, or even change his own if he disliked it. The feminine of this gentle name, as it was called, was the inheritance of the daughters, and on marriage, the feminine of the husband's nomen was sometimes, though not uniformly, assumed. These names are here placed in alphabetical order, as there seems to be nothing else to determine their position, and it is in accordance with the rigid Roman fashion of regularity. Thus we begin with the Achaean, Atean, or Action gens, one of no great rank, but interesting as having been fixed on by tradition as the ancestry of the great mountain lords of Est, who were the parents of the House of Ferrara in Italy, and of the House of Brunswick, which has given 6 sovereigns to Britain. Achaeus is probably derived from Acca, the mother of the Lares, an old Italian goddess, afterwards turned into the nurse of Romulus. Valerius, however, deduces both it and Appius from a forgotten Sabine praenomen Attus. The Appian gens was not a creditable one, but Appia was sometimes the name of medieval Roman dames. The genealogists of the House of Est say that Marcus Actius married Julia, sister of the great Caesar, and traced their line downwards till modernized pronunciation had made the sound Atso. Him whom they count as Azo I of Est was born in 450, and from him and his descendants, Atso and Atzolino were long common in Italy, though now discarded. Section 2, Æmilius. Almost inextricable confusion attends the development of the title of one of the oldest and most respectable of the plebeian gentes, namely the Æmilian, anciently written Æmilian. The family was Sabine, and the word is, therefore, probably Oscan. But the bearers were by no means agreed upon its origin, some declaring that it was alpha letter 1F35 mu upsilon lambda omicron sigma, flattering or witty, and called it a surname of their founder, Mamercus, whom some called the son of Pythagoras, others of Numa. The later Æmilius, again, claimed to descend from Æmilios, a son of Ascanius, and others of them, less aspiring, contented themselves with Æmilius, the granduncle of Romulus. Can this most intangible Æmilius be, after all, a remnant of the Teutonic element in the Roman race, and be the same with the mythical Amal, whence the Gothic Amaler traced their descent? It is curious that Mal or Amal means work in Hebrew, while Amal is work likewise in Old Norse as our moil is in English, though in Sanskrit Amala is spotless. Altogether, it seems most probable that the word mal, a spot or stroke, may underlie all these forms, just as it does the German Maltime. That Amal was, in truth, the dimly remembered forefather, and that thus the proud Æmile of Rome and the wild Amaler of the forests bore in their designations the tokens of a common stock. Several obscure saints bore the name of Æmilius or Æmilianus, and Æmilige has always been a prevailing masculine name in Russia. In Spain, a hermit, Saint Æmilianus, is always known as Saint Milhan. Emilio was of old standing in Italy, but the great prevalence in France of Emile, of late, was owing to Rousseau's educational work, the hero of which had numerous namesakes among the children born in the years preceding the Revolution. The feminine had been forgot until Boccaccio wrote his Tessade and called the heroine Emilia. It was at once translated or imitated in all languages and became mixed up with the Amalie already existing in Germany. Amalie of Mansfeld lived in 1493, Amalie of Württemberg in 1550, and thence the name spread throughout Germany, whence the daughter of George Roman II brought it to England, and though she wrote herself Amelia, was called Princess Emily. Both forms are recognized in most European countries, though often confounded together, and still worse, with Amy and Emma. English, French, Italian, Slovak, Lusatian, Emily, Emily, Emilia, Emilige, Emila, Emilia, Milica, Milka. Section 3, Antonius. Two genties were called Antonius, a word that is not easy to trace. Some explain it as inestimable, but the triumvir himself chose to deduce it from Antias, a son of Hercules. One of these clans was patrician, with the cognomen Merenda, the other plebeian, without any third name, and it was to the latter that the avenger of Caesar and lover of Cleopatra belonged, Mark Anthony, Mark Antoine, or Mark Antonio, as modern tongues have clipped his Marcus Antonius. The clipping had, however, been already performed before the resuscitation of his evil fame in the 15th century, for both his names had become separately saintly, and therefore mutilated, Mark in the person of the evangelist, Antonius in that of the great hermit of the 4th century, the first to practice the asceticism which resulted in the monastic system. Of Egyptian birth, his devotions, his privations, and his conflicts with Satan were equally admired in the Eastern and Western churches, and Antonios has been as common among the Greeks as Antonius among the Latin Christians. Saint Antony was already very popular when Saint Antonio of Padua further increased the Italian devotion to the name, and Antonio has ever since been exceedingly common in Italy and Spain. Classical pedantry made Antonio Palerio turn it into Ionio in honor of the Ionian choir, but whatever he chose to call himself, he made glorious by his life and death. The Dutch seem to have needlessly added the silent H, and we probably learnt it from them. The popularity of Antony has much diminished since the Reformation in England, where perhaps it is less used than in any other country. English, French, Provençal, Italian. Antony, Antoine, Antoni, Antonio, Anthony, Tonio, Tony, Tont, Anthelin, German. Frisian, Dutch, Swiss. Antonius, Tuns, Anthonius, Antoni, Tenton, Tonge, Thunes, Tony, Tony, Tunch, Tula, Antunij, Russian. Polish, Slovak, Servian. Antonij, Antoni, Anton, 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 Antic, Tone, Antonija, Antos, Tonic, Lusatian. Let, Esthonian, Hungarian. Anto, Antons, Tunnies, Antal, Hanto, Tennis, Tunnio, Tonish, Tan, Tonk. The feminine form, Antonia, is very common in Italy and Spain. The Germans have it as Antony, and this was the original name of Maria Antonia, whom we have learnt to regard with pitying reverence as Marie Antoinette, whence Tynette is a common French contraction. French, Italian, Swedish, Swiss, Lithuanian, Antoinette Antonia Antonia Tunneli and Tynette Antonietta Antonetta, Toinon Antonica. The Aurelian gens was an old Sabine one, and probably derived its name from aurum gold, the oro of Italy and ore of France, though others tried to take it from Helios, the sun. The old name, Aurelia, for a chrysalis was, like it, taken from the glistening golden spots on the cases of some of the butterfly pupae. The Aurelian gens was old and noble, and an Aurelia was the mother of Julius Caesar. Section 4, Caecilius. The most obvious origin of the nomen of the great Caecilian gens would be caecus, blind. In fact, Caecilia means a slow worm, as that reptile was supposed to be blind. But the Caeciliae would by no means condescend to the blind or small-eyed ancestor. And while some of them declared that they were the sons of Caecus, a companion of Aeneas, others traced their source to the founder of Praenest, the son of Vulcan, Caeculus, who was found beside a hearth, and called from Callio to heat, the same with Kappa Alpha Iota Omega, to burn. There was a large gens of this name, famous and honorable, though plebeian. But rather remarkably, the feminine form has always been of more note than the masculine. As has been before said, Caia Caecilia is said to have been the real name of Tanaquil, the model Roman matron, patroness of all other married dames, and who has not heard of the tomb of Caecilia Metella. But the love and honor of the Roman ladies has passed on to another Caecilia, a Christian of the days of Alexander Severus, a wife, though vowed to virginity, and a martyr singing hymns to the last. Her corpse was disinterred in a perfect state 200 years after, when it was enshrined in a church built over her own house, which gives a title to a cardinal. 1,000 years subsequently, in 1599, her sarcophagus was again opened, and a statue made exactly imitating the lovely, easy, and graceful position in which the limbs remained. This second visit to her remains was not, however, needed to establish her popularity. She is as favored a saint with the Roman matrons as is Saint Agnes with their daughters, and the fact of her having sung till her last breath established her connection with music. An instrument became her distinguishing mark, and as this was generally a small organ, she got the credit of having invented it and became the patroness of music and poetry, as Saint Catharine of eloquence and literature and Saint Barbara of architecture and art. Her day was celebrated by especial musical performances. Even in the 18th century, an ode on Saint Cecilia's day was a special occasion for the laudation of music, and Dryden and Pope have fixed it in our minds by their praises not so much of Cecilia as of Timotheus and Orpheus. Already in the 11th century, the musical saint had been given as a patroness, and the contemporaries, Philip I of France and William I of England, had each a daughter Cecile. From that time, Cecile in France was only less popular than the English Cicely was with all ranks before the Reformation. Cicely Neville, the Rose of Raby, afterwards Duchess of York, called Proud Cis, gave it the chief note in England, but her princess grandchild, Cicely Plantagenet, was a nun, and thus did not transmit it to any noble family. After the Reformation, Cicely sank to the level of Stammel waistcoat, and was the milkmaid's generic name. And so the gentlewomen who had inherited Sicily from their grandmothers were ashamed of it, and it became Cecilia, until the present reaction against fine names setting in brought them back to Cecil and Cecily. In Ireland, the Norman settlers introduced it, and it became Sile. English, French, Italian, German, Cecilia, Cecil, Cecilia, Cacilia, Cecily, Sicily, Ceciled, Sicily, Cis, Cisat, Cis, Hamburg, Russian, Polish, Illyrian, Siled, Zezalija, Cecilia, Cecilia, Cecilija, Sila, Silica. Cecil, the British form of the masculine, lasted on long in Wales, and the Italians kept up Cecilio. The English masculine Cecil is, however, the surname of the families of Salisbury and Exeter, adopted as a Christian name. Moreover, Caecilianus is supposed to be the origin of Kilian, one of the many Celtic missionaries who spread the light of the gospel on the continent in the 7th century. Saint Kilian is said to have been of Irish birth. He preached in Germany and was martyred at Würzburg, and his name has never quite ceased to be used in the adjacent lands. Footnote 56. Faxiolati, Smith, Valerius Maximus, Butler, Jameson, Michaelis, Pott. Section 5. Caelius. Cael's Vivenna, an Etruscan general, named the Caelian Hill and the Caelian gens, whence the Italians have continued Celio and Celia. In Venice, the latter becomes Zilia and Ziliola, and is often to be found belonging to noble ladies and the wives of doges. At Naples it was Liliola, and it seems to be the true origin of Lilian and Lilias. The Irish, too, have adopted it as Sile or Sheila, and Celie and Celia have been occasionally adopted by both French and English, under some misty notion of a connection with Ceylon, heaven. The prevalence of Celia among the lower classes in English towns is partly owing to the Irish Sheila, partly to some confusion with Cecilia. Celina was a virgin of Meaux, converted to a holy life by Saint Genevieve. She is the origin of the French Céline, who probably suggested the English Selina, though, as we spell this last, we refer it to the Greek Selene, the moon. Section 6. Claudius. Another personal defect, namely lameness, probably was the source of the appellation of the Claudian gens, although by some the adjective Claudus is rejected in favor of the old verb cluo, from the same root as the Greek kleo, I hear, and kluo, I am called or I am famous, meaning to be called, i.e., famed. The Claudii were a family of evil fame, with all the darker characteristics of the Roman, and they figure in most of the tragedies of the city. They were especially proud and stern, and never adopted anyone into their family till the Emperor Claudius adopted Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, who did not improve the fame of the Claudian surname of Nero. But the reign of the Emperor Claudius and the number of his freedmen and new citizens gave his gentle name an extensive vogue, and from his conquests in Britain was there much adopted. Besides, the Claudia who sends her greeting to St. Timothy in St. Paul's epistle is believed to have been the daughter of a British prince and wife of Pudens, whose name is preserved in inscriptions at Colchester. The epigrams of Martial speak of a British lady of the same name, and thus Claudia is marked by the concurrence of two very dissimilar authorities as one of the first British Christians, while the hereditary Welsh name of Gladys, the Cornish Gladys, corroborate the Christian reverence for Claudia. The masculine form Gladys is likewise used, and in Scotland Glaud, recently softened into Claude, is not uncommon. Claudie is very common in Provence. Louis Roman XII, who gave both his daughters male names, called the eldest Claude, and when she was the wife of François I, La Réunion Claude Plums were so termed in her honor. Her daughter carried Claude into the house of Lorraine, where it again became masculine, and was frequent in the family of Guise. The painter Gelée assumed the name of Claude de Lorraine in honor of his patrons, and thus arose all the picturesque associations conveyed by the word Claude. Claudine is a favorite female Swiss form. English, Scotch, French, Italian, Russian, Slovak, Claude, Claude, Claudio, Clavdij, Clavdi, Godane, Illyrian, Eclavdij feminine, French, Welsh, Italian, Claude, Gladys, Claudia, Claudine, Claudie. Footnote 57. Faxiolati, Smith, Rees, Welsh Saints. Section 7. Cornelius and C. The far more honorably distinguished clan of Cornelius has no traceable origin, unless from Cornubelli, a war horn. But this is a suggestion of the least well-informed etymologists, and deserves no attention. Scipio and Sylla were the most noted families of this gens, both memorable for very dissimilar qualities. And Cornelia, the mother of the Gracchi, inherited her name from her father, Publius Cornelius Scipio Africanus. I, the centurion of the Italian band, was probably a hereditary Roman Cornelius. But earliest Gentile Christian though he was not canonized, and the saint of the Western Church is a martyred Pope Cornelius of the 3rd century, whose relics were brought to Campigny by Charles the Bald, and placed in the Abbey of Saint Corne, whence again a portion was carried to the chapter of Rosnay in Flanders. This translation accounts for the popularity of both the masculine and feminine forms in the Low Countries, in both kingdoms of which they constantly are found, and where Cornelius gets shortened into Keys, Nellies, Noel or Nell, and Cornelia into Keach or Key. As an attempt to translate the native Celtic names beginning with Cu or Con, Cornelius or Corny, is one of the most frequent Irish designations. Nellison is the Dutch surname, and Nelson is as likely to be thus derived as from the northern Nielsen. The Danzig contraction is Nels, and the Illyrians call the feminine Drenka. The great Fabian gens was Old Latin, and was said by Pliny to be so called from there, having been the first to cultivate the bean, faba. While others say the true form was Photius, or Fovius, from there having invented the digging of pits, fovi, for wolves, a proceeding rather in character with the wary patient disposition displayed by the greatest man of the race, Quintus Fabius Maximus, whose agnomen of cunctator so well describes the policy that wasted away the forces of the Carthaginian invader. Fabio has been occasionally a modern Italian name. Fabiola is the diminutive of Fabia. Fabianus the adoptive augmentation, whence the occasional French Fabian, and, more strange to record, the Lithuanian Pobjus. Fabricius is probably from Faber, a workman, but there was no person of note of the family except Caius Fabricius Luscinus, whose interview with Pyrrhus and his elephant has caused him to be forever remembered. Fabrizio Colonna, however, seems to be his only namesake. Flavus and Fulvus both mean shades of yellow, and there were both a Flavian and a Fulvian gens, no doubt from the complexion of an early ancestor, Flavius being probably a yellow-haired mountaineer with northern blood. Fulvius, a tawny Italian. It is in favor of this supposition that Constantius, who brought the Flavian gens to the imperial throne, had the agnomen Chloris, also expressing a light complexion. Out of compliment to his family, the derivatives of Flavius became common, as Flavianus, Flavia, and Flavilla. Flavio is now and then found in modern Italy, and Flavia figured in the poetry and essays of the last century. Fulvia, the married woman, as her rival Cleopatra calls her, was the wife of Antony, and gave her name an evil fame by her usage of the head of the murdered Cicero. The Herminian gens is believed to be of Sabine origin, and its first syllable, that lordly hair, which we traced in the Greek Hera and Hercules, and shall find again in the German Hermann. There is little doubt that the Roman Herminius and the brave Cheruscan chief, whom he called Arminius, were in the same relationship as were the Æmilius and Aner. Herminius is the word that left to Italy the graceful legacy of Arminia, which was in vogue, by inheritance, among Italian ladies when Tasso bestowed it upon the Saracen damsel who was captured by Tancred, and fascinated by the graces of her captor. Thence the French adopted it as Hermann, and it has since been incorrectly supposed to be the Italian for Hermione. Indeed, Scott indiscriminately calls the mysterious lady in George Heriot's House Erminia or Hermione. The Welsh have obtained it likewise, by inheritance, in the form of Ermine, which, however, they now murder by translating it into Emma. Hortensius, a gardener, from hortus, a garden, belonged to an honorable old plebeian gens, and has been continued in Italy, both in the masculine Hortensio and feminine Hortensia, whence the French obtained their Hortense, probably from Hortensia Mancini, the niece of Mazarin. The Horatian gens was a very old and noble one, memorable for the Battle of the Horatii, in the mythic times of early Rome. Some explain their nomen by hora, an hour, and make it mean the punctual, but this is a triviality suggested by the sound, and the family themselves derived it from the hero ancestor, Horatus, to whom an oak wood was dedicated. The poet Horace bore it as an adoptive name, being of a freedman's family. Except for Orazio, in Italy, the name of Titian's son, it slept till Corneille's tragedy of Les Horaces brought it forward, and the influence of Orazio made it Horatio in England. Thus the brother and son of Sir Robert Walpole bore it, and the literary note of the younger Horace Walpole made it fashionable. Then came our naval hero to give it full glory, and that last mention of his daughter Horatia seems to have brought the feminine forward of late years. The name is not popular elsewhere, but is called by the Russians Goritij, by the Slovaks Orek. Footnote 58. Smith Butler Faxiolati, Irish Society. Section 8, Julius. Et puer Ascanius, cui nunc cognomen Iulo, additor illis erat dum res stetit Ilia rigno. The boy Ascanius, now Iulus named, Illis he was while Ilium's realm still stood. Quoth Jupiter in the first book of the Aeneid, whence Virgil's commentators aver that Ascanius was at first called after Illis, the river that gave Troy the additional title of Ilium, but that during the conquest of Italy he was termed Iulus, from iota omicron upsilon lambda omicron sigma, the first down on the chin, because he was still beardless when he killed Mezentius. The father of gods and men continues. Nascetur pulchra Trojanus origin Caesar, imperium oceano, famum qui terminet astris. Julius, a magno nomini iulo. A Trojan by high lineage shall arise, Caesar, whose conquering fame the sea and stars shall bound, called Julius from Aeolus' mighty name. The Julian gens certainly exceeded Rome in antiquity, and one of their distinguished families bore the cognomen of Aeolus. But in spite of Jupiter and Virgil, Livy makes Aeolus, or Ascanius, not the Trojan son of Aeneas and the deserted Creusa, but the Latin son of Aeneas and Lavinia, and modern etymologists hazard the conjecture that Julius may be only a diminutive of Deus, divine, since the derivation of Jupiter from Deus Pater, father of gods, proves that such is the tendency of the language. The family resided at Alba Longa till the destruction of the city by Tullus Hostilius, and then came to Rome, where, though of very high rank, they did not become distinguished till, once for all, their star culminated in the great Caius Julius Caesar, after whom the Julii were only adoptive, though Julia was the favorite name of the emperor's daughters, and their freedmen and newly made citizens multiplied Julius and Julianus throughout the empire. Julius was hereditary throughout the empire, and lingered on long in Wales, Wallachia, and Italy. It is the most obvious source for the French gills, though, as has been already said, that word claims to be the Greek Aegidios, and is like both the Celtic Giala and Teutonic gill. The modern French Jules and English Julius were the produce of the revived classical taste. The latter belonged to a knight whose family name was Caesar, and Clarendon tells a story of a serious alarm being excited in a statesman by finding a note in his pocket with the ominous words, "Remember Julius Caesar," which left him in dread of the Ides of March, until he recollected that it was a friendly reminder of the humble petition of Sir Julius Caesar. English, Welsh, Breton, French, Julius Iolo Sulio Jules Iola Julat Italian, Spanish and German, Wallachia, Portuguese, Giulio Julio Julius Julia, Slavonic, Julij. The feminine shared the same fate, being hereditary in Italy, and adopted as ornamental when classical names came into fashion in other countries. The heroine of Rousseau's Nouvelle Héloïse made Julie very common in France. English, French, and Italian, Russian, Spanish and German, Portuguese, Julia Julie Giulia Julija Polish, Let, Hungarian, Slovak, Julia Jul Julie Iliska Julka Juliza, Juliska Breton, Sulia. As every family that in turn mounted the imperial throne was supposed to be adopted into the Julian gens, all bore its appellation. And thus it was that out of the huge stock of nomina that had accumulated in the family of Constantius, the apostate bore, by way of distinction, the adoptive form of Julianus. As the adoptive form, this was more widely diffused than Julius itself in the Latinized provinces, and thus came to the Conde Julian, execrated by Spain as the betrayer of his country into the hands of the Moors. To redeem the name of Julian from the unpopularity to which two apostates would seem to have condemned it, it belonged to no less than 10 saints, one of whom was the nucleus of a legend afloat in the world. He was said to have been told by a hunted stag that he would be the murderer of his own parents. And though he fled into another country to avoid the possibility, he unconsciously fulfilled his destiny by slaying them in a fit of jealousy before he had recognized them when they traveled after him. In penance, he spent the rest of his life in ferrying distressed wayfarers over a river and lodging them in his dwelling, and he thus became the patron of travelers and a saint of extreme popularity. English, Scotch, Welsh, Breton, Julian Gellan Julian Sulian French, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, Julian Giulio Giuliano Julian. The feminine was already abroad in the Roman Empire in the days of martyrdom, when Saint Juliana was beheaded at Nicomedia under Galerius, and in the days of Gregory the Great, her relics were supposed to be at Rome, but were afterwards divided between Brussels and Sablon. She is said to have been especially honored in the Low Countries, and must likewise have been in high favor in Normandy, perhaps through the Flemish Duchess Matilda. Julienne was in vogue among the Norman families, and belonged to that illegitimate daughter of Henry I, whose children he so terribly maltreated in revenge for their father's rebellion. And it long prevailed in England as Julian. Witness the heraldic and hunting prioress, Dame Julian Berners. And indeed, it became so common as Gillian that Jill was the regular companion of Jack, as still appears in nursery rhyme. Though now this good old form has almost entirely disappeared, except in the occasional un-English form of Juliana. In Brittany, it has lasted on as Suliana, the proper name of the nun's sister of Du Guesclin, who assisted his brave wife to disconcert the night assault of their late prisoner. English, French, Breton, Italian, Julian, Julienne, Suliana, Giuliana, Juliana, Gillian, Gil, Spanish, German, Slavonic, Hungarian, Portuguese, and Wallachian, Juliana, Juliana, Julijana, Juliania. Another feminine diminutive, Julita, was current in the empire in the time of persecution, and belongs in the calendar to a martyr at Caesarea in Cappadocia, as well as to her who has been already mentioned as the mother of the infant Saint Kyriakos, or seer, a babe of 3 years old. She was undergoing torture herself when she beheld his brains dashed out on the steps of the tribunal, and till her own death, she gave thanks for his safety and constancy. Together the mother and child were commemorated throughout the church, and the Church of St. Gillet records her in Cornwall, as does that of Llanwlyd in Wales. Her name, however, when they're borne by her namesakes, was corrupted into Elidin. Jollet was used among the French peasantry, and Giulietta in Italy, whence Giulietta Capulet appears to have been a veritable lady, whose mournful story told in Deporta's novel was adopted by Shakespeare, and rendered her name so much the property of poetry and romance, that subsequently Juliet, Juliet, and Giulietta have been far more often christened in memory of the impassioned girl than of the resolute Christian mother. Footnote 59. Butler Michaelis. Footnote 60. Smith, Faxiolati, Michaelis, Pott, Butler, Aerosmith, Geography, Rees, Jameson, Gesta Romanorum.